Chapter 361 Go. After entering the school gate, the first thing that catches your eye is a large and brand new playground. The plastic running track and standard-sized football field are enough for children to develop physical fitness. Other basketball courts and ping-pong tables have also been set up around the playground. On the flag-raising platform between the teaching building and the playground, a bright red flag was fluttering in the wind. From time to time, bursts of clear reading sounds could be heard from the teaching building. When everyone saw this scene, they all smiled with relief. Sure enough, in this place that nurtures the flowers and hopes of China's future, one can always feel a vitality and creativity that is hard to feel anywhere else. No one can tell what the future of these children will be like. However, with Yi Xian's help, these children from mountainous areas who were originally lagging behind those in cities will have more possibilities in the future. Mr. Yi, can I take you to the classroom cafeteria? The old principal picked up a small piece of garbage under his feet, and then looked at Yi Xian, who was looking at the playground. Okay, thank you for your hard work, old principal. It's not hard. Compared to you, Mr. Yi, there is still too little I can do. The old principal waved his hand quickly, and then took Yi Xian and others into the teaching building. Because the class was still in session, everyone just stood outside the classroom and took a quick look inside. The children were still listening attentively, their innocent eyes filled with a yearning for knowledge. Inside the classroom, the desks, chairs, and benches are all brand new. In addition to the spacious and bright blackboard, the podium is also equipped with a multimedia system that can be turned on and off. Although there is only one more LCD screen compared to before, children can see a bigger world on this screen and learn more about the outside world of the mountains where they live. The classroom looks quite clean and tidy overall. Although it is not luxurious or exquisite, it is good enough for a classroom. Yes, by the way, principal, is there a library in our elementary school? Seeing this, Yi Xian was quite satisfied and then asked about the library. Mr. Yi, this library does exist, but it will take time to purchase books, and the collection is relatively small right now. That's good. Don't worry about the funding for the construction of the library. If there is not enough, you can contact the person in charge and ask him to approve the funds to buy more books and picture albums. This is also a good way for children to enrich their knowledge and understand the world. Okay, Mr. Yi. I got it. After talking about the library, the old principal then took everyone to the cafeteria, which was located in a secluded corner next to the playground. As soon as they arrived at the kitchen door, they smelled the fragrance of rice. At this time, the kitchen was still steaming rice, busy preparing for the children's lunch. It's not bad here, it looks clean. Long Ling saw the clean and bright hall in the cafeteria, with rows of neatly arranged seats, enough to accommodate all the students in this Hope Primary School. After walking around the hall, everyone came to the kitchen. Many chefs were preparing and cooking. Because they were cooking for the entire school's students, they had to make plans early. These chefs also strictly follow the hygiene standards. In the kitchen, where the air circulation is not very good and it is even a bit stuffy, they still wear masks and hats. Many of them have sweat on their cheeks. In addition, both the ingredients and the equipment are cleaned very well, without any oil stains. There are also separate vegetable and dishwashing rooms. Old principal, how is the progress of the road down the mountain from the school going now? Looking at those piles of food, Yi Xian frowned slightly, thinking that it would be a big project if he had to transport them every day. Mr. Yi, don't worry. It will be completed in about 2 weeks. After the inspection, the vehicles can be brought up, and it will be much more convenient for the children. That's good. This answer made Yi Xian feel relieved, and then he went to the school library, toilets, and student dormitories to have a look. They were all pretty good and satisfactory in every aspect. At this time, everyone had already looked around and seen all the places they needed to see, and it was time for the students to finish class. Goodbye, teacher. After the bell rang for the end of get out of class, the students stood up, said goodbye to the teacher, and ran towards the playground. Some of them held old footballs, and some held sandbags and rubber bands, ready to have a good time during the break. But after the students ran out and looked towards the playground, they happened to see Yi Xian and others. Wow! This is someone from outside. There are a few little girls who are the same age as us. Could they be new classmates? Let's go and take a look. Seeing outsiders coming, all the students ran over here and were very curious about Yi Xian and his group. When they got closer, the children saw Yi Xian and others clearly, and were shocked by their bright and colorful clothes. They knew that these must be adults from the city. Although they had all changed into new clothes, they still didn't dare to step forward. They just watched Yi Xian and the others from a distance, and also looked at the little guys. "Dad, let's go play with these kids." Here, Yi Jing watched the students in the school finish their get out of class. After saying something to Yi Xian, she ran towards the students with a few sisters, with a warm smile on her face. "Hello, can we play with you?" Yi Jing openly brought her sisters to the children in the mountain area. She first greeted them politely and then asked if they could play together. "Would you like to play with us?" The children in the mountain area looked at the little guys wearing equally bright and beautiful clothes and looked at them with some confusion. They were obviously surprised at the enthusiasm of Yi Jing and the others. "Of course. As long as we play together, we're friends. Yeah, we really want to play with you. Your school is so beautiful, we like it too." A few little ones smiled and nodded, and the children in the mountain area also had red smiles on their faces. After exchanging a few tentative words, they soon started to play together. Yi Xian, who was far away, saw that the girls were quite sensible and were able to play with the other children without any barriers so quickly. He thought that this was rare. "Mr. Yi, do you have time now? I want to report my recent work to you. I have already sorted it out." Just as Yi Xian was sighing, the old principal came over with a smile and invited Yi Xian to his office. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded, and let Wang Xinyao, Long Ling and others play here first, while he and the principal walked towards the office. Chapter 362. Not bad. The old principal's office was very simple. It was called an office, but in fact it was only as big as a storage room. As for the real principal's office, it was resolutely given to several teachers. In his opinion, he didn't need much space, and instead of occupying it all by himself, he might as well provide the teachers with a slightly better office environment. So in this room, apart from a simple desk and a few stools, all other documents and computers are placed on this small desk. "Mr. Yi, my place is a little shabby, please don't be offended." The old principal enthusiastically brought a stool to Yi Xian, with an awkward expression on his face. "It's okay, it's nice here." Yi Xian waved his hand. If the old principal's office was particularly luxurious, he would feel uncomfortable. After all, this was a place for education. "That's great, Mr. Yi. Here is our latest recruitment form for teachers. Please have a look." Since Yi Xian said so, the old principal didn't say anything more. He took out a form from the table and handed it to Yi Xian respectfully. "Okay, let me see." After taking the form, Yi Xian took a quick look at it and was very satisfied. These teachers are among the best in terms of academic qualifications and experience. What's more, some of them are famous teachers in some famous primary schools. "Mr. Yi, we have also followed the instructions of the responsible party. These teachers are carefully selected. In addition to the requirements for academic qualifications, we have also conducted a detailed assessment of their teacher ethics. These are all qualified teachers." The old principal pushed his glasses and was very satisfied with these teachers. After all, many of them came to him on their own initiative. Their enthusiasm for education and love for children are enough to be admired. There are also several teachers who have reached retirement age, but they returned to their teaching positions because they saw that the children here need good teachers. After learning about these situations, Yi Xian was also in awe and looked at the old principal solemnly. "They are all great people, and we must provide them with the same salary and benefits. We must also provide them with food and accommodation that meet their requirements, and we must not let them have any worries. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, we have considered all these." After learning about the faculty, the old principal then briefly reported some financial statistics and current issues, then took Yi Xian out of the office. It was now exactly time for lunch. At noon, Yi Xian and others were taken to the cafeteria by the old principal and the person in charge. The meal was quite good. Even though the dishes were cooked in a big pot, the students enjoyed it very much. In addition to the standard meat and vegetable combinations and nutritious soups, the cafeteria provides extra eggs, milk, fruits, etc. to ensure that students can get enough nutrition during their growing stages. "Dad, we're leaving first. We've got plans to play games with the kids." Just after finishing their meal, the little guys couldn't wait to run outside again. Yi Xian didn't stop them. It seemed that they got along well with the children here. As they walked out of the playground, Yi Xian, Wang Xinyao and others saw many children from the mountain areas gathered around a few little guys. They were now playing together and playing all kinds of small games. Things like throwing sandbags, skipping rubber ropes, and playing eagle catches chicken were all played by the little ones and the children. They all had a lot of fun. Even when the children were having classes in the afternoon, a few little ones would quietly find a corner in the classroom and sit in on a few classes. This continued until the evening when everyone was about to leave. The children here were still reluctant to let the little girls go and accompanied them all the way to the school gate. Yi Jing. Yi Shi. You must come and play with us again in the future. Yes, don't forget us, good friends. This is a little gift for you. Take it. Seeing them is like seeing us. After a reluctant farewell, the children also gave a lot of toys to the little ones. There are slingshots and toy guns made of cardboard, all homemade things. Thank you, we love these gifts. Yes, we will definitely remember you and come to play with you again if we have the chance. Goodbye, everyone. Take care of yourself and don't forget us. The girls also accepted the gifts and were happy to have made so many good friends today, but unfortunately it was time now, so they could only follow Yi Xian and leave, looking back every step of the way. Girls, what do you think of the food in the cafeteria here? Is it delicious? When going down the mountain, Yi Xian also asked the little ones about the meals in the cafeteria and the accommodation conditions of the children here. Well, it's pretty good, but not as delicious as what we eat. Dad, they don't live as well as we do. Their dormitories are so small, and the beds aren't as soft as ours. But we had a lot of fun, and they were all really nice, really good people. In response to Yi Xian's question, the little ones chose to answer directly, but they all felt that these were not important. They were more concerned about these children and the memories of playing with them, which made them very happy. But Dad, we still feel like they are a little afraid of us, and we don't know why? At this point, the thoughtful Yi Yun started talking about some details with some doubts. The other little ones also nodded. Although not so direct, they could all feel it. Well, Dad knows. I will bring you to play with them again when I have the chance. Yi Xian nodded when he heard this. What the girl said was right. He had also seen it just now, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now we are doing our best to provide these children with a better environment, and we are also looking for ways to let them see a bigger world and broaden their horizons and imagination. I believe that in the near future, this timidity will be gone. They are no worse than anyone else. They can grow up confidently and happily and have their own beautiful future. When they reached the parking lot at the foot of the mountain, everyone got in their cars and prepared to return. On the way, the girls were still looking at the tablet with Long Ling. After selecting for a few days, they handed the selected items to Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao. Mom and Dad, these are the ones we think are good, you and Mom can take a look. Hey, these were sorted out by us and Sister Long Ling. I think Mom and Dad will look really good in them. Yi Xian nodded, took it and looked at it for a few seconds. He thought it was good and smiled at Long Ling and the little guys. Not bad. It seems you have good taste. Chapter 363 Dad is a bad guy. Hey, Master, I didn't lie to you, so it's safe to leave it to me. After hearing Yi Xian's praise, Long Ling immediately smiled proudly, and the little ones were also very happy. After all, this was considered as their contribution. Tisk, tsk, you really can't be praised enough. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Long Ling, then handed the tablet to Wang Xinyao and said gently. Xinyao, take a look at these sets. Which one do you think looks good? This is too hard to choose. After Wang Xinyao read all this, she felt a little embarrassed and said with a wry smile. Honey, this is so hard to choose, I think all of these are great. That's good, since you like it, we can just make a few more sets. Seeing that Wang Xinyao liked these sets very much, Yi Xian simply stopped asking, put away the tablet with a smile, and decided to make all these sets. Wang Xinyao was just about to choose carefully, but Yi Xian made her speechless. She thought to herself, is he so willful? However, Yi Xian's actions also made her feel warm in her heart. After a sweet smile, she snuggled in Yi Xian's arms like a little bird. After a while, everyone returned to Tianjing. Not long after they entered the doorbell rang. After Yi Xian opened the door, he looked at the people outside and quickly welcomed them in. These were the designers who came to measure the sizes. On the way, I had already sent them the final few sets. They did not dare to neglect it and came to my house together. After measuring the sizes, they would spare more time to make the design better. Mr. Yi, please cooperate with your wife. We will be able to complete the measurement work soon. It doesn't matter, we will cooperate with whatever you say. Yi Xian waved his hand gently, and then asked Wang Xinyao to get busy with several designers. Yeah. Mom and Dad are going to start making the wedding dress and suit. Seeing this, several little girls also jumped up and down. Their excitement was no less than Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao. Okay, you girls stop jumping around, come here and stand still, and you have to cooperate too. But before the little girls could jump a few times, they were caught by Yi Xian, who had measured their sizes. Please take the trouble to measure these little guys as well. Yi Xian then smiled and looked at several designers, asking them to measure these girls as well. Do we have to measure it too? Dad, why is this happening? That's strange, Dad. This is obviously your wedding, right? The little guys were very puzzled. They looked at Yi Xian with wide eyes, not knowing what was going on. What? At our wedding, you little guys won't want dresses? Yi Xian explained with a smile, and the little guys also understood. So it's ours. That's great. Dad, then we have to be very pretty, like the little princess in the fairy tale, can we? That's right. I want a very fine and exquisite set. Can it have gold inlays on it? All of a sudden, the girls became more excited than each other. After knowing that the dresses were made for them, they all clamored for better looking styles. Haha, you guys aren't the protagonists, so it doesn't matter. Can't you just be casual? It was fun to see the little ones like this. Yi Xian smiled and shook his head, teasing them. Why? The girls had many ideas about the dresses in their minds just now, but they were interrupted by Yi Xian's words. But unfortunately, what Yi Xian said was not wrong. The children couldn't find any excuse for a moment, so they all pouted and looked at Yi Xian aggrievely. Why is this, Dad? Why can we just be casual? We want to look better too. Dad is a bad guy, ignore him. On this side, Yi Xian's phone rang, so he picked up the phone and answered it. Why are you here too? After hanging up the phone for a while, Yi Xian frowned slightly, looking somewhat surprised. Okay, you just got off the plane, right? I'll have Longya pick you up right now. In the end, Yi Xian hung up the phone, waved to Longshi, who was standing beside him, and talked to him briefly about the matter. Okay, brother Yi, I'll go right away. After Longya learned about this, his expression froze for a moment, and then he turned and walked outside. Hey, Ryuya? Where are you going in such a hurry? Long Ling, who was standing by, saw Longshi walking quickly outside and was also confused, so he stepped forward and asked. I'm going to pick up an old acquaintance, you'll know in a moment. Facing Long Ling's curious eyes, Longshi did not choose to answer, but kept it in suspense. After a mysterious smile, he continued to walk outside. All right. Since Longshi said so, Long Ling did not continue asking, but just muttered a few words in his heart. He was actually playing secrets with him, and it was the same whether he asked or not. After walking around the house alone, Long Ling felt bored and simply found a few little ones watching TV on the sofa. Sister Long Ling, you are blocking us. As Long Ling walked in front of the little girls, the view of the TV in front of them was blocked. They looked at Long Ling with a smile in confusion. Sister Long Ling, your smile looks so strange, what do you want to do? This TV cartoon is boring. I, your sister Long Ling, will show you a bigger world. Do you want to take a look? Long Ling's smile grew even wider as he started his own pyramid scheme to a few young guys who were new to the world. Do you guys really want to learn finance from me, your sister? Do you want to be like me and make millions every minute? Do you want to be able to control the entire situation in a single thought and make everyone admire you? It must be said that Long Ling is really capable. His short speech was full of passion and emotion, and he almost blew up the financial industry. The girls opened their mouths wide, stunned for a moment, and finally agreed immediately under Long Ling's unquestionable gaze. Okay. We want to learn. That's amazing. Sister Long, please teach us. Finance is so interesting. I must learn it. At this moment, Long Ling felt so comfortable in his heart. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the girls with admiring expressions, with a smug smile on his face. Chapter 364 Newcomer. Hey, okay then, I'll teach you right away. Then, Long Ling also sat on the sofa, turned off the TV, and seriously told the children a lot of basic financial knowledge, and tried to use words that were easy to understand. Although the little ones were only half comprehending the knowledge, which was not something they should understand and learn at this age, they still listened with great interest. This dragon spirit is really capable of causing trouble. Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao were sitting on the other side, and they also found it funny to see Long Ling acting like a child king. Actually it's not impossible to let the kids learn a little bit. With a smile, Wang Xinyao thought this was pretty good. Although the knowledge was difficult, it was just common sense and these little ones should be able to understand it. Okay, let them do what they want. Xinyao, let's go cook. After glancing at the time, Yi Xian stood up and stretched. It was already time for dinner, so he pulled Wang Xinyao into the kitchen and started cooking. Alas, there will be another trouble soon. While the two were still busy, Yi Xian thought of Longya who had just left, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Well, what's the trouble? Wang Xinyao was washing vegetables and looked at Yi Xian in confusion, not quite understanding what he said. Oh, outside. Yi Xian tilted his chin towards the outside, and Wang Xinyao also heard Long Ling who was still promoting his financial knowledge, and she also had a general idea in her mind. Honey, this is actually pretty good. Wang Xinyao tucked her hair and smiled slightly. She found it quite interesting. After all, after Long Ling came over, he was indeed like a little happy pill, and the children liked him very much. Xinyao, you still don't understand them. Yi Xian at the side smiled and sighed, then began to busy himself with the current affairs. However, while the cooking was still in full swing in the kitchen, Long Ling outside did not feel tired at all. She was still passionately teaching the little ones financial knowledge, and even scaring them from time to time. Did you understand what my sister said about stocks? Even a change of 1 percentage point will cause a complete storm. Back then, your sister Long Ling was a top-notch trader. No little movement could escape my eyes. If you want to be as powerful as your sister Long Ling, you better listen carefully. As he spoke, Long Ling looked at the admiring and serious expressions of these little guys, enjoying this feeling very much. His voice became more powerful, and the gestures he made with his hands also dazzled the little guys. On the other side, inside the airport, a girl was walking outside carrying a small and exquisite box. From her sleepy eyes and the pink eye mask hanging on her forehead that she had not yet taken off, it was clear that she had just woken up from a sleep during the flight. The girl has a petite figure, and the small tiger teeth at the corners of her mouth match her delicate face, which makes her look particularly good and quirky. But when you look into her eyes, you can feel an indescribable horror. In these beautiful and spiritual pupils, you can feel madness and a chill in your spine. Behind this harmless appearance, no one knows how much energy this girl contains, and how many terrifying thoughts are contained in the head supported by that petite and cute body. After skipping out of the airport, the girl's sleepy eyes became refreshed the moment she laid eyes on Longya. Longya, you're here too. Let's go find our master. The girl trotted over to Longya who was leaning against the side of the car, handed the small box in her hand to Longya, and greeted him with a smile. Why did you come here from abroad? Longya took the box helplessly, and looking at Long Yin like this, he couldn't help but ask a question. Also? After grasping this word, Long Ling's mouth curled up, and he became a little confused, and continued to ask in surprise. Besides me, who else? Long Shi smiled and said nothing. He just opened the trunk, threw Long Yin's small box in, and opened the back door. Don't ask me that. Let's go. I'll have a big surprise for you when we get there. Big surprise? Long Yin stared at Long Shi with a smile, and immediately became energetic. She rubbed her little hands and started asking more questions. Did you guys organize a welcome ceremony for me? Longya rolled his eyes, ignored Long Yin, opened the driver's door and sat in. Feeling embarrassed, Long Yin had no choice but to get on the car, but he was still mumbling to himself. Longya, is the master still as cold and icy as before? You have to give me some precautions. Has master changed at all? Oh right. You don't know yet. I've been fighting with several top hackers from abroad for a while now, and I don't have much time to come and see master. Will he beat me up later? Also, where does master live now? Is the house big? Has he left a room for me? While driving, a hint of bitterness appeared on Longya's lips. This girl is exactly the same as before, still a chatterbox. After his previous experiences of getting along with her, Longya knew very well that he couldn't answer any of this girl's words now, otherwise it would really be endless. Humph. I don't know if the master has changed, but you are still as cold as ever. After talking for a long time, Long Yin saw that Long Shi, who was driving, was just whistling and never paying attention to him. Then he pursed his lips in grievance, snorted, and stopped talking. There was no conversation along the way. Longya quickly drove the car to the door of the villa, and the two got out of the car together. Looking at the villa in front of him, Long Yin nodded with satisfaction. Now he had a place to stay, so he carried his small box and followed Long Shi to the door. Just as they reached the door, Yi Xian, who heard the sound of a car, came out and opened the door, bumping into the two of them. "Hey, long time no see, master." Having not seen Yi Xian for a long time, Long Yin was still a little nervous and quickly greeted Yi Xian with a smile. "Come on, come in." Unexpectedly, Yi Xian also smiled and replied in a gentle voice. But even such a simple smile was far from the mark in Long Yin's eyes. His own master actually smiled. Chapter 365 Enemy. Am I still dreaming? Is this a fake? This is not my master at all? Suddenly, Long Yin froze in place, his mind started to wander, and finally he walked in tremblingly under Longshi's half-smiley eyes. But as soon as he walked in and put down the box, Long Yin saw an even more unacceptable scene. On the sofa, Long Ling was still talking about financial knowledge with a few little ones. She seemed so engrossed in her study that she ignored Long Yin, who had just walked in. "Why the hell are you here too?" Long Yin felt like he was going crazy. He stared at Long Ling and the little guys with more and more doubts in his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "No. Forget about you being here, but when did you give birth to 5 children?" Long Ling was speechless after hearing Long Yin's words. She also looked at Long Yin in surprise. She never expected that she was the one who came. "What? This belongs to master, how can it be mine?" After the air was silent for about 2 or 3 seconds, Long Ling quickly shook his head and looked innocently at Yi Xian, who was standing beside him. "What? Master gave birth to me." Boom! In an instant, Long Ling's words made Long Yin's head buzz. He turned his head and looked at his master Yi Xian, his small eyes filled with doubts. "What happened to this day? I just came back for a good trip, but why am I surprised by everything?" It would be fine if he could see Long Ling, but when did master have these little girls? Yi Xian's eyes also revealed helplessness. What does it mean that he gave birth to his own child? Could it be that none of these guys could speak properly? "Hello, sister." When the little guys saw Long Yin, they also jumped down from the sofa enthusiastically, stood in front of Long Yin and introduced themselves. "Hey, hello everyone, I'm your senior sister Long Yin, nice to meet you." Long Yin looked at the cute and polite children and a sweet smile appeared on her face. She then introduced herself. "Xinyao, this is Long Yin, one of my former apprentices. I won't tell you about his occupation because it's not very glorious to mention it." Seeing this, Yi Xian introduced Long Yin to Wang Xinyao, but did not mention his occupation. "Ah. Master, I was just a hacker for a while." "Do you really have to say that about me?" Long Yin puffed up his lips angrily and started to babble back at this moment. "Master, I am now a staff member, helping to strengthen China's network defense wall. No matter what, I am just a skilled worker who silently contributes behind the scenes. How can it be said that I am not allowed to see the light of day?" Seeing Long Yin jumping up and down and looking aggrieved, Yi Xian laughed even more, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Wang Xinyao beside him and said, "Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. This is my wife, Wang Xinyao. You two know each other now." "Hey, hello, master's wife." Long Yin chuckled, walked up to Wang Xinyao enthusiastically, and started calling her master's wife. "Okay, go sit down and rest for a while. We still have to continue cooking. You can come and eat later." Yi Xian watched Long Yin and Wang Xinyao getting along very well, smiled and nodded, greeted them, and then returned to the kitchen with Wang Xinyao. "Great, just in time for dinner." Long Yin chuckled and looked at the little girls beside her mischievously, because they were her master's daughters and her own junior sisters. She immediately had a strong liking for them and was ready to go over and play with them for a while. "Come on. Let's continue. Sister Long Ling will continue to teach you financial knowledge. Don't be distracted." At this time, Long Ling started teaching finance to the children again, and Long Yin watched from the side for a while. After hearing Long Ling talking about these financial knowledge, Long Yin's eyelids began to twitch after a while. His eyeballs rolled around, and then he looked at the little guys with a smile. "Do you want Sister Long Yin to teach you how to use computers?" When the little guys heard what Long Yin said, their attention shifted to Long Yin. This gave Long Yin some room to display his abilities. He grinned and started his own unique pyramid scheme, speaking seriously. "Ahem. My little junior sisters, although you are still young, you must know that this is an era with advanced internet. If you master the internet, you will master everything. As long as you learn from me, your sister, you will be the king of the internet world in the future. Maybe you can do many things without leaving your home. This is amazing. Those codes and symbols are hard to understand, but I believe in you. You are so smart, you can do it. Just think about it. In the future, you will only need to tap a few keys to control the situation and change the world. This is so cool. When the little ones heard this, they didn't understand a thing. After all, they only knew that computers were used to look up information and play games, and they couldn't understand its other uses. Compared to the confused girls, Long Ling next to them was furious. What the hell? Not only did you come here without saying a word, but you even came to steal my limelight. Hey, Long Yin, I feel more and more that you are a dishonest person. You always insist on first come first served. Besides, why don't you teach these useless things? What else can you do besides causing trouble on the internet? Long Lingqi looked at Long Yin with anger and retorted without any hesitation. What? You still have the nerve to criticize me. You are a woman who only cares about money. You don't have any thoughts of your own at all. And Long Yin was getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. What did her, Long Ling, have to do with her? So she started targeting Long Ling. Don't think you can be the best in the world just because you know a little about finance. If I want to, I can make you feel the terror of a top hacker in a minute. Are you threatening me? Do you mean to hack into my account? Oh, if you think like that, then I can't help you, but it's really easy to deal with you. Humph. If you have the guts, just try it. I don't believe you can do it. For a moment, Long Ling and Long Yin were like sodium and water colliding together. A fierce quarrel was about to break out and there was no way to stop it. Oh no! Why are Sister Long Ling and Sister Long Yin arguing? The little guys looked at the two of them eagerly, knowing that something was not right. Seeing that the situation was not good, they ran away quickly and went into the kitchen in a flash. Dad, something bad has happened. Sister Long Ling and Sister Long Yin are arguing. Go check it out. The children gently tugged at the corner of Yi Xian's clothes and looked outside anxiously. Now there was no choice but to let Yi Xian go out and take a look. I'll go right away. Yi Xian nodded coldly, then put down what he was doing and rushed outside. Sure enough, when Yi Xian came out, the two were still arguing, both with red faces and thick necks. No one noticed when Yi Xian came out, and they didn't even know that the little guys beside him had slipped away. That's enough. Yi Xian stood behind the two men and shouted, then grabbed the back of their collars and walked to the door. After opening the door, he kicked each of them out. You two should reflect on your mistakes. Come back when you have reflected on them. After saying that, Yi Xian slammed the door shut and sighed helplessly. He really had no way to deal with these two people. Chapter 366, Annoyed. See, now it's all right, you pissed off the master. Long Yin brushed the dust off his body and looked at Long Ling beside him unhappily. He felt so aggrieved. He had just arrived and had already gotten into such trouble. Humph. You're still blaming me. It's you who's been nagging the girls to learn computer. You're still talking about me, you greedy ghost. At this moment, they were thrown out, staring at each other outside, still continuing to bicker. After a few words, they snorted coldly, turned their heads and ignored each other. Here, the girls saw that their two elder sisters Long were missing, so they all rushed into the kitchen to help their parents cook. Mom and Dad, let us help you. Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao, who were busy, turned their heads and looked at the little guys tiptoeing in, and a doting smile immediately appeared on their faces. Ha, isn't that right? Now you should learn how to cook. Yi Xian happily touched the heads of the little guys and couldn't help but think of Long Ling and Long Yin outside. Dad is telling you guys, don't listen to your two Long sisters' nonsense. They say one thing after another, but they don't even know the basic life skills. Hearing this, Wang Xinyao, who was busy nearby, immediately covered her mouth and smiled, and several little ones nodded in empathy. After all, the delicious food Long Ling prepared last time allowed them to deeply experience what darkness is. Come on, just stand by and watch Daddy cook. Cooking is actually not difficult. You will learn it just by watching. Okay. The girls nodded, then stood beside Yi Xian with great interest, watching Yi Xian's operations attentively. Afterwards, Yi Xian still worked so skillfully that the kitchen was suddenly filled with fragrance. Okay, the meal is ready, let's take it out. Yi Xian wiped off some oil stains that splashed on the stove, and then a few little guys carefully brought out the prepared dishes and placed them on the dining table. Outside, Long Ling and Long Yin still ignored each other, but suddenly they smelled the tempting aroma of food coming from the house. Master has prepared the food. Long Ling shuddered, and after a long silence, he finally couldn't help but looked weakly at Long Yin beside him. Well, eating is the most important thing, why don't we just forget about it this time? Good. Long Yin nodded heavily. When he smelled the aroma of the food, his stomach started to growl. Now that Long Ling said this, there was no need to worry about it anymore. Then let's go. They looked at each other and nodded. The two people who were still disdainful of each other the previous second now didn't care about anything and walked in hand. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Yi Xian coming out of the kitchen carrying hot soup. They scratched their heads awkwardly and smiled sheepishly. Master. Okay, let's eat first. How could Yi Xian not understand these two greedy cats, so he stopped talking and waved to them to come over and eat first. But it's funny to think about it, a delicious meal can make these two guys stop fighting and make peace. It can be said that there is a way to deal with people. Great. Let's eat. This time, Long Yin was even more excited than Long Ling. She hadn't tasted Yi Xian's cooking for a long time, and now she couldn't control herself anymore. Afterwards, everyone sat down and enjoyed the delicious meal while chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. After finishing his meal, Long Ling lay contentedly on the sofa to rest and took out his cell phone to see a message he had received before. This is nothing else but the matter about the oil field. I need to discuss it with those bosses. After seeing this news, Long Ling had no time to rest anymore. He stood up and came to Yi Xian and briefly told him about the matter. Master, I have to go out for a while. I need to go over to attend a meeting regarding the oil field. Okay, go ahead. Yi Xian nodded, feeling quite at ease. As long as either Long Ling or Long Yin was not around, he would feel much quieter. Hey, go ahead. Long Yin was also delighted to hear the news, and then hugged the little ones around her and rubbed their little faces affectionately. You are mine now. Wait, today Sister Long Yin must show you what true strength is. After that, Long Yin quickly took out his computer and opened it to show it in front of the little guys. After turning on the computer, it did not enter the system, but entered a black selection interface. This was an independent system built by Long Yin himself, specifically for his own use. The children found it very novel. After all, they can't see these things when they are using computers. Junior sisters, don't blink, watch carefully next. Ever since Long Yin turned on the laptop, he seemed like a different person. His nimble little hands began to dance on the keyboard. On the computer screen, countless codes began to scroll across the screen, and soon the satellite images overhead were acquired, enough to clearly see Long Ling walking outside. As soon as the children saw Sister Long Ling's shadow appear on the screen, they immediately became excited and recalled Long Yin's operation in disbelief. They wondered how she could have done this with just a few random clicks on the keyboard. But this is not the end yet. Long Yin input a few lines of code again, and the satellite screen immediately locked onto Long Ling. There was no need to switch screens or control. It was like watching every move of Long Ling from a god's perspective. How's it going? Isn't it great? Long Yin looked at his masterpiece with pride, and before the little guys could say anything, his fingers started tapping the keyboard violently again, and more shocking scenes appeared before his eyes. With just a computer, Long Yin demonstrated to several little ones how to control public facilities such as street lights and other fancy operations. Of course, these operations were all carried out in some remote and deserted places and did not affect the order in reality. These scenes really opened the eyes of the little ones. They never thought that so many incredible and extraordinary operations could be performed just on a computer. Sister Long Yin, you were so amazing, how did you do this? Wow! It's amazing that this is possible. Chapter 367 Study. Sister Long Yin, you are absolutely my idol. It turns out you didn't lie to us just now. The more surprised the little guys looked at this moment, the more proud Long Yin felt in his heart. He gently stroked the enter key of the keyboard and looked at the little guys with shining eyes. How about it? Do you want to learn? A few little ones were about to excitedly express that they wanted to learn, but suddenly they recalled what Yi Xian had said to them. After hesitating for a while, they shook their heads. No, Dad said before that Sister Long Yin doesn't even know the most basic life skills. That's right, Sister Long Ling is the same. The food she cooked last time was really terrible. Yeah, we still want to learn life skills first, not these fancy things. Long Yin was originally very excited and prepared to continue showing off himself and then teach these little guys something, but he was choked by what the little guys said. The corners of his mouth twitched helplessly and he was speechless at the moment. Now thinking back to what the little guy said, Longing began to fall into deep self-doubt. Even if he wanted to refute, he felt that he didn't have the confidence. Because I really don't know anything except computers. On the other side, Longling also arrived at the meeting place smoothly. Several CEOs had been waiting for him at the door for a long time. After seeing Longling get off the car, they hurriedly came up to greet him respectfully. "Hello, Miss Longling, it's great that you can come here in person. We are really flattered. Thank you for troubling you, Miss Longling. Please come in, Miss Longling. We are all waiting for you." Finally, surrounded by a group of CEOs, Longling also walked into the conference room and sat in the most honorable position in the middle. "Ms. Longling, we are here this time because, as you know, this oil field is also a big project. I wonder if it is inconvenient for you to manage it here. We are also very worried." "That's right, but we have already discussed it. Several of our companies can merge together to form a project team to help you manage this oil field project. But don't worry, Miss Longling. The final decision on this matter is still in your hands. As long as you think we have done something wrong, we can withdraw at any time and bear all the costs of breach of contract." Sitting down at this time, the bosses all started talking about the management of the oil field, but their gestures and tones were quite polite. "That's the best. I can promise you that I'll let you manage it. As for drafting the contract, you can decide. I'll just do it when I think it's appropriate." After thinking about it for a while, Longling immediately decided to let these CEOs take over the management. This was definitely not a bad thing for them. First of all, these bosses all have considerable strength under their command, and the merged management can also enable them to supervise each other. So refreshing. Miss Longling is so refreshing. Thank you so much, Miss Longling. It's really troublesome for you to come all the way here just for such a small matter. Okay. Since you said so, Miss Long, we will definitely do our best. The final right of interpretation is always in your hands. If you are not satisfied at all, we are at your disposal at any time." Several bosses were delighted when they heard this. This was truly a smooth process that they had not expected. They were extremely excited and wanted their assistants to draft the contract on the spot. After all, this is an oil field project. Even if they are just managing it on behalf of the company, there will definitely be oil and water, and a lot of it. But no matter how much benefit can be achieved, it is not the most important thing. Even if there is no benefit at all, they are willing to do it. Mr. Yi is behind this. If they can do this well, it will be equivalent to establishing a good relationship with Mr. Yi and leaving a good impression. This is the most important thing. Things were developing in the direction they had hoped for most. Several CEOs were even more enthusiastic about Longling. One of them immediately took out a diamond card from his bag and respectfully presented it to Longling with both hands. "Ms. Longling, thank you for your support. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. This is the Supreme Diamond card for my golf course. If you are interested, you can come and try it. I guarantee you will be satisfied with all aspects of the service. This boss owns a golf course. As for this diamond card, only true VIPs are eligible to get it. They can enjoy supreme treatment in his golf course. The diamond card sparkles with brilliant light. Although it is just a thin card, it exudes a noble aura. Okay, I'll take it then." Longling nodded without saying anything polite, then she took the diamond card and put it into her bag. After that, everyone discussed some details, and finally, Longling left with the respectful farewell of all the bosses. On the way back, Longling strolled leisurely around the street and brought a lot of delicious food for the children before returning to the villa. "Little girls, your sister Longling is back." As soon as she entered the door, Longling came to the little ones with a smile and shook her bulging bag. "Sister Longling also brought you some delicious food, you can choose for yourselves." "Great. Sister Longling is the best." Hearing that there was something delicious to eat, the little ones all hugged Longling affectionately and then started rummaging through her bag, which contained some desserts and snacks, all of which were their favorite foods. "Hey! What is this? It's so pretty." However, at this moment, Yishi reached out and took out the diamond card from her bag and looked at it curiously. "You High Golf Course Supreme Diamond card, with this card you can enjoy all priority services." Yishi whispered the words on the back of the card, and the other little guys also came over. After looking at it for a while, they suddenly became interested and all looked eagerly at Yi Xian who was sitting next to them. Dad, Sister Longling's card is free to play, can we go and play? I really want to go, Dad. We haven't even been to the golf course yet. Dad, you're the best. Can you take us out to play? With their entire attention attracted by the golf course, the little ones no longer cared about other snacks and instead clamored to go play on the golf course. No, you haven't studied yet today, you have to go study first. Yi Xian shook his head. He said that he couldn't just let these girls play around all day. They had to study when it was time to study. Chapter 368, It's Too Big. Ah. But Dad, we really want to go. After being rejected by Yi Xian, the children still wanted to go, and one by one they went into Yi Xian's arms to vent their anger. Yi Xian suddenly laughed, wondering why the little guys were suddenly interested in golf again, and then said with some regret, "Well, I was planning on taking you skydiving after you finish reading." Ah. Skydiving. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, several little guys got up and instantly became energetic. They excitedly pulled Yi Xian and rushed towards the study. "Dad, let's go now." "Yeah, Daddy's with us." "We are very good, Dad, but you have to promise us." Yi Xian smiled and nodded, then he took the little ones to the study and started reading with them. During this period, the children were just trying to cope with things at first, and then they could have a good time. However, as Yi Xian told them some ancient poems and classical Chinese texts, interspersed with many allusions, this teaching method of quoting from classics not only did not make the children feel boring, but the more they listened, the more interesting it became. Later on, the little ones were so fascinated by the talk that they had already immersed themselves in the ocean of knowledge and had forgotten about going out to play. When he finally walked out of the study, Yi Xian looked at the time and felt that time passed so quickly. He smiled at the little ones. "It's a little late today. Dad will take you there tomorrow. How about you take a good rest today?" "Good." The little guys nodded obediently, feeling a little tired. At night, after Longyin had washed up, she looked at the little ones who were yawning from time to time. Her cute looks made her love them so much that she immediately prepared to grab them and sleep together. "No. We want to sleep with Daddy." But the girls didn't give Longyin any face at all. They hugged Yi Xian, who had changed into his pajamas, tightly and refused to sleep with Longyin no matter what. "Oh. All right then." Seeing this, Longyin was helpless and had to return to his room in a huff, covered himself with a quilt and fell asleep. The next morning, the children got up early as usual. After having breakfast, the helicopter arrived outside the villa on time. Excitedly boarding the helicopter, the children couldn't help but get excited as they listened to the sound of the wings rubbing against the air. They couldn't wait to experience the joy of skydiving. "Girls, look at Daddy here. Before you parachute, you have to learn how to use this thing." After putting parachute bags on the little ones, Yi Xian began to demonstrate how to use the parachute to the children and Long Ling and Long Yin. "Listen to me, skydiving is fun, but it is also dangerous, so you have to be serious." After saying this, Yi Xian picked up a parachute bag and began to explain to the crowd the precautions and standard methods of use. After trying it several times personally, the children and others also understood how to use it. After confirming that it was correct, Yi Xian finally felt relieved. However, since the little ones are going to dance along, Yi Xian will naturally not be unprepared. He has arranged everything in advance to prevent any unexpected situations, so he is not worried about anything going on. The girls, carrying their parachute bags, were in high spirits and began to discuss where they should land. "If we want to land, why don't we go to the suburbs? It's more spacious there." "Yes, definitely not in the city, but also not in places with lots of trees. It seems there is a grassland scenic spot nearby, where can we go?" Yi Xian listened to the children discussing for a long time, but they still had no idea, so he rubbed their little faces happily. "Don't you guys want to go play ball? We can land at the stadium, it's a good place." "Yes." After hearing this, the little guys suddenly understood and agreed immediately. Soon, after making the final preparations, everyone set off together and boarded the helicopter parked outside. After closing the cabin door, the helicopter quickly flew into the air. The children gathered together looking outside and cheered happily on the plane. After a while, the helicopter arrived above the golf course, and the cabin door opened immediately, and a strong airflow blew towards everyone. However, after the plane stabilized and hovered in the airflow became much smaller, and now it was time to skydive. "Okay, now we can skydive. Who's going to be the first?" After Yi Xian confirmed that all protective measures were correct, he looked at everyone in the cabin with a smile. Although the little guys were very excited, this was their first time after all, and everyone's attention shifted to Long Ling in an instant. Ah! Why are you all looking at me? Long Ling let out an innocent cry. At this moment, not only the little guys, but even Long Yin, Yi Xian and others were looking at her. Okay, doesn't this mean I trust you? Go up and set an example. Yi Xian covered his mouth and smiled, his chin tilted towards the open cabin door. Long Ling was also helpless, so he took a deep breath, walked to the cabin door step by step, and bravely took a look outside. Oh my god! In an instant, Long Ling saw the wide golf course below, but still felt the absolute height realistically. He felt dizzy and grabbed the cabin door tightly with both hands and quickly closed his eyes. After hesitating for a while, Long Ling still didn't dare to open his eyes, let alone jump down. He already felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had known earlier, he should not have joined in the fun. Okay, forget it if you don't dare to jump, just come back. Yi Xian looked helpless and asked Long Ling to come back, but a malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master, you still love me? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Long Ling immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He let go of his hand and was about to turn around, but was kicked down hard by Yi Xian. Ah! Long Ling screamed first and felt the adrenaline in her body surge at that moment, and she immediately realized what was going on. After a brief silence, a heart-wrenching sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Master! I hate you! Ah, this! Longing behind him swallowed his saliva, thinking back to the kick just now, and thought that this was somewhat of a personal grudge. Dad! I'm a little scared too. Then Yi Shi looked forward. The height made her face pale. She also felt scared. She quickly hid in Yi Xian's arms and held Yi Xian tightly. Dad, please don't kick me. Seeing Yi Shi looking at him pitifully, Yi Xian suddenly laughed, then picked up Yi Shi and said with a big laugh. Ha, then come on, Daddy will dance with you. After saying that, Yi Xian rushed out holding Yi Shi in his arms. Seeing the different scenes before and after, others also found it funny. Wow, this is a classic double standard. Dad, wait for me. I want to come too. Woohoo! Time to skydive. Seeing that Yi Xian and Yi Shi had already jumped down, the other little guys became much braver and jumped down one after another carrying their parachute bags. Feeling the sense of weightlessness brought by free fall, the children were not afraid at all. They just looked around the scenery with their little eyes through goggles and cheered in the air. Ha ha ha! This is so cool! We are flying! Skydiving is so exciting, I will come again in the future. Dad, wait for us, we are going to catch up with you. Suddenly, the children's cheers filled the entire sky. They flapped their hands and imagined themselves as birds, flying freely among the blue sky and white clouds. Okay, you can open the parachute. After playing for a while, Yi Xian, who was the first to carry Yi Shi down, reminded everyone. The children in Long Yin and Wang Xinya all reacted and opened their parachute bags one by one. Everything went smoothly. We saw groups of parachute bags of different colors rising in the air. Everyone was also carried upwards by the airflow and lifted a little bit higher. It was even more exciting. After that, the parachute slowly became stable in the air, the children's vision became more stable, the feeling of weightlessness was suddenly reduced a lot, and they began to look up, down, left and right about themselves. Dad! You're right underneath me. Yi Jing excitedly watched the parachute open to her lower left. Yi Xian, who was still holding Yi Shi, waved excitedly. We all saw it, too. It was so much fun. The other little guys also discovered each other and began to twist their bodies, trying to get closer to each other, making Wang Xinyao and Long Yin at the top couldn't help laughing out loud. The actions of these little guys are so funny and hilarious. If conditions permit, I would like to take pictures for them to see for themselves. While cheering, playing and enjoying the scenery, everyone was getting closer and closer to the ground. They were all making preparations according to the method Yi Xian had taught them earlier. Now it was time to land. Here, many dignitaries who were playing golf on the ground also noticed this scene. They all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the series of parachutes in the sky in confusion. It was really strange. This was not their first time to play ball here, and they had never heard of such a thing. They started discussing it in confusion. Who is it? Parachuting down from a helicopter, this is too crazy. Is this a new addition to the golf course? I've never heard of it before. Who are these people? They are so grand and showy. Chapter 369 Play. Here, the manager of the stadium also saw several parachutes slowly descending overhead. His expression gradually became one of surprise. He looked up blankly and took a deep breath in disbelief. Oh my God! What on earth is going on? He had been in this stadium for quite a while, but he had never seen anything like this. He couldn't calm down, so he quickly walked to the office behind him and told the chairman about it. What the hell? A parachute! After the boss heard the manager's report, he almost choked on the tea in his mouth and passed out. His head was buzzing. How could they play like this? Let's go! Let's go out and take a look. Looking at each other, neither the CEO nor the manager could explain the matter clearly. Even if someone wanted to skydive here, as the responsible persons, they should not be unaware of this matter. The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. They could only walk outside to see who was landing. Meanwhile, everyone has landed safely one after another. The children had a lot of fun in the air and are now clamoring to play again. Okay girls, hurry up and fold up your parachutes according to what Daddy taught you. Yi Xian walked over with a smile, helped the little ones untie the parachute bags on their backs, and watched them put the parachutes together by themselves. At this moment, Longya and Tang Hao were skillfully folding the parachutes in the back, and soon they had put everyone's parachute bags together. Dad, can we do this again? This is really fun. Reluctantly, the children watched Longsher Tang Hao pack up the parachute bag. They were still a little unsatisfied and looked at Yi Xian eagerly. The experience of flying freely in the blue sky and taking in the beautiful scenery under the sky is something the children have never experienced before. All they want in their minds now is to experience it again. Okay, you guys want to play golf, right? We'll talk about skydiving next time. Well, alright then. The children were a little disappointed, but were also very interested in golf, so they pursed their lips and nodded. At this moment, the manager of the stadium also hurried over and saw Long Ling, who was complaining about Yi Xian's kick just now. It's you, Miss Long Ling. When he saw the familiar figure, the boss was stunned at first, thinking that this person is really not an ordinary person, even the way he appeared is so unusual. Indeed, not many people can parachute to play golf on the golf course, but if it was Miss Long Ling, the boss would not think it was so strange. Oh my! Miss Long Ling, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming over to play so that I could prepare in advance? After the boss recovered from his surprise, he quickly trotted over to Long Ling enthusiastically and respectfully. At this moment, the boss was very happy. He had given the diamond card last time, but he didn't expect the other party to come. Who knew that he would come so soon? Thinking of this, the boss's smile became even warmer. Maybe if others invited Long Ling would not respond, but now he actually came to his place on his own initiative. It's okay. In fact, I made the decision to come here suddenly. I didn't have time, so I didn't tell him. Long Ling waved his hands. Seeing the boss coming, he forced himself to calm down from the shock. By the way, Miss Long Ling, who is this? The boss nodded, then looked at Yi Xian next to Long Ling. He didn't know who this person was, but judging from his temperament, he was probably not an ordinary person. This is my master Yi Xian, who you usually call Mr. Yi. Long Ling smiled and briefly introduced Yi Xian to the boss, but didn't go into detail about other things. This is Mr. Yi. After knowing Yi Xian's identity, the boss's mouth twitched suddenly, and his heart was suddenly surging. So you are Mr. Yi. I have heard of you for a long time. He didn't expect that there was such a person among the people who came with Long Ling. He walked up respectfully and greeted him politely. However, while a few people were talking, the dignitaries in the distance were also looking at this side, and they were also shocked. The boss of this stadium is a well-known figure in Tianjin, but no one has ever seen him be so respectful to anyone. They all exclaimed and looked at Yi Xian, Long Ling, and others. What's going on? Who on earth is so respectful to even the boss? And he even parachuted here from a helicopter. How grand is this display, and it's in the boss's place. I didn't think clearly about who the other party was. Instead of being angry, the boss was so humble. None of these dignitaries could figure out the reason. Yi Xian, Long Ling, and others looked too young, so they could not understand the boss's behavior. However, although everyone's hearts were filled with doubts, no one dared to step forward to ask. They just stared from afar with wide eyes, with mixed guesses in their minds. Ahem, forget about the polite words, just arrange a place for us. After a few pleasantries, Long Ling coughed lightly, and then asked the boss to arrange a place for them. Okay, Miss Long Ling, don't worry, I will definitely arrange the best venue for you and Mr. Yi. The boss dared not neglect such an important figure, and immediately led everyone to a spacious and quiet place nearby. In addition to the golf equipment filling the shelves, there are also rest areas for everyone, and even an outdoor swimming pool and a 2-story exquisite pavilion, which is unmatched by any other venue. How about Mr. Yi, Miss Long Ling, are you satisfied here? After the boss and everyone arrived here, he was still very polite and his service attitude was as welcoming as ever, and it has not changed all the way until now. Yes, here it is. Yi Xian picked up a golf club from the shelf and swung it in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. These are the most advanced equipment and instruments in the field of golf. They feel comfortable in the hands and their appearance is also quite exquisite. Dad, we want to play too. The little guys were already drooling over the golf clubs on the shelf. When they saw Yi Xian holding them and playing with them, they ran over too. Okay, I'll give it to you guys to play with. Chapter 370, Wasting Energy. With a smile on his face, Yi Xian handed the golf club in his hand to the little guys. For a moment, the little guys stared at the golf club handed to them by Yi Xian without blinking. Looking at the white club that was shining with metallic texture in the sun, they all wanted to take it and swing it well. It looks great. Is this what we use to play ball? Sister Jingjing let me touch it too, I like it so much. Dad, do you know how to play golf? Can you teach us how to play? The children were talking to each other, extremely excited. They were very interested in the different models of golf clubs and wanted to try swinging and hitting the ball themselves. Of course, Dad can do it. I'll teach you later. It's actually very simple. But this club is still too heavy for you. Dad will find you something lighter. Having said this, Yi Xian also found some women's golf clubs from the shelf, and tried to choose some small ones with appropriate weight, and handed them to the little ones. After picking up the golf clubs that suited them, the children instantly felt the weight and feel of the clubs in their hands were much more comfortable. Yi Xian also began to give them some basic knowledge about golf. Girls, as you can see, golf is a sport with a relatively high entry threshold. It has very high requirements for equipment, and field coaches. But actually playing golf is not that difficult. First you have to learn a standard standing posture and then practice how to swing. Dad can teach you all these. But these things can't be learned in a day or two. You must be patient. Do you understand? Yeah. Dad, we get it. At this time, several little guys stood in a row with their golf clubs in their hands, listening to Yi Xian's teaching meticulously, and were eager to try and gently swing their golf clubs. Forehead. Long Yin was choosing a golf club that suited him. When he saw Yi Xian explaining the basic knowledge of golf to a few little ones, his eyelids couldn't help twitching. My goodness, Master has changed so much, he is completely different from what I remember. Ah, this is indeed the difference. Looking at Yi Xian's warm and gentle smile, and his patience when teaching the little ones, Long Yin felt even more helpless. It was obviously not like this when my master taught me. Afterwards, after everyone was ready, they were divided into 2 groups. Yi Xian led a few little ones to practice, while Longshi and Tang Hao were responsible for Wang Xinyo and others. Well, you guys are making great progress. After a long time, Yi Xian looked at the girls in front of him who had already mastered the standing posture and swing, and was surprised at the speed of their progress. Dad, can we go compete with Sister Longyin Longling? The girls were delighted when they heard this, and their eyes immediately glanced at Long Ling and Long Yin on the other side. Okay, go ahead. Yi Xian didn't say anything, and immediately smiled and agreed to the little guys. Hey, Sister Long Ling, Sister Long Yin, let's have a competition. As soon as the words fell, several little guys rushed over to the 2 of them impatiently and forced them to compete. As a result, Yi Xian and Longshi Tang Hao had some free time, but they were also happy and relaxed. They smiled as they watched the little guys and Long Ling and Long Yin compete in a relay race to see who could get into the hole at the bottom of the opposite hill first. But they were all novices, and they had only learned a standing posture and a swinging motion. The control of strength and calculation of angles were difficult to describe, and they hadn't made any progress for half a day. After watching for a while, Yi Xian and Longshi Tang Hao could not help laughing. They saw that the little guys and Long Ling and Long Yin were so exhausted in order to score this goal. They tried their best but still could not do anything. Longshi, Tang Hao, let's have a few shots too. In the end, it was really boring to watch. Yi Xian waved the club in his hand and looked at the 2 people beside him. Okay, Brother Yi, we haven't fought for a long time, it's okay to play for a while. The two then nodded in agreement, took the golf clubs to the other side, and after aiming at the hole in the distance, they made a beautiful posture, used their waists to drive their bodies, and easily hit a beautiful parabola. However, these parabolas, with precise angles and strength, easily sent the ball into each hole without any deviation. Oh my god! The few little guys in Long Ling and Long Yin, who were standing aside and were happy for finally scoring a goal, now looked towards Yi Xian and the other two. The elegant posture and superb skills of the three people immediately conquered everyone. Their eyes were wide open and they exclaimed in amazement. "Dad is so awesome! This goal was so cool! Ah! Uncle Ryuya and Uncle Tang Hao are so awesome! Master, this is too fierce!" Finally, after this wonderful performance, the eyes of the little guys in Long Ling and Long Yin were shining. They immediately gave up the rookie fight that was going on just now, and all clamored to pester Yi Xian and the other two, wanting to learn how to do what they did just now at all costs. Yi Xian and the others smiled, then divided themselves into groups and began teaching. This indeed helped the little guys in Long Ling and the others make great progress. They played like this until the sun went down and the view started to get darker, so everyone stopped. The boss also saw that the time had come and greeted Yi Xian and Long Ling with sincerity and enthusiasm. "Mr. Yi, Miss Long Ling, I have prepared a banquet. If you want to have a meal, please come and have it before leaving. The restaurant is also inside our stadium. I'll take you there. How do you think?" "Okay, then I'll trouble you, boss." Yi Xian nodded. Seeing that the other party had already prepared food and wine, he couldn't refuse and followed them to the stadium. This boss showed great sincerity, and the table full of delicious food made people salivate. And as if he knew that Yi Xian couldn't drink alcohol, he also prepared good tea and juice for the little guys. "Mr. Yi, Miss Long Ling, thank you for coming here today. I'd like to offer you a toast." At the dinner table, the boss enthusiastically served tea and bowed to Yi Xian, Long Ling, and others. Several people did not stand up, but picked up their wine glasses and took a sip. The children now have no time to care about the interests of the adults at the table. They are enjoying the delicious food on the table. They are indeed hungry today. First skydiving and then playing golf have also consumed a lot of energy. Chapter 371: A Guilty Conscience. After the meal, everyone left the golf course and returned to the villa with the boss seeing them off. At night, inside the villa, because they had just eaten and took a nap in the car on the way back, the little guys became more energetic again and were about to have some fun, but they were caught by Long Yin and Long Ling and sat next to them. The two of them had already made up their minds and decided to teach the girls all the knowledge in their respective fields. But until now, the two of them are getting along very well, and no one is targeting anyone, as if those things had never happened before. After all, they had been thrown out by their own master, and the two did not want to repeat the same mistake, so they simply made a verbal agreement in advance and even made up 3 rules: they could not interrupt when the other was speaking, and they took turns to impart knowledge to the children, etc. Now it was Long Yin's turn. She was holding her computer and demonstrating some basic operations to the little ones, while she was explaining alone. "Pay attention, I just typed a website on the keyboard. I have already taught you the prefix and suffix, don't forget them. Now I press the enter key again, and this website will load. Next, sister, I will continue to teach you a hardcore one. Open your eyes wide, I will teach you how to build your own website. First of all, you need..." Long Yin was spitting all over the mouth at this moment, and his fingers were still tapping the keyboard rapidly, but the sound was a lot quieter than before. After a while, the control was back in Long Ling's hands. The girls had just rested for a short while, and Long Ling began to tell them about financial knowledge again without getting tired of it, and this went on for several times. The little guys were quite focused at the beginning, but after a few times, they became a little tired and their attention was no longer as good as it was at the beginning. Beside them, Longshire saw that they were all sleepy because of the little girls talking, and he suddenly found it funny. He looked at Long Ling and Long Yin helplessly and said, "You two should just be quiet. Otherwise, I will teach them. Maybe they will like learning from me more." Long Ling and Long Yin immediately looked at Longshire, who was smiling at the side. An incongruous picture came to their mind and their eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. If they learn from Longya, who knows what these little guys will become? Even if they are bad, they are still practical things. If I follow you, Longshire, I will become a Barbie doll, right? What on earth are you thinking? Ahem. Longya, we're not trying to discourage you, but why don't you think about what you can teach these little guys? That's right. You're a warrior who only knows violence. What's the point of learning from you? Just stay away. Hey! If these girls learn to be like you, do you think the master will come to you? In an instant, Long Yin and Long Ling were rarely on the same page. They complained about Longshire one after another, and finally hugged the little guys tightly and glanced at him with contempt. Okay, Longya, I advise you to stop thinking about this, go away, stay aside. He. If you feel bored, why not come and listen to what we have to say? Longshire's eyes were filled with innocence when he heard this. He wanted to refute but couldn't say anything. In the end, he could only glare at Long Ling and Long Yin fiercely, then turned his head to look to the other side. He really didn't understand. One of these two guys was a network saboteur, and the other was obsessed with money. What qualifications did they have to talk about him? After a while, the little ones were really too tired. Not only did they not understand, but Long Ling and Long Yin treated them as experimental dolls as if they were competing with each other. So the little guys simply stopped learning and pulled Yi Xian, who was leisurely drinking tea, to the study room and asked Yi Xian to tell them illusions and historical stories. Now they finally became interested and listened attentively. Here, in the living room, Long Ling and Long Yin looked at the empty sofa, but once again looked at each other sharply. See, it's all your fault. You insisted on teaching us how to build a website. Now the girls think it's boring? After the two of them were silent for a while, Long Ling couldn't help it anymore, and pouted and said something to Long Yin beside her in a bad mood. Long Yin, who had been silent, felt aggrieved when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and retorted without any politeness. Humph! You're still talking about me. What are the risks and protection mechanisms of stocks? Do you think girls can understand them? I don't care. It's because of you. I was fine when you weren't here. What? If you can't do it, don't make excuses. The girls obviously want to learn computer from me. In an instant, the two started quarreling again, but whether it was Long Ling or Long Yin, their voices were very low, even quieter than their normal speaking voices. I have to admit, the scene in front of me still looks a bit funny. Long Yin and Long Ling's faces are clearly flushed, but the decibel level just can't get any higher. Of course, this was also part of the 3-chapter agreement between the two of them, but it benefited Longshire, who was standing beside them, and his stomach almost hurt from laughing. After a while, a few girls came out after reading, stretched themselves, and didn't want to do anything today. They just wanted to have some fun before going to bed. So after searching around the room for a while, the little guys finally found a few brand new decks of playing cards in the cabinet, and jumped over to the sofa. Sister Long Ling, Sister Long Yin, Uncle Longya, can we play cards together? Yishi blinked her watery eyes and looked at Long Ling and the others along with the other girls. She looked so adorable with her pouting lips and acting coquettishly. Okay. Long Ling chuckled, and before Long Yin and Longshire could say anything, he excitedly agreed to the little guys. Then I'll come too. Long Yin nodded without showing any weakness and winked at Long Ling beside him, as if to say that even when playing poker, he could play better than you. Okay, I'll play with you guys too. Seeing that the little guys and Long Ling were all getting excited, Longshire just smiled and said it was okay for them to play along. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I can't wait. Come here. However, at this time, Long Ling was like taking stimulants. He took the lead in opening the playing cards, began to shuffle the cards skillfully, and asked everyone. So what shall we play? Forehead. At this moment, Longya, Long Yin, and a few other little guys looked at Long Ling with some confusion, finding it hard to understand why Long Ling was so excited at this moment. Let's play blackjack. It's better if we have more people. The girls will understand it better too. Ryuya touched his chin and then suggested playing blackjack, and everyone nodded in agreement with Ryuya. After the game started, Long Ling was the first one to ask to be the banker. No one said anything and everyone agreed. Since someone was dealing the cards, why not? In the first 5 or 6 rounds, the game went on normally. The little guys were still a little unfamiliar with the game, but they gradually mastered the rules of the game in the process. But just after the game had progressed for a while, it seemed that the goddess of fate began to slowly favor Long Ling. From then on, it was basically only Long Ling who won, and others rarely won. Sister Long Ling, you are so lucky. You always win today. Woo woo woo. My luck is so bad, it was going well just now, but then I kept asking for cards and it went bust. Today must be Sister Long Ling's lucky day. Why are all the bets so high? Towards the end of the game, the little guys were so overwhelmed by Long Ling's victory that they started praising Long Ling for his luck that day. You guys, you're so lucky today. Long Ye sighed helplessly and threw the cards in his hand on the table. He really didn't get any good cards from beginning to end. Ha, what kind of luck is this? Stop talking nonsense. Long Ling smiled triumphantly, holding his head high and chest out, looking at everyone with pride. As for your sister Long Ling, I don't rely on something as illusory as luck to win. I rely on absolute skills. Wonderful. Wonderful. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Ling was about to continue pretending, but unexpectedly Yi Xian, who was sitting next to her without saying anything, suddenly clapped his hands and smiled at Long Ling meaningfully. You really didn't rely on luck, you really relied on your skills. Your cheating skills are truly exquisite. Yi Xian saw it clearly just now. No matter what tricks Long Ling used, they could not escape his eyes. He stood up and walked to the side of Long Ling, who had an innocent look on her face. Ah? Cheating? Hearing what Yi Xian said, Longshire and Long Ling's faces suddenly changed, while the little guys were still biting their fingers, somewhat confused as to what this meant. Master, please don't slander me, how could I? Long Ling suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and wanted to make some excuses, but when she looked at Yi Xian, her voice became smaller and smaller. Ha, what's in your sleeves and pockets? Take it all out. Yi Xian didn't fall for Long Ling's tricks, and then he pointed out where Long Ling hid the cards. But that was not the end yet, and he picked up the cards on the table that had not yet been dealt. Also, when you were shuffling the cards just now, are you sure you didn't put them there on purpose? Casually pulled out a few old kings and preserved egg queens at the bottom of the deck and threw them in front of Long Ling. Long Ling's body shuddered again, and he covered his cuffs and pockets tightly, obviously looking guilty. Well, do you have anything else to say now? Chapter 372. I can't help it. Long Ling did not dare to say anything. It was no use explaining at this point. He just felt endless regret in his heart, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his cheeks. Damn it! Why didn't I think of my master sitting next to me when I cheated just now? With my master's eyes, who can cheat under his nose? My master taught me these things, so now I am just showing off my skills in front of an expert? Master, please listen to my explanation. Long Ling smiled awkwardly, but had already stretched out his left foot to the side. Then, while everyone was distracted, he prepared to run out the door. Longya, catch her and tie her up for me. Seeing Long Ling preparing to escape, Yi Xian found it funny and asked Longshire to catch Long Ling quickly. Okay, brother Yi. After receiving this order, Longshire raised a subtle smile. After knowing that Long Ling was cheating, he was already furious. I finally got along to play poker, but Long Ling actually played this trick with him. Isn't this targeting me? Thinking of Long Ling's smug smile just now, Longshire became even more furious. He jumped up from the sofa in an instant and picked up a nap blanket that was placed next to the sofa. Ah! Longya, don't come over here. Long Ling felt the sudden gust of wind behind him and was about to collapse. How could he run away when facing a martial arts fanatic like Longya? Humph! Who told you to cheat just now? Longshire snorted disdainfully, grabbed the back of Long Ling's clothes, spread out the blanket, and then wrapped Long Ling up in a ball. Ouch! Long Ling cried out, and felt like her whole body was spinning around for a few rounds. Then, Longshire hugged her tightly with a blanket. But this is not the end yet. Longshire then pulled out a bundle of high-precision parachute ropes from his waist and tied up Long Ling completely with circles. It seemed that Long Ling was first wrapped in a blanket, and now was entangled in the rope of Longshire, becoming like a caterpillar, lying on the ground with only its head exposed. Its funny and embarrassing state could not help but make people laugh. No way, Longya, you actually carry a rope with you. You usually look so cold, but it turns out you have such a fetish. Feeling herself being tightly bound by ropes, Long Ling screamed and glared at Longshire angrily. Can you ever think of something normal in your little head? Longshire felt a chill on his face and hit Long Ling on the head in annoyance, then turned to look at Yi Xian, who was sitting and watching the fun. Brother Yi, it's done. Good. After agreeing, Yi Xian stood up from the sofa, walked to Long Ling, squatted down and said with a smile. So, will you dare to cheat again in the future? Master, I was just joking. Long Ling was unable to move at this moment. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into the ground. His voice was soft and he immediately lowered his head to admit his mistake. He was completely different from the smug look just now. I won't dare to do it again, master. Please ask Longshire to let me go. Don't worry, I think you look pretty good the way you are now. Yi Xian pursed his lips and smiled. He didn't rush to pay attention to Long Ling. Instead, he sat aside and drank tea leisurely. A few little guys also came over at this moment, looked at Long Ling, who was tied to the ground, with contempt, and started to complain with pouting mouths. "Sister Long Ling, how could you cheat? You are so mean." "That's right. None of us know how to play, and you actually cheated. That's really too much. He. She even lied to a child. Sister Long Ling is a bad person." After being told this by the little guys, Long Ling's face turned red. She didn't dare to look up at them. She just muttered softly. She looked so pitiful that people couldn't help but want to laugh. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. Ah ha ha ha. Long Ling, you also have come to this day." Long Yin, who had been watching this scene from the side, was so happy that his expression was full of gloating. He didn't even know how to describe this feeling of relief. He finally saw Long Ling being humiliated. "Hey, that's right." Looking at Long Ling, who was unable to move, with a smile, Long Yin's eyes turned and he suddenly had a good idea. He rummaged around the house and found some water-based pens, then walked excitedly to the crowd. "Quick! Let's draw a little turtle on her face while she can't move." "Ah! Long Yin, you bastard, this is how you take advantage of someone when he's down." Upon hearing that, Long Ling twisted her body violently, looking more like a caterpillar. She looked at Long Yin with gritted teeth, wishing she could slap her in the face. However, the children did not say anything. After all, this was too cruel and somewhat insulting. Oh well. Seeing that the children had no reaction, Long Yin could only stick out his tongue helplessly. It would be fine if there were a few little ones accompanying him, but if he did it alone, who knows how Long Ling would take revenge on him when he returned? "Master, what should we do now?" This approach was blocked, so Long Yin had no choice but to look at Yi Xian, who was sitting next to him drinking tea. The little guys were also looking at him worriedly, wanting to know how to deal with Sister Long Ling. "It's okay, just leave her there, let's go eat." Yi Xian glanced at Long Ling on the ground, who was looking at him pleadingly, but he pretended not to see it and waved to everyone. "Eat? Okay. We're hungry too. Let's go. Let's eat." After learning that there was something to eat, the little guys and Long Yin completely forgot about Long Ling and jumped up and down to follow Yi Xian away from Long Ling. Even Long Shi followed with a smile. Yi Xian had made many cakes and desserts before, and now he took them all out and placed them on the table. In an instant, the whole room seemed to be filled with that sweet, delicious, rich, and long-lasting aroma. "Wow! Master, the desserts you made are so delicious." Long Yin held a piece of nut cake in his hand and stuffed his mouth full. He exclaimed that it was delicious but almost spilled the food. His face was filled with a strong sense of satisfaction. "Sister Long Yin, eat more. Daddy's desserts are the most delicious in the world. Try this, Sister Long Yin. This is my favorite cranberry cookie. Should we let Sister Long Ling have a taste too?" The more the little guys enjoyed their meal, the more they thought of Long Ling, who was still lying on the ground unable to move. "It has to be you guys. It seems like Sister Long Ling's kindness to you guys before was not in vain." Hearing that the children remembered him, Long Ling wiped his saliva, looked at the little ones with tears of gratitude, and felt deeply moved. "I used to often bring delicious food for these little guys, and it seems that it finally comes in handy now. Hey, don't worry." However, just when Long Ling was placing his hopes on the little guys, Long Yin wiped the corner of his mouth, a hint of evil flashed in his eyes, and he picked up a few desserts and came in front of Long Ling. "Long Yin, I didn't expect it would be you in the end." Long Ling's nose fluttered a few times, feeling the fragrance getting closer and closer to him, and he quickly raised his head to look at Long Yin. "There's nothing we can do. We are good sisters after all." Squatting on the ground, Long Yin picked up a piece of dessert in his arms, shook it in front of Long Ling's nose, and asked with a smile. "How is it? Doesn't it smell really good?" Let me take a bite, I really can't help it." How could a greedy cat like Long Ling, who was still pestering Yi Xian for midnight snacks, resist such temptation? At this moment, she could no longer hold back and opened her mouth to bite him. But just when Long Ling's teeth were about to bite the food, Long Yin moved her little hand and directly put the pastry in her hand into her mouth, tasting it comfortably. After biting empty air, Long Ling's mouth was almost crooked with anger. He glared at Long Yin angrily, but saliva was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. It's delicious. Master's cooking skills are amazing." Long Yin closed his eyes and began to enjoy the multi-layered aromas bursting out of his mouth, as if his soul had been sublimated. After chewing for a long time, he finally opened his eyes and looked at Long Ling embarrassedly. Well, Long Ling, please don't be surprised. You know, this thing is so delicious. I can't help it. Chapter 373, Not Interested in Learning. You. Long Ling rolled his eyes when he heard that, and at this moment he almost vomited blood. There was no way he could convince himself that Long Yin didn't do it on purpose. Next, Long Yin continued to sit in front of Long Ling and eat desserts. He tried almost every kind of dessert and felt very satisfied. But Long Ling was about to collapse. She could only look at Long Yin and smell the tempting fragrance coming from her nose from time to time. She was about to collapse. At this moment, she was so sad that she couldn't even cry. She regretted cheating a lot, but now she had no choice but to sigh. The food she wanted to eat was right in front of her, but she couldn't eat it. Ah! Sister Long Ling is so pitiful. In the end, Yi Xia couldn't bear it anymore. After biting his lip, he stepped forward and loosened the rope that tied Long Ling, and finally let Long Ling out. Xia Xia, you're the best. Sister Long Ling doesn't know how to thank you. After moving his numb hands and feet, Long Ling wanted to hug Yi Xia and give him a kiss. Now he just felt that the feeling of freedom was so great. Sister Long Ling, even though I let you out, we will never play cards with Sister Long Ling again. Yi Xia puffed up her lips. Although she let Long Ling out on her own initiative out of soft-heartedness, she turned her head to the side and decided not to play poker with Long Ling in the future. Several other little ones were watching nearby, with similar expressions to Yi Xia's, and they whispered in baby voices. That's right. Sister Long Ling even lied to a child. It's so abominable. I will definitely not play cards with Sister Long Ling anymore, but I can try the other ones. Sister Long Ling, can you please stop cheating in the future? Facing the accusations and complaints of the little guys, Long Ling's face turned red again, and he lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. In his heart, he was so thirsty that he drank salt water, and he regretted it very much. The next morning, everyone played very late and were still sleeping soundly, only Yi Xian got up early. Opening the door and walking outside, Yi Xian took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. He felt that all his limbs had endless strength, so he started practicing Bajiquan in the yard. Drink! Accompanied by the humming and hawing sounds when practicing the 8th level, Yi Xian's mind was agile and his body movements were natural. He performed the 8th level with great force, causing the fallen leaves in the yard to fly. His empty sleeves were now bulging with a rich internal energy. The power of the flowing water and tide is like an invincible swordsman dancing with a sword on the top of a snowy mountain. Every move and every posture contains a vast artistic conception, opening and closing, sometimes like a tiger descending from the mountain, sometimes like a cheetah pouncing and biting. While Yi Xian was still practicing level 8, Longshur also walked out of the house. When he saw Yi Xian's actions, he was completely stunned. At this moment, Longshur's eyes were still trembling, as if he had seen a horrifying scene. The shock in his heart was like a huge rock falling on the calm water, causing thousands of ripples. Although Longshur had experienced the dominance of Yi Xian's Bajiquan before, he did not expect that Yi Xian would break through his own ceiling again and bring the 8th level to a new height. Brother Yi, your punches have become even better, please teach me. While feeling shocked, Longshur also trotted to Yi Xian's side, with a fanatical light surging in his pupils. He was indeed a complete martial arts fanatic. When he saw Yi Xian's boxing skills at this moment, it was as if a stimulant was injected into his brain. He stared at Yi Xian with brilliance. Okay. Yi Xian pursed his lips and smiled, showing his pleasure. He stopped his body movements and continued speaking to Longshur. Come on, try it first. Longshur nodded solemnly, and then began to practice the 8th level moves in the center of the yard. Although his moves were also fierce and powerful, there was still a big gap between him and Yi Xian. The most obvious thing is that Long Yi's boxing is very clean and his moves are simplified to the extreme, but they are all deadly. This is also in line with his advanced personality, still as a mountain and fast as thunder. Very good, no major problems. After Longshur finished his set, Yi Xian couldn't help but nodded in appreciation. Longshur's level was already one of the best, not to mention that he had a lot of his own understanding in it. However, after praising him, Yi Xian changed the subject and talked a little about Longshur's current problems with boxing. Your strength and speed are already among the best in the world, but because of this, your muscle control cannot match your speed and strength, so you are a little too much in some details. When you're elbowing, raising your knees, or stepping forward, you can use your speed and strength to the fullest, but you have to control a certain threshold and maintain your center of gravity. This is the most basic foundation for a martial artist. Do I need to reiterate it to you? After listening to Yi Xian's teachings for a while, Longsher was covered in cold sweat. He knew deep in his heart that if it were not for Yi Xian's guidance, he would not know when he would have discovered these problems. Brother Yi, I've learned your lesson. Wiping a cold sweat off his forehead, Long Yi bowed respectfully towards Yi Xian, thinking to himself that Brother Yi is indeed Brother Yi. His understanding of boxing is simply terrifying. Don't bother with that. This isn't the first time I've taught you. Just follow me and fight. Yi Xian waved his hand, not letting Longsher continue with these complicated etiquette, and started practicing again with Longsher. During this process, Longsher always kept Yi Xian's instructions in mind, and his control over his boxing moves and steps became more precise. During this process, he has made a lot of improvements. Yi Xian also continued teaching during this process, which made Longsher's condition make new progress, which can be said to be a leap forward. Stop for now. It's better to practice. It's better to just talk and not practice. After teaching for a while, Yi Xian waved his hand to let Longsher stop, stood opposite Longsher, and was ready to start the actual combat directly. He happened to be itching all over and hadn't practiced for a long time. Yes. Long Yi nodded, and the next second, he moved, and the two began to fight at level 8. I slept so comfortably. On this side, Long Yin in the room had just gotten up, yawned and walked downstairs, but suddenly heard a noise outside. Someone's fighting? After carefully distinguishing the sound, Long Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly walked to the window, opened the curtain slightly, and looked over despite the dazzling light outside. It turns out to be Master and Ryuya. After Long Yin's sleepy eyes adjusted to the light outside, he also saw the situation outside clearly, covered his mouth and exclaimed, then quickly turned back to call others. After a while, the children and Long Ling Wang Xinyao all came to the window and watched the battle outside with their eyes wide open. Yi Xian and Longsher's fight was so exciting that it put those martial arts movies to shame. The two of them were both very fast, and their strength was needless to say, which gave a very shocking impression to other people, so much so that the girls and Long Ling and others didn't even dare to blink. But in comparison, Yi Xian seemed more relaxed. Longsher had gradually fallen into a disadvantage, but he still gritted his teeth and continued to deal with Yi Xian's attack. Wow! Dad and Uncle Ryuya are so awesome. The girls opened their mouths wide and were stunned at the moment. At this time, the battle outside was coming to an end. Yi Xian's last punch directly knocked Longsher away before he could defend himself. Of course, Yi Xian also released most of his strength, so Longsher would not be injured, but the fight between the two stopped. Look behind. Yi Xian smiled and pulled up Longsher, pointing behind the two of them. Longsher looked back and saw several people looking at them from upstairs, and he couldn't help feeling helpless. Sister! We have to learn this from Dad. Dad is so cool. At this moment, the girls' eyes were full of stars, and they shouted to Long Ling and Long Yin that they wanted to learn Yi Xian's boxing. Hearing this, Long Ling and the other person who were watching the fun a second ago suddenly fell silent. Their eyelids twitched violently a few times, and they looked at the little guys in surprise. Baby, this is not something that little girls should learn. Chapter 374. Let us go. After playing for a while, Yi Xian brought the children back into the house. Looking at the dates on the calendar, he felt that it was about time. Xinyao, let's take the children back to Jinling. This trip has taken too long. Holding Wang Xinyao's arm, Yi Xian talked about returning to Jinling. After all, they had been playing for too long. Okay, husband, I'll listen to you on all this. Wang Xinyao smiled and looked at the children who were playing with Long Ling and Long Yin in the room. No matter what, they should go back. Okay, then I'll have Long Yi book a charter flight now, and you can take the kids and pack your things. Aha! After the discussion, Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao acted separately. Wang Xinyao came to the little guys with her hands behind her back and a smile on her face, a mysterious smile hidden at the corner of her mouth. Girls, here is some good news. Do you want to guess what the good news is? Good news? The girls immediately perked up, opened their eyes wide and started to guess. Mom, did Dad agree to teach us boxing? I know. Daddy is going to make snacks today. Are we going back to Jinling? Yishi pouted her lips, hesitated for a while, and then looked at Wang Xinyao with anticipation. Yes, Xiaoxi is really smart. Dad has already booked a flight, and we will be able to go home soon. That's great. That means I can see my good friends. Yeah. This is really great. After confirming the news of returning home, the little ones all jumped up and started talking about what they were going to do after returning to Jinling. Okay, follow mom to collect the things first. Wang Xinyao was startled by the excitement of these little guys, and felt a little helpless, so she took the children to pack their luggage. The next day, everyone packed their luggage and took a chartered plane back to Jinling. After returning, the girls also took the car back to the villa. As soon as they parked the car, the girls couldn't wait to get out of the car and trotted towards the main entrance of the villa. We are finally back. Looking at everything familiar in the villa, the little ones were very happy. They ran around in the house and still felt that staying here was the most comfortable. After a while of noise, Yi Jing took out his cell phone and called Zhou Xiaodan to tell her the good news. Xiaodan, I'm home, do you miss me? Ah. Jingjing, you're home. Zhou Xiaodan on the other end of the phone exclaimed suddenly and jumped 3 feet high. He felt very excited just by hearing Yi Jing's voice. Yeah, I'm at home now, please come and play with us. I miss you so much. Okay, wait for me, I'll ask my dad to take me over right away. After agreeing, Zhou Xiaodan immediately jumped off the sofa, went to his father who was looking at documents, and told him what had just happened. Mr. Yi is back. Zhou Xiaodan's father's eyes flashed, and then he recalled many things that happened before. Then he looked at his daughter's expectant eyes and nodded without hesitation. Okay, change your shoes quickly, Dad will drive you there. Great, thank you, Dad. Zhou Xiaodan smiled sweetly, then quickly changed her shoes, changed into a cute little outfit, took some of her favorite snacks, and took Zhou's father's car to villa number 1. Jingjing. Here I come. After entering the villa, Zhou Xiaodan heard the familiar voices of Yi Jing and others in front of him, and couldn't help but go up and hug everyone. I missed you guys so much. You're finally back. Xiaodan, we miss you too. Several girls and Zhou Xiaodan reunited together, with excited smiles on their faces, and they were all happy about their reunion. Hey, these are the snacks I brought for you sisters. They are all my favorites. Then, Zhou Xiaodan took out the snacks she brought from home from her small school bag and generously distributed them to the little ones. Thank you, Xiaodan. We have a gift for you too. Yi Jing looked at these snacks and her eyes immediately lit up. She remembered the gift she had bought for Xiaodan before, and quickly ran upstairs. She found an exquisitely wrapped gift box and handed it to Zhou Xiaodan with a smile on her face. Xiaodan, this is something we gave to you together. I hope you like it. Yeah. I love it so much, thank you. For a moment, the happy laughter of the little ones who exchanged gifts with each other echoed in the villa. After playing for a while, the children sat on the sofa again and started chatting. By the way, Jingjing, when are you going back to school? Zhou Xiaodan looked at Yi Jing expectantly. They were inseparable when they were in school, but Yi Jing has been away recently. Zhou Xiaodan has missed Yi Jing for a long time. Long before, Yi Xian had asked for leave for the little ones, so even though school has started for a while, the children have not returned to school yet. When Yi Jing heard this, she didn't know when she could go back, so she and her sisters looked at Yi Xian who was sitting next to them. Well, that's fine. You can go out and see the world and have some fun. You can go to school next Monday. Yi Xian nodded, knowing in his heart that it was time for the children to return to school. They would be able to see a lot of the world by following him around outside, but school teaching was also necessary, as it was an indispensable part of their growth. As soon as he finished speaking, before Yi Jing started to excitedly celebrate returning to school, Yi Xian looked at the other little guys. By the way, Dad has also handled the enrollment procedures for you little ones here, so that you can still be together even after you go to school. Ah. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Jing, several other sisters, and Zhou Xiaodan were all stunned. After a few seconds of silence, the room was suddenly filled with the cheers of children. Great, that's great, we can go to school with Sister Jingjing again. I love you, Dad. We don't have to be apart now. I'm so happy. We can go to school together. After cheering for a while, the little guys all threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms, rubbed their little heads against Yi Xian affectionately, and then kissed Yi Xian on the face one by one. That's great. Zhou Xiaodan was also very happy to see this heartwarming scene. Now she had several more playmates, and Yi Jing and her sisters didn't have to be separated. After celebrating for a while, the children were chatting about their expectations for the teacher's class and classmates, but Zhou Xiaodan suddenly slapped his head and remembered something. Ah! I almost forgot. The teacher told us to do social practice on the weekends. We were divided into several groups. Our group is going to help the fruit farmers sell fruits." Having said this, Zhou Xiaodan looked at Yi Jing and the others. Seeing the light in their eyes, she knew that they wanted to go with her. Then she came to Yi Xian and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Yi, can Yi Jing and the others come with me? We haven't played together for a long time." "Well, of course." Yi Xian gently touched Zhou Xiaodan's hair and smiled lovingly at Yi Jing and others. "There's nothing to do at home, so you can go and play with Xiaodan. You can learn something from this, so what do you think? Do you all want to go?" "Dad. We want to go." The children nodded suddenly and hurried forward to hold Zhou Xiaodan's little hand tightly, with innocent and bright smiles on their faces, and then pulled Zhou Xiaodan outside. "Wait, remember to be safe when you go out, Dad will pick you up later." Yi Xian felt helpless when he saw how excited they were. He quickly waved to the girls to stop and reminded them of some safety issues. "Yeah. Dad, we got it. Don't worry, Uncle Yi, we have other classmates." The children smiled and agreed, then they held hands and skipped out of the villa, heading towards the place where their group of classmates had agreed to gather. Here, a group of children were chatting outside a fruit shop, with a kind-faced fruit farmer standing beside them. Although almost everyone had arrived, the children had not started yet. They were all waiting for Zhou Xiaodan. After all, Zhou Xiaodan was their backbone. "Hey, look! The deputy monitor is here." While they were talking and waiting, a little boy looked to the side of the road. The other children were also startled and looked over there. "Ah! The squad leader is here too. Great! The monitor is finally here. Sister Jingjing, you're finally back. We all missed you so much." In an instant, several boys and girls were delighted and rushed forward, surrounding Zhou Xiaodan, Yi Jing, and other girls. "Hee, I miss you all too. They are all my sisters. Let's participate in social practice together today." Yi Jing giggled and was very happy to see her former classmates. She then introduced several of her younger sisters to her. "Welcome. Then we are good friends." The children got to know Yishi, Yixia, and the other girls, and they all smiled happily. They had heard Yi Jing talk about them before, and now they felt very close to them after meeting them. Before long, these children became close friends, holding hands and treating each other as good friends. "Okay, it's time for us to go shopping for Uncle, let's go." Chapter 375, Well Maintained. After joking and laughing for a while, Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing did not forget today's mission. They took everyone back to the fruit shop and greeted the uncle warmly. "Hello Uncle, we are all here to help you sell fruits. Now that we are all here, can we start?" The old man in the fruit shop, who was dressed simply and had a kind face, saw a few cute little girls coming, and his eyes were filled with joy, and he nodded kindly. "Great! I am an old man who is really blessed. It is great to have lovely children like you to help me. Hey, no, it's our duty to help Uncle. Our teacher has taught us to be helpful." Yi Jing smiled sweetly, then pulled the old man to the recliner in the store, looked up and said to the old man, "Uncle, leave it to us today. You take a good rest and we will take care of it." "Ah, thank you for your hard work. Uncle will buy you some delicious food later." After letting the old man sit down and leave, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan called everyone together. After making some arrangements for a while, they divided the work among them. The girls were responsible for shouting out the goods and calculating the prices, while the boys were responsible for helping the customers pack. "Everyone, come and sell your fruits. The fruits here are all the freshest. Brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, come and have a look. The apples we sell are big and red, and they are really delicious. Mother-in-law, come and take a look. Eating more fruits is good for your health." All of a sudden, a few little girls in Zhou Xiaodan started shouting to the passers-by at the door of the stall. Their big watery eyes looked around for customers and they cutely used their little hands as loudspeakers. You know what, they looked really good. Before long, the passers-by who had just glanced at the fruit shop and left were attracted by these little ones. No matter how busy they were, they couldn't help but stop and all looked at these little girls. "Oh my God! What kind of little angel is this? This is so adorable. Ah! They're so cute. Honey, let's buy some. Children, you are so polite. Sister likes you very much." For a moment, the passers-by were completely melted by the cuteness of the little guys. They felt as if they had eaten a piece of sweet and soft marshmallow, and their mood immediately became very good. "Little girl, why don't you go out and play, but are you selling fruit here?" At this time, an old lady with a friendly smile stopped, squatted down and rubbed Yishi's chubby little face. "Hello, Grandma. We are here to do a social experiment and help the fruit farmers sell their fruits." Yishi raised her little head and politely explained to the old grandmother in a baby voice, which made the old grandmother smile even more. She quickly took out some snacks from her bag and stuffed them into Yixian's arms. "You guys are so sensible. Grandma has some delicious food here. Take them." "Thank you, Grandma, but we can't have it." Seeing this, Yishi quickly shook her head and returned the snacks to the old lady, still smiling politely. "Okay, you are such a stubborn girl, but you just please Grandma, so I will buy some for you." Seeing that Yishi didn't want it, the old lady had no choice but to look at the fruits on the stall and walked over with staggering steps. "Thank you, Grandma. I'll support you." Yishi was delighted when she heard that. Seeing that the old lady wanted to buy fruits, she quickly went over to support her. The other students inside also hurried to pack the fruits for the grandma and calculate the prices, collecting the money and giving the change in an orderly manner. Zhou Xiaodan also took out a small notebook and wrote down the deal before closing the pen with peace of mind. These cute kids are so capable. I like them so much. That's right, why is my naughty kid not like them? The passers-by who gathered to watch the fun looked at the children working together seriously, and Yishi and Yixia who were helping the old lady to the bus stop in front, and they all became excited and came to the door of the fruit stall. "Little sister, give me 5 pounds of red Fuji apples. I want 5 pounds, and 2 small watermelons too." "Ha, you guys are really sensible and awesome, much better than your uncle back then. Your uncle will support you, too. Bring us 8 kilograms of bananas." All of a sudden, passers-by gathered at the door of the stall frantically. Seeing the adorable looks of these children, they bought a lot of fruits regardless of whether they needed them or not. Some passers-by took photos with the little girls after buying them, and bought water and drinks for the little ones. However, as a result, the children's workload gradually increased. The boys weighed and packed the food for the guests, while the girls carefully calculated the bills and recorded the information of every transaction. Later on, there was even a long queue in front of this small fruit shop. Many passers-by who had heard that there were cute kids here came, and some even called their family and friends over. This is too much. At this moment, the old man sitting on the recliner in the fruit shop was becoming more and more shocked. He was quite clear about the business of his fruit shop. Even when it was busiest, it was not so exaggerated. As time passed, the crowd gathered in the fruit shop gradually dispersed, but the fruits on the stall were basically taken away. Even those unopened items in the boxes were bought up by enthusiastic customers before they could be put on the table. It was already noon at this time, and Yi Xian drove to the fruit shop, ready to pick them up and take them home. "How's it going? How much fruit did you girls sell?" While smiling, Yi Xian walked to a few maids. When the maids saw Yi Xian coming, they quickly threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms. "Dad, we sold a lot today. Hey, we had a great time today. Almost everything is sold out. Dad, those uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters are so enthusiastic. They not only come to buy fruits, but also take photos with us." The girls were very satisfied with today's results, and then they started chattering in Yi Xian's arms. At this point, Yi Xian noticed that the fruit shop was empty, with only some unsold leftovers left. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. "You guys are awesome. You guys are so proud of your dad." Just when Yi Xian was talking to a few little ones, the other children also looked at Yi Xian and started talking. "Wow! Is this Yi Jing's dad? So handsome. He's really handsome, and looks so safe. And Uncle Yi's figure is really well maintained." Chapter 376 Photo. As he spoke, one of the little boys also looked at Yi Xian, his eyes full of admiration and adoration, and said with determination, "I must become someone like Yi Jing's father in the future." The sound of the children talking also attracted Yi Xian. Seeing the little girls and boys in Yi Jing's class secretly looking at him, he thought these children were very cute. He smiled and walked up to them and said, "You've all worked hard. Come on, kids. Uncle will take you to have a meal." "Okay. Thank you, Uncle Yi." The children were indeed tired just now, and when they heard Yi Xian say that he would take them out for dinner, they immediately nodded excitedly and thanked Yi Xian. Well, wait a moment. Seeing that there was only one car he drove, Yi Xian knew that this was not enough, so he immediately took out his phone. In less than half an hour, several luxury cars stopped in front of the fruit shop. "Children, get in the car. Uncle will take you to dinner now. Yi Xian looked at the children with a smile, waved to them to get in the car, and then he got in his own car with a few little girls. Wow! Uncle Yi has so many cars. And Uncle Yi's cars are so luxurious, they must be very expensive. Yi Jing's father is so amazing. It seems that it is still difficult to become someone like Uncle Yi. Even though they were still half-grown children, when they saw Yi Xian calling several luxury cars with just one phone call, they couldn't help but widen their innocent eyes and admire Yi Xian's ability. Goodbye, Uncle, I'm sorry to bother you today. However, before the children got on the bus, they did not forget to turn around and say goodbye to the old fruit farmer in the store, waving their little hands, and they could not forget the time selling fruits here. Goodbye, kids. It's not you who should thank me. Today, I should thank you. The old man also walked out of the store, waved goodbye to the children kindly, but his eyes and expression showed some shock that was hard to hide. The cars Yi Xian called just now completely opened his eyes. After saying goodbye, the children got into the car, and Yi Xian took these children and a few little ones to a nearby high-end hotel and directly requested a large private room. After ordering, all the delicious dishes were brought to the table by the waiter. The children looked at the delicious food and their appetites were whetted. After thanking Yi Xian again, they picked up their chopsticks and started to taste it. This hotel is so beautiful. I've never been here before. The decorations outside and inside the private room are very luxurious. The place Uncle Yi brought us to is so high-end. These things are delicious, everyone hurry up and try them, don't waste them. While eating, the children were also somewhat emotional. Many of them had never been to a hotel of this level, let alone eaten in such a private room. Their eyes were full of novelty, and their favorable impression of Yi Xian doubled. After Yi Xian finished his lively meal with this group of children, he prepared to let the driver outside take the children home one by one. However, a few little ones and Zhou Xiaodan were still playing in the private room. At this moment, Tang Hao walked into the private room, came to Yi Xian, and reported to Yi Xian with a serious expression. Brother Yi, the military has notified us that there is an urgent matter and invites you to go there now. I see. Yi Xian frowned when he heard that, then looked at the little guys around him. Dad has something to do here now, you guys should go back first. Good. The children and Zhou Xiaodan nodded, and then Yi Xian led them downstairs. A Hongqi car was parked under the hotel. After Yi Xian turned around and gave a few instructions to the little ones, he walked towards the Hongqi car. Goodbye, Uncle Yi. Thank you, Uncle Yi, for treating us to dinner today. Goodbye, Uncle Yi. Goodbye, Dad. You must come back soon. The children stood there and watched Yi Xian leave. They all waved goodbye to Yi Xian politely and enthusiastically. They found today's experience very unforgettable. Goodbye, you all should go home quickly. Those uncles will take you back. Yi Xian pursed his lips and smiled, then got into the red flag car and drove away slowly under the gaze of the children. Come on, kids. Uncle will arrange a car to take you home. Tang Hao took a deep breath, looked at the children with a friendly smile, and then assigned other drivers to take them away, while he drove Yi Jing, Zhou Xiaodan, and others towards the villa. After one of the little boys was sent home, his parents gathered around him and asked with a smile about today's social practice. Baby, how was your social practice today? Was it going well? Yeah. It went very smoothly. The little boy smiled and nodded, then briefly recounted what had happened today to his parents. By the way, Mom and Dad, our class monitor is back today, and we also saw her father. That uncle is so handsome. I want to be like him in the future. Speaking of Yi Xian, the little boy's eyes suddenly showed excitement and admiration, and he continued to talk incessantly. And this uncle also took us to eat delicious food and was very nice to us. He is really a very gentle person. Alas, I wanted to take a picture with him at the end, but then he was taken away by a car and I didn't make it in time. After hearing what the little boy said, his parents didn't pay much attention. They just nodded perfunctorily. After knowing that today's social practice went smoothly, they didn't ask about other things. But the little boy became more and more excited as he talked. When he talked about the Hongqi car that Yi Xian was riding in, he thought for a moment, trying hard to recall the appearance of the Hongqi car, and then he pulled his parents' sleeves and started talking again. Mom and Dad, I remember now. The car that came to pick up Uncle Yi was really interesting. There were little red flags on both sides, just like what we saw on TV during the military parade before. Oh, right. There's also the license plate. The license plate of the car Uncle Yi was riding in was also a little different from the others, but it looked really cool. There were red words and black words. What? Hearing this, the parents who originally didn't care much suddenly shuddered. After a moment of shock, they finally realized, isn't this that? Wait a minute, baby, Daddy is looking for him. The little boy's father broke out in a cold sweat and started searching on his mobile phone with trembling hands. After finding the photo of the Hongqi L5, he handed it to the little boy. Chapter 377 Weapons. Look, is this the car the uncle you mentioned is riding in? Yes. That's it. How did you know that, Dad? The little boy only took a glance and immediately recognized it, exclaiming that this was the car. Oh my God. Seeing their child's excitement, his parents knew that this must be true. They were immediately deeply shocked and murmured softly. Hongqi is here to pick me up. What kind of identity is this? After knowing this, the little boy's parents finally understood the horror of Yi Xian's identity. They swallowed a few times, but still couldn't calm down. They never thought that there would be a parent with such an identity in their children's class. At the same time, after the girls and Zhou Xiaodan returned to the villa, they couldn't stop, as if they had endless energy. The more he played, the less he wanted to go back. Seeing that he had been out for a long time, Zhou Xiaodan simply took out his cell phone at the instigation of the little ones and called his parents. Mom and Dad, can I sleep at Uncle Yi's house tonight? I want to play with Yi Jing and the others, so I won't go back. Is that okay? Of course you can, Dad has no objection. You haven't seen each other for a long time, so have fun. When Mr. Zhou received the call, he didn't hesitate and agreed with a smile. After all, he felt at ease being at Yi Xian's house. That's great. I love you, Dad. After getting Zhou's father's consent, Zhou Xiaodan was immediately delighted. After Zhou's father gave a few more instructions, he hung up the phone and continued to play with Yi Jing and others. On this side, Yi Xian had already arrived at the military headquarters in a red flag car, and was led by members of the military headquarters into the conference room. General Yi Long. You are here. Many dragon generals had gathered in the conference room at this time. When they saw Yi Xian walk in, they all stood up and saluted, and greeted Yi Xian solemnly. What's wrong? Yi Xian waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down, then looked at everyone and asked them questions. Then, Zhang Qingtian walked forward excitedly. This dragon general, who was usually calm, composed and serious, was so excited in front of Yi Xian that he lost his composure. Brother Yi, we have restored the laser weapon blueprint you gave us, and tested it successfully. Crash. As soon as these words were spoken, all the dragon generals and senior officials present burst into thunderous applause, with genuine joy flashing in their eyes, and they excitedly continued to report to Yi Xian. General Yi Long, this means so much to us, so please forgive us for being so excited. We can't wait to share this news with you. The success of this laser weapon is enough to become a milestone in the history of our military. Mr. Yi, let us take you to have a look. At this moment, everyone is filled with indescribable joy. If the Qingling potion previously made the entire Yanhuang army more powerful, then this time the laser weapon is enough to deter those villains. Very good, let's go. Having said this, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a smile, and then he was welcomed by everyone and came to the military's laboratory. After passing through countless checkpoints and strict guards, everyone finally arrived inside the laboratory. After all, this was a confidential research project. Even among the Yanhuang military, only a small number of people knew about it. General Yi Long, this is it. After bringing Yi Xian inside, Zhang Qingtian walked towards the researchers in the laboratory. After explaining that he wanted to test the power again, he quickly brought up two laser weapon guns. One of them is a sniper rifle, and the other is a rifle. However, unlike other ordinary weapons, this thing cannot use bullets. The source of its power comes from a small energy device installed in the original magazine. General Yi Long, let's go to the test room inside to conduct the experiment. After the researchers debugged and confirmed again, Zhang Qingtian raised the two laser weapon guns, and everyone walked towards a dedicated weapons laboratory inside. This is it. Zhang Qingtian placed the two guns on the workbench in front of him. The structure here was roughly similar to a shooting range, but the original target was made of thick steel plates, which was specially set up to test the laser weapon. Mr. Yi, come here. Good. Yi Xian nodded, walked forward and picked up one of the sniper rifles. Because he was extremely familiar with the structure of this thing, Yi Xian adjusted the energy data output and the crosshairs without any consideration. His movements were smooth, as if it was not the first time he used such a thing. After turning off the safety, Yi Xian used standard tactical movements to pick up the sniper rifle, aimed at a 3-layer steel plate alloy target in the distance, and instantly pulled the trigger. Bang! In an instant, a blue tongue of fire came out of the muzzle, and it seemed that the temperature of the air also rose a lot. The concentrated energy beam formed by the muzzle instantly penetrated the 3 layers of steel plate alloy, creating a hole with a radius of 3 centimeters. Such power also made many dragon generals present feel frightened. Even though they had experienced the power of this thing before, they were still excited when they experienced it again. That's right, such weapons are absolutely epic-making. The thickness of these 3 layers of special steel plates has reached an astonishing 10 centimeters. This is a strength that can defend against many anti-tank shells, but in front of this laser weapon, it is as thin as a piece of paper. This also means that in future battlefields, the enemy's armored tanks and fortresses will be of no use in the face of these laser weapons. While being surprised by the power, Zhang Qingtian stared at Yi Xian blankly. It seemed that he had not taught Brother Yi how to use this just now. But this is Yi Xian after all. Zhang Qingtian felt relieved after thinking about it and walked to Yi Xian with a smile. Brother Yi, how is it? Well, it's quite powerful. Popularize it quickly and don't worry about the funding. Yi Xian nodded, very satisfied with the power just now. Okay, Brother Yi, I got it. Zhang Qingtian nodded, then tested another rifle, and took Yi Xian back to the office to drink tea. Okay, it's almost time. You all know what to do. I'll be leaving now. Yes. Yilong, take care of you. After sitting for a while, Yi Xian stood up and left, and everyone also stood up and said goodbye. Afterwards, Zhang Qingtian and others sat down again, thinking about the great success of this laser weapon, and they were also filled with emotion. Alas, China is so lucky to have someone like General Yilong. Yes. General Yilong has really done too much. Everyone in our Yanhuang military has to thank General Yilong. Chapter 378 Delicious. After sighing for a while, Zhang Qingtian also stood up and looked at the other senior executives around him with a firm expression. Okay, since General Yilong has said so, then we should not just sit there and do what needs to be done. Everyone nodded seriously, stopped chatting, and after leaving the meeting room, they started to get busy. Not long after, in the Southwest Branch, Zhang Xingxi and people from the 8 major families also received the drawings, data and samples sent by Zhang Qingtian. In the conference room, Zhang Xingxi and others sat upright, looking at several sample laser weapons placed in front of them. Their heartbeats began to gradually accelerate, and everyone was staring at the weapons fanatically. Oh my god! General Yilong actually gave us such a blueprint, and now, he has developed it. Wait, my heart can't take it, this thing is too scary. Yeah, I never thought that something like this would come out. Zhang Xingxi sat in the main seat, listening to everyone excitedly discussing the laser weapon, and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Okay, let's go test it now. Good. Everyone nodded enthusiastically, then went outside and found an abandoned armored vehicle that had been discarded by the military. These were originally meant to be sent for disposal, but now they were simply used as the subjects of this experiment. Outside, not only all the senior executives of the branch, but also people from the 8 major families were standing here, excitedly waiting for the experiment to begin. Everyone, step back. We don't know the power of this thing yet, so we'd better be cautious. Seeing that many members of the 8 major families who did not know what was going on were curiously moving forward, Zhang Xingxi quickly asked everyone to retreat to the back. After making sure they had reached a safe distance, he assuredly allowed the military members to begin the test. 3, 2, 1. Shoot. After the countdown ended, the military member holding the laser weapon took a deep breath, and only after calming down from holding the most advanced weapon in his hand did he pull the trigger. Bang! However, just after the trigger was pulled, a big hole was suddenly torn on the abandoned armored vehicle. If the engine, fuel tank, etc. had not been disassembled in advance, it would have exploded completely. Everyone only heard a faint sound of gunfire, and then a beam of light flashed before their eyes. The body of the armored vehicle was completely pierced, and the sky behind the hole could be seen clearly. What kind of power is this? Oh my god! I'm afraid no armor can withstand it. TSK, TSK, TSK. The power of this laser weapon is really scary. If it is released, it will definitely alarm the whole world. I can't imagine how terrifying the Yanhuang army, which is fully equipped with this kind of laser weapon, can be. Instantly, everyone saw the power of this laser weapon. This was just a shot without increasing the output power, but it was already able to penetrate the armor. If it was fully activated. Many people from the 8 major families still don't quite understand what this thing is. After seeing its power, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this thing were to shoot at a person, those bulletproof vests would probably be no better than cardboard. At this time, the head of one of the 8 major families next to Jiang Xingxi patted his shoulder tremblingly and asked in disbelief. Is this something the Flag Master has researched? Yes, this is what General Yi Long developed. Jiang Xingxi nodded solemnly, his eyes still filled with shock from the power he had just felt. This? This thing is too powerful. When the head of the family and the members of the other 8 families nearby heard this, they were all shocked. After a moment of silence, they stammered inside. This is worthy of being the Flag Master. Such strength is simply amazing. Seeing this scene, all the people from the 8 major families felt more respect and admiration for Yi Xian. Now they can also deeply feel how correct it was to obey Yi Xian's request and join the Yanhuang military. Okay, let's continue the test. After the crowd was excited for a while, Jiang Xingxi continued to wave his hand excitedly, asking the members to continue the experiment, and he had already started thinking about mass production in his heart. Yes. The military member holding the weapon was stunned for a moment before he continued to hold up the laser weapon in his hand. At this moment, his whole body was shaking with excitement. He aimed for a long time before reluctantly pulling the trigger again. At the same time, the same situation occurred in other branches. After personally experiencing the power of this thing, those responsible persons and senior executives immediately held meetings to discuss the popularization of this laser weapon, and at the same time did a good job of keeping the subsequent confidentiality. As for such a weapon, no one in the Yanhuang military department wants to show it easily until the critical moment comes, but treat it as a trump card. Being in their position, they are naturally quite clear that if this thing leaks out, there will be terrible consequences. Although Yi Xian had made those guys give up the idea last time, there is no shortage of going crazy again about such things. After all, such weapons and manufacturing technology have far surpassed the current era, enough to make those guys disregard their lives and even rush into a flame to get these things. However, now, whether it is the military or the 8 major families, their admiration and respect for Yi Xian has risen to a new level, and they feel lucky that China has such an existence. In the evening, after Yi Xian came back from the Yanhuang military headquarters, he began to wash some fruits for the little girls. These were big cherries, which were not available on the market. Children, come and have some fruit. After washing, Yi Xian carried the cherries to the living room. Now Yi Jing and a few other little ones were playing Go with Zhou Xiaodan, and they were having a lot of fun. What kind of fruit? However, when they heard that there was something delicious, the children stopped the games in their hands, looked towards Yi Xian, and immediately saw the big, red, round cherries in the fruit plate. Wow! This peach is so red. Yi Xia's eyes suddenly lit up. He picked one up and took a bite. While he found it delicious, he also looked at Yi Xian strangely. Dad, this peach is delicious, but why doesn't it taste like a peach? Yi Xian's mouth twitched, looking at Yi Xia's serious expression. He suddenly didn't know how to answer. Xia, don't talk nonsense, this is not a peach, it's a cherry. Fortunately, Yi Jing recognized this thing and walked forward and gently pinched Yi Xia's little face. It's really delicious. It's crispy and tasty, and the fragrant aftertaste is really comfortable. Zhou Xiaodan walked forward and picked one up curiously. After taking a bite and tasting it, she immediately felt the fragrance lingering in her mouth and the sweet aftertaste. She really liked this kind of cherry. It's delicious. Hee, I didn't expect such big cherries could be so delicious. Dad, you eat one too. The other girls tasted them and liked the cherries too. Then each of them ate several. Since you all like it so much, I'll bring a few boxes to school tomorrow and let your classmates and teachers have a taste. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and said that he was thinking about asking the children to move a few boxes over tomorrow. Yeah. Thanks, Dad. The little ones smiled sweetly and said they were looking forward to returning to school tomorrow. Well, have you packed all your things? Don't worry, Dad. We have packed everything just now. The children nodded, having already put their stationery and books into their school bags, and are now waiting to go to school tomorrow. Husband, you didn't know since you weren't home just now, these little ones already know that they have to go to school, and their attitude is quite positive. They are already fully prepared even before I told them. Wang Xiniao listened nearby, covered her mouth and smiled, she was also very happy to see the children take school so seriously. She had been worried that they would lose their minds playing during this period, but it turned out that she was worrying too much. Well, that's good. This enthusiasm is worth affirming. Knowing this, Yi Xian warmly embraced the little ones and thought this was very rare. After playing with them for a while, he took the children to bed. The next day, Yi Xian got up early and prepared breakfast first. Then he woke up the little ones one by one, asked them to eat, and then drove them to school. Goodbye, Dad. We'll go in first. The little guys in Zhou Xiaodan were all carrying their cute little school bags. After getting off the bus, they first waved to Yi Xian and then walked excitedly towards the campus. In this vibrant campus, the children feel full of energy, and the drowsiness from getting up early disappears in an instant, replaced by a look of excitement. After walking with Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan for a while, several little guys came into the classroom, each holding a small box in their hands. Team leader Yi Jing. But when a few people walked in, the noisy class suddenly stopped. Everyone looked towards the door, excitedly watched Yi Jing walking in, and surrounded her with smiles on their faces. Squad leader, you are finally back, we missed you so much. Yeah, everyone missed you so much during the time you were away. Fortunately, you are back now. By the way, monitor, who are these students? The classmates came forward to greet them enthusiastically, but when they saw the 4 girls following in, they were somewhat confused. Let me introduce some to you. These are my sisters. We are real sisters. From now on, they will be in our class and have classes with us. Yi Jing hugged Yi Xia and others with a smile, and then introduced several sisters to the classmates one by one. Chapter 379 I am ashamed of myself. So you are Yi Jing's sister. Welcome to our class. Welcome, welcome. You guys look so cute. Great. We have a few new friends. After knowing the identities of the girls, the children in the class cheered and welcomed them excitedly. They welcomed them warmly and found empty seats for them and put their school bags away. Yi Jing and others also opened the small boxes they brought from home. These were all washed cherries. The moment the boxes were opened, the classroom seemed to be filled with fragrance. Come and eat the cherries. We brought them from home. Please feel free. Yes, you're welcome. These cherries are delicious. Xiaoan and Xiao Xia, please quickly move a box to the students in the first group. The girls were not idle. After opening the box, they began to distribute it to the whole class. Everyone was a little shy at first, but after smelling the fragrance, they couldn't help themselves and took a small bite. So delicious. Much sweeter than the cherries I buy at home. Thank you, you are so kind. So big and sweet, I've never eaten cherries so delicious. After a while, the children all thought the food was delicious, and they quickly became familiar with each other as they ate and chatted. After all, they were all children of the same age, and although they couldn't say they knew each other well, at least they could talk about anything. Ding ding ding. But the happy time passed quickly, and the children's noisy voices were instantly drowned out by the school bell. It's time for class. All the children quickly returned to their seats, took out their books, sat upright, and waited for the teacher to arrive. Good morning, students. After a while, a young female teacher with elegant clothes and generous temperament walked in, smiled sweetly at the students, waved to Yi Jing and others who were sitting together, and then introduced them. Classmates, today is Monday, but we are not only welcoming a brand new week, but also welcoming some new classmates. Now let's welcome class monitor Yi Jing's sisters, Yi Xia, Yi Zi, Yi Yun, and Yi Shi, to our new class. Crash. After the teacher's introduction, the students also burst into warm applause. Several boys and girls in the front row excitedly raised their hands and shouted to the teacher who was about to continue the introduction. Teacher Zhang, we all know each other. Yeah, they participated in the social experiment with us yesterday. Teacher Zhang, they are all very nice people, and we get along very well. Ah. So that's it. The teacher at the podium tied up her hair, smiled and nodded. That's great. The teacher also hopes to see you get along well with each other. Teacher Zhang, please have some cherries. We brought them from home. They are delicious. As they were talking, several little ones hurriedly trotted over to the podium and enthusiastically brought up a small box of cherries specially prepared for the teacher. Then they obediently returned to their seats and continued to sit upright. Well, you're welcome, teacher. Thank you. The teacher took the cherries and thanked the little ones gently, but when she focused her attention on the cherries, she shivered all over. Is this cherry? Looking at the cherries, which were as big as peaches, round and fragrant, lying in the small box, even the teacher was a little surprised, because she had never seen such big cherries. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Don't you like cherries? Noticing the teacher lost in thought, the student in the front row asked with some concern, of course not knowing the reason. No, the teacher likes it very much, so let's start the class. After hearing what the student said, the teacher realized that he had lost his composure a little. He quickly adjusted himself, opened the textbook and prepared to teach. Attend class. Hello, teacher. After Yi Jing shouted the slogan in a baby voice, the children all stood up in unison and bowed to the teacher on the podium. Hello, students. Please take a seat. The teacher nodded, motioned for the students to sit down, then turned on the multimedia. After finishing the blackboard writing, he started today's class. Now please turn to page 42. Today we are going to learn a new lesson, You the Great Controls the Flood. Now I want to check everyone's weekend preparation. Does anyone know the story behind this text? Because the students were asked to preview this text last Friday, the teacher did not choose to teach it first. Instead, he looked at the students below expectantly, wanting to check their preview progress. The children pouted and looked at the teacher timidly, as if some of them knew something but did not have the courage to stand up. Teacher, I know. However, at this moment, what the head teacher least expected was that Yi Jing, who had just resumed the class, actually raised his hand on his own initiative. Yi Jing, then you come. After hesitating for a while, the teacher was still a little surprised, but still let Yi Jing stand up. The other students also looked at him with admiration. They had all gone back to prepare for the exam and did not have the courage to stand up and answer the questions. However, Yi Jing was so decisive and confident. Teacher, this is the case. Strictly speaking, Dayu's flood control is not a historical illusion, but a myth passed down from generation to generation in China. It is part of the legend of the Great Flood in ancient times. Dayu's real name is Wen Ming. Legend has it that during the Great Flood, it was Dayu's father Gun who first started the 9-year flood control effort, but the results were not good. Later, he even slacked off, which disappointed the emperor at the time. When Emperor Shun came to power, the floods still made people live in dire straits, so some people recommended Dayu to take the throne to control the floods. That's why there was the story of him passing by his home 3 times without entering, and being away from home for 13 years. So in order to thank him for his achievements, later generations built temples for him and revered him as a god. Even our China now has another name called Yuyu. Emperor Shun also abdicated his throne to Dayu because he appreciated Dayu's contribution. This is called the abdication system. However, when Dayu abdicated to Boyi again, his own son seized the power and established the Xia dynasty, the first slave state in our Chinese history. The abdication system came to an end. Teacher, this is all I know. After hearing Yi Jing say these fluently, the teacher on the stage was stunned. Is this something that a primary school student should be able to understand? Now she just felt a buzzing in her head. After standing on the stage for a long time, she stammered and asked Yi Jing. Yi Jing, who told you all this? This is so well said, even the teacher feels ashamed of himself. Teacher, this is what my father told me. Yi Jing sat obediently in her seat, not knowing what she had said, but just told the teacher the truth. In recent times, Yi Xian has told them a lot of these things, and today's article just happened to be what Yi Xian said. So that's how it is, the teacher knows. After taking a deep breath, the teacher nodded at Yi Jing with satisfaction and continued the class. The monitor is awesome. Yeah. I haven't been to class for a long time, but you're still so awesome. I admire the monitor so much. He is my idol. The children looked at Yi Jing, who was confident and calm, and combined with the teacher's expression and praise, they admired Yi Jing even more. After this little episode, the teacher calmed down and continued the lesson in an orderly manner. Following Yi Jing's example, the children were also in high spirits and their enthusiasm for the class increased, which made the teacher feel very comfortable. Okay, that's all for today's class, students, let's go. Stand up. Goodbye, teacher. Finally, after the crisp and relaxing bell rang, the class was over. As soon as the teacher walked out of the classroom, many children left their seats, gathered around Yi Jing, and asked questions about all kinds of things. At this moment, they were still immersed in Yi Jing's amazing answer just now. Class monitor, our school has a new library, let's go take a look. You are so awesome, squad leader. I admire you so much. And Yixia, Yishi, and the rest of you, come and play with us. Okay. Yi Jing and the other girls were also infected by their classmates' enthusiasm. They walked out of the classroom hand in hand, enjoying the most carefree childhood in the campus under the blue sky. The 10-minute break was still a bit short. Before the children felt they had played for long, the bell for class rang again. Class is about to start. Let's go to the computer classroom. However, the children were very excited about the computer class, which only happened once a week. They quickly went to the classroom to get their books and then ran to the computer classroom. Chapter 380, Not Alive. Students, wait a minute. But just as Yi Jing and others were about to walk out of the classroom, they were stopped by the math teacher who was walking behind them. Everyone turned around in confusion and looked at the math teacher in puzzlement. What's wrong, Mr. Jiang? This class is a computer class, right? Yes, you are in the computer class. The math teacher looked at the children's watery eyes, pursed his lips slightly, and said with some regret. However, Teacher Jiang, I have some bad news. Your computer teacher is out on a business trip and has taken a week off. So Teacher Jiang will be teaching this class. There is no more computer class. When they heard the news, the children all lowered their heads, and everyone had a look of disappointment. Teacher Jiang, I have a solution. However, just when the children were listlessly preparing to return to the classroom, Yishi suddenly had an idea and excitedly spoke to the teachers and classmates around her. My sister is very good at computers. I can ask her to come and teach us. As long as I call my sister, she will be here almost immediately after we sit down in the classroom. Really? Yishi's words rekindled the children's passion. After hesitating for a second or two, they all responded. Teacher Jiang, let Yishi's sister take our place. Yes, we will be obedient and study hard. Teacher Jiang, please go back and have a rest. It should be your rest time now. The current situation makes the children even more enthusiastic than before, and they are all blinking their eyes and begging the math teacher. Oh. All right then. The math teacher sighed. He had originally planned to teach a class himself, but seeing the kids like this, he knew that even if they were to attend the class, their minds would have already flown away. So he could only agree with a wry smile. Then how about Teacher Jiang take you to the classroom and wait for your substitute teacher to come, and then Teacher Jiang will go back. Great. Teacher Jiang is the best. Let's go. It's time for computer class. Yishi, I love you. The children nodded suddenly and walked towards the computer classroom with joy. The math teacher who followed behind them smiled helplessly and just followed behind. On the way to the classroom, Yishi called Long Yin with her cell phone. After 2 beeps, Long Yin's lazy voice was heard. What's wrong, Xiaoxi? Aren't you in class? How do you have time to look for your sister? Hey, Sister Long Yin, our computer teacher is on a business trip, so please come and fill in for us, otherwise we will have to take math class. After hearing this, Long Yin on the phone fell silent, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said unhappily. Wait. I was used by you like this? Come quickly, Sister Long Yin, I'll send you the location. Well, okay then. After hanging up the phone, Long Yin was about to leave, but he saw Long Ling beside him laughing uncontrollably, pointing at him with his hands covering his mouth, and pounding the sofa from time to time, laughing so hard that he fell backwards. Ha ha ha. That's all you're good for. Cut. Long Yin looked at Long Ling with disdain, but now he became proud and said with a smile on his face. Hee hee. You are useless. I at least have something left. How dare you laugh here? Suddenly, after hearing what Long Yin said, Long Ling's smile came to an abrupt end, and she glared at Long Yin fiercely. Ah, you useless people, stay here. I'm going to make use of my remaining energy. Long Yin felt much happier, and without wasting any time, he asked Tang how to take him to school, and then he ran into the computer classroom without stopping. Sister Long Yin, the class has already started for 10 minutes. Under the gaze of all the children, Yixia, who was sitting in the front row, muttered softly. Well, I'm lucky I can come. It's your fault for not telling me earlier. Long Yin rolled his eyes, there was nothing he could do about these little guys, then he stood up on the podium and began to lecture passionately. Hello, classmates. My name is Long Yin, and I'm the older sister of Yishi and the other kids. I'm very happy to substitute for you today, and I hope you can cooperate with me. Okay, Mr. Long. The children nodded sensibly, looking at Long Yin without blinking, and were full of affection for the sister who came to substitute teach them. Ha, you're so polite. Let's start the class. Being called Teacher Long made Longing feel very happy. When she was teaching computers to those little girls before, they were all indifferent to her. Now, finally someone was willing to cooperate with her. For a moment, Longing felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment in his heart. He began to tinker with the teacher's computer on his podium and uploaded files to the children's computers. Classmates, I have uploaded a simple DF++ software to you. Please open the software first. I will teach you some programming knowledge today. Good. The children agreed, but their expressions were a little confused. They always felt that this course was a little different from the previous ones. Now look at the screen, I'm going to show you some basic programming theories. These are fascinating things, don't blink. Next, Longyin had his fill and taught the children some programming knowledge and various command symbols. Of course, these are the simplest ones. Although she is a little proud now, she has not forgotten that these children are still elementary school students. Why don't I understand anything this sister is talking about? Yeah. It feels so difficult. Programming seems even more complicated than math class. Did you all understand? I just tried the method my sister told me, but my program showed it was wrong. While Longyin was still talking incessantly, trying every possible way to simplify the knowledge and teaching the children as best as he could, the children below were completely overwhelmed. After all, no matter how much this knowledge is simplified, it is still too difficult for children of their current age. Although it is simple programming, and Longyin has indeed done it through oral narration and demonstration, the effect is not necessarily very good. However, Longyin was now immersed in his own world, and he was lecturing so passionately at the podium that the math teacher, who was about to leave, was stunned and was still secretly watching from the door. Oh my God! What kind of genius is this to teach these kids programming? The math teacher was stunned, muttering in his heart that he had finally opened his eyes. Not to mention the children, even he couldn't quite understand. Ding ding ding! Finally, as time passed, the bell for the end of get out of class rang on time. Longling had just finished what he wanted to say and looked at the children below with emotion. Get out of class is over, kids. Thank you very much for your cooperation today. Go out and play. At this moment, Longyin felt very good about himself. Thinking that he had been diligently imparting knowledge to these children today, he must be a good teacher and friend. However, a few little boys not far away were staring at a computer screen in front of them and discussing something unhappily. Does this sister know how to use a computer? She broke the computer and now the screen is green. Oh, my sister didn't even teach us how to watch videos or type. We can't learn these things, and they don't seem to be of any use. I had a terrible experience in this computer class. It felt boring. Looking at the silent computer screen in front of them, the little boys were at a loss. In the end, they could only give up and watch helplessly with their chins in their hands. The other students were also discussing in low voices, and it was obvious that they all had the same opinion about today's class. Hey, these kids haven't gone out to play yet? They seem to like this class very much. Longyin, who was sitting on the podium, saw that most of the children did not leave the classroom, but were still gathered together talking about something. He subconsciously thought that the children were discussing the knowledge they had learned in this class, and his mood became even better. Well, I'll go down and take a look. Maybe they have some questions and I can give them some guidance. After feeling secretly delighted for a while, Longyin skipped down with his hands behind his back, ready to continue communicating with the children. However, just as Longyin walked down, a few little girls near the podium whispered something, but even though the sound was not loud, it still reached Longyin's ears. You guys don't understand either? I was confused for the entire class just now. Yeah, I miss my old teacher so much. At least I can understand what she taught me. I just tried it, but it didn't work at all. I don't know what it does. It's not that bad actually. If this sister hadn't come, we wouldn't have had our computer class today. Not only these little girls, all the kids in the classroom were talking in low voices. However, because they were called by the class monitor, they just talked casually and didn't say anything more. Let's go and thank this sister. Although she may not know much about computers, she seems very friendly. Okay. Although they didn't understand what was said and didn't have any good experience, they knew it wasn't easy for Longyin to come here to substitute for the class. Now they all turned their heads and prepared to express their gratitude, but they saw Longyin standing there in a daze. Just now, Longyin listened to almost everything the children said. His mouth opened wide, and he suddenly felt a strong sense of disappointment in his heart. Fuck! I took 10,000 critical hits. Long Yin felt as if his heart was bleeding, but facing these adorable children in front of him, he could only force out a smile. Thank you, sister. We'll go out first. After the children took turns thanking Long Yin, they went out hand in hand, leaving Long Yin standing there at a loss. A few little girls were responsible for cleaning up the classroom. They turned off the computers that were not turned off and cleaned up some garbage. Then they noticed Long Yin, who was slumped in a chair and doubting about his life, and walked over to him attentively. Sister Long, it's okay, you're already great. Shi obediently threw herself into Long Yin's arms, and the other little girls also clenched their fists to cheer Long Yin on. But for Long Yin, this was like comforting herself, saying, Sister Long, don't be discouraged, if you don't know computers, you can learn them well. For a moment, Long Yin felt his brain spinning. This might as well not live anymore. Chapter 381 Sit Down. At school, since the little ones still had to continue their classes, Long Yin had no choice but to go back first. How is our little substitute teacher? How was your substitute teaching experience today? Don't ask. Ask her and give her a chance to pretend. But I'm still curious. Have you taught these kids any knowledge of offense and defense? Long Ling and Long Shi, who had just walked into the house and were sitting on the sofa, saw Long Yin coming back and came forward curiously to ask. But Long Yin just glanced at the two of them, his mouth puffed up, and walked around them and went back to the house without saying anything. What she experienced today was enough to make her become autistic, and now she doesn't want to say anything. What's going on? Who knows? Seeing this, Long Yet and the others were stunned. Wasn't he just going to substitute for a class? Why did he get so angry? In the evening, Yi Xian and others went to pick up the maids. After they came back, the maids walked around the house but didn't see Long Yin. They all looked at Long Ling beside them in confusion. Sister Long Ling, why can't I see Sister Long Yin? Hey, your sister Long Yin went into the house as soon as she came back, and she hasn't come out yet. Long Ling shook his head helplessly, then suddenly his eyes lit up and he asked the little guys with a smile. By the way, didn't Sister Long Yin go to teach you today? What happened afterwards? Thinking of Long Yin's reaction before, Long Ling concluded that something had happened. If Long Yin didn't say anything, he could go and ask these little guys. Sister Long Yin came to substitute for the class today, but she said something that our classmates couldn't understand, which made our classmates think that she didn't know computers, so we were very disappointed afterwards. Yi Xia pouted her lips, and her expression was neither funny nor sad when she talked about this matter. She was still thinking silently in her heart about how to comfort Sister Long Yin. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. I was wondering what happened. After listening to the girls telling everything that happened in school today, Long Ling, Long Shi, and the others couldn't hold back any longer. Recalling how autistic Long Yin was when they came back, they all burst into laughter. Even Long Ya, who is usually serious, couldn't help laughing after knowing all this today, but he was helpless. Even now, this guy still hasn't figured it out. Afterwards, the children went to rest and play. Long Ling tried several times to go to the room and call Long Yin out, but failed every time. No matter how she knocked on the door, Long Yin inside seemed not to hear her. In the end, it was Yi Xian who knew about this and called her out of the room. Although Long Yin's face was still depressed, it was indeed much better than the sad and haggard look when she came back before. Afterwards, when everyone had finished dinner, Yi Xian looked at several children who were flipping through the new books that had just been distributed to them, and walked up to sit next to them. Girls, let Uncle Tang Hao take you to school tomorrow morning. Dad has something to do tomorrow and needs to go to the military headquarters. What do you think? Good. The girls nodded obediently, but Long Yin and Long Ling seemed to get excited from nowhere and looked at Yi Xian eagerly. Master, it's really boring to stay at home. Can I go with you? I want to go too, Master. Just take me with you. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Seeing that Long Ling had spoken at this time, Long Yin was not in a hurry. Instead, he straightened his back and smiled at Long Ling proudly. Ha, I'm a participant of the Net Shield project, so of course I can get in. But you, who only care about money, what are you doing in the military? Long Ling was so angry at what Long Yin said that his face turned red, but he stammered and didn't know what to say. You two are really interesting. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had no way to deal with Long Ling and Long Yin. But in order to avoid being annoyed by the two people's bickering, Yi Xian sighed and simply agreed to them. Okay, I'll take you all with me when the time comes. Is that okay? Hee hee, Master is the best. Long Yin and Long Ling were both satisfied now. After glaring at each other, they began to cheer beside Yi Xian. Dad, can we go and have a look? We really want to go too. Sister Long Ling and Sister Long Yin can go, so can we go too? Dad, we won't cause any trouble, just take us with you. The little guys were originally reading books, but when they saw that Yi Xian agreed to take Long Yin and Long Ling with him, they all wanted to go too. Well, you two Long sisters are both idle people with nothing to do. You still have to go to school. Let's talk about it next time when we have a chance. Looking at the children's watery eyes, Yi Xian had no choice but to stroke the children's little faces and comfort them with a few words. The corners of Long Yin and Long Ling's mouths twitched when they heard this. They didn't expect that they would be caught in the crossfire. What is a big idler? Oh well. The little guys thought about it and realized that they really had to go to class tomorrow, so they knew that this was unlikely, so they could only give up and continue reading their new textbooks. After a while, Yi Xian took the children to bed. In the past, they were not allowed to stay up late when there were no classes. Now that school has started, this is even more impossible. The next day, after asking the children to have breakfast, Wang Xinyo helped Yi Xian put on his military uniform. She gazed at Yi Xian from head to toe with admiring eyes and tidied up the edges and corners of the uniform. Yi Xian, wearing a military uniform, had an even more sacred and majestic aura on his already handsome face. The 5 golden stars on his shoulders were shining brightly, attracting everyone's attention to Yi Xian. Master, you are so handsome. You beat all the young handsome guys. Ahem, Long Yin, you can't speak anymore, right? This is not an existence on the same level, it should be described as a dimensionality reduction attack. It's really cool, and it also makes me feel safe. Long Yin and the others looked at this scene with their eyes trembling slightly. It was really too amazing and they couldn't help but praise it a few times. The girls had stars in their eyes as they gathered around Yi Xian, their eyes full of admiration. Dad looks so handsome in his military uniform. Yeah, my dad in military uniform is the most handsome in the world. Dad, let me take a picture of you. As she spoke, Yi Jing took out her cell phone, opened the camera with a smile, and wanted to take a picture of Yi Xian. Jingjing, this is not allowed. You can't take pictures when Dad is wearing a military uniform. Yi Xian squatted down gently and looked at Yi Jing, telling her that she couldn't take pictures here. After all, this dress has so many meanings. Okay Dad, I got it. Yi Jing nodded her head and put away her phone. Yi Xian looked at them and gave them a few more instructions. It's getting late now. Uncle Tang Hao will take you to school. Dad has to go to the military headquarters. You must listen carefully in school and obey the teacher. Remember this. We got it, bye Dad. The little guys nodded, waved goodbye to Yi Xian, and then were driven to school by Tang Hao. Yi Xian and the others didn't waste any more time, packed up and drove to the military headquarters. After a while, everyone came to the entrance of the Yanhuang Military Department, where several fully armed members of the Yanhuang Military Department were guarding the door. Bang! The members at the entrance of the Yanhuang Military Department looked at the oncoming Hongqi L5, and quickly stood at attention, solemnly saluted the vehicle carrying Yi Xian and others. After that, the gate was opened and Principal Long, who was in charge of letting people in, came over and prepared to accompany Yi Xian and the others in. After everyone got off the car, Yi Xian put on his military cap and then looked at Principal Long, who was walking from the door. I'll have to trouble you to show them around. I have to go to a meeting first. Okay, General Yi Long, please rest assured. I'll take care of it. Principal Long immediately stood at attention and saluted, then walked to the other side with Long Shi and others. Yi Xian went to the meeting alone. Here, Yi Xian had just entered the conference room, and all the dragon generals who were sitting there stood up in an instant and saluted Yi Xian together. General Yi Long. You are here. It's okay, sit down. Chapter 382. Take it seriously. Yi Xian nodded and asked everyone to sit down. He also went to the main seat in the middle and looked at the dragon generals sitting on both sides of him. Without exception, all of them wore 4 epaulets on their shoulders, which was the second highest rank after Sui. It can be said that at this moment, the conference room has gathered the top dragon generals of the entire Yanhuang army. They are also the top leaders of the military and the heads of various branches and departments. When these people gathered together, it was like a sharp sword pointing straight to the sky. Each of them was filled with a sense of righteousness. And those concentrated and sharp eyes, broad and resolute shoulders, in this neat military uniform and shining epaulets, make him look energetic and awe-inspiring without even being angry. However, these top dragon generals from the Chinese Yanhuang military were all looking at Yi Xian patiently at this moment. Now they are all waiting for Yi Xian to speak, and Yi Xian is also the core of this meeting. Well, I read the annual report you gave me before. Everyone has done a great job. The military has also made great progress this year. This is worthy of recognition. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian stood up and looked at everyone. First, he affirmed everyone's work, then his eyes narrowed and he continued solemnly. However, our military still needs to be reformed. This is necessary and urgent. We must make ourselves strong enough so that those so-called villains will never dare to invade again. So now, whether it's individual combat or weapons, we need to make major innovations. After Yi Xian said this, all the dragon generals nodded heavily. They had thought about this problem before, but it was difficult to implement it. But now that Yi Xian said it, it became much easier. General Yilong, we have also thought about this problem, but we still have no idea how to implement it. Then General Yilong, just give us your orders. We all trust you. We will do whatever you say. Yes, we will all listen to you, General Yilong. At this point, everyone expressed their attitudes. Since Yi Xian wanted to implement the reform, they would implement it unconditionally. Okay, let's do this first. We will create a new branch to train individual soldiers in combat. We also need a branch to integrate the informationized combat mode. This is necessary for the development of the times. But since we have established a new branch, we must continue to recruit new people. For this part, everyone should still follow the original execution standards. Don't relax the standards just because you need new members. Yes. Everyone nodded excitedly. If these two branches could be successfully established, then the military strength would surely increase step by step in the future and reach unprecedented new heights. If we develop the two important areas of individual combat and informationized combat well, and then are able to innovate and develop weapons, the overall pace will appear to be in order. Although it is a relatively long process, it will definitely be worth it in the end. Jiang Shengxi. Zhang Qingtian. Arrive. Hearing Yi Xian's voice, the two of them immediately stood up straight, waiting for Yi Xian to give orders. I will now hand over the affairs of these two branches to you. While maintaining your positions in the original branches, can you lead the development of these two new branches part-time? Please rest assured, General Yilong, we will complete the mission. The two of them issued the guarantee in a sonorous and powerful voice. They were extremely excited and felt full of energy. Okay, I believe you, sit down. Yi Xian waved his hand, motioning the two to sit down. Since he had given this task to them, he trusted them more in his heart. By the way, General Yilong, I have explained the new branch clearly, but is there anything we need to do regarding weapons research? Now that the new branch has been finalized, the other dragon generals have begun to ask questions about weapons research. The laser weapons that were previously used have already begun to be popularized in various branches, but this has also brought with it the need for other equipment, which is also a problem. Well, I've thought about this, but this requires everyone's concerted efforts. Yi Xian took a deep breath, then looked at everyone present and put forward his own ideas. What I'm thinking is that our various branches should jointly take charge of this plan and jointly establish a weapons and equipment research department to recruit elite forces in this field. I will also find people from outside to cooperate in the research. What do you think? After all, this is just a preliminary plan. After Yi Xian talked about it briefly, he also asked for everyone's opinions. General Yilong, I think this is a very good idea. Although we may not see any results in the short term, it will definitely lead to qualitative changes in the long run. Yes, we can set up a research department in the central region, jointly establish it with various branches, and also recruit some professional talents. General Yilong, this is absolutely feasible. We just need to keep the research work and research talents confidential. After that, the dragon generals also put forward a lot of targeted suggestions. After formulating them, they continued to discuss other issues. At the same time outside, Long Xiu was taking Long Shi and others around and visiting many facilities in the military. Although Long Shi's expression was very calm, Long Ling and Long Yin could not calm down all the way. Then, everyone walked and came to a nearby training ground, where many military members were currently training. Each of these military members is strong and powerful, full of explosive power. Although their bodies are covered with a mixture of mud and sweat from the training process, and they look a little disheveled, the murderous aura emanating from their bodies is hard to ignore. At this moment, these members are conducting hand-to-hand combat training, practicing in groups of two on an open ground. Even though they are members who spend every day together, they do not hold back on each other, and their punches hit each other real hard, which is really thrilling to watch. Yeah, not bad. Longya narrowed his eyes slightly, watched the actions of these members, and nodded. They were indeed the elites of the military. Every move they made was a killing move, and the force was definitely enough. Whether it's the moves, speed, or other details, it's definitely top-notch. But after looking for a while, Longya frowned slightly again. When Long Xiao saw Longya's expression, he was suddenly a little confused. Mr. Longya, what happened? Nothing, I just noticed some problems. This. Mr. Ryuya, what exactly is the problem? Long Xiao was shocked. He had worked so hard here for so long to reach Long Xiao's position. They had been using the same training program from the beginning to the end, and there had been no problems at all. Moreover, some time ago, the elites from the 8 major families joined in, which made everyone's level take a qualitative leap. But now Longshire actually told him that there are still some problems. If this was what someone else said, he might have been dismissive, but this was someone brought by General Yilong, so it seemed different and he had to be cautious. Longya looked at the members who were training, then pulled Long Xiao to the side for a more intuitive angle and explained the problem to him in detail. Don't worry, there's actually no problem. First of all, the speed and strength of these members are absolutely worthy of recognition. They are top-notch in the entire world. I heard that many elites from the 8 major families have also served as your fighting instructors. Although this has more advantages than disadvantages, it also makes your moves a little more complicated. Look carefully, the accuracy of these members' attacks still needs to be improved, and they are not decisive enough when it comes to hitting the enemy's vital points. First of all, the moves can be further simplified. Our goal is just to defeat the enemy, so simple and effective is best. The next issue is the backhand. If you don't defeat the enemy first, you must have a backhand. Don't give the enemy room to breathe. As Longya pointed out the problems of these members one after another, Long Zhao's expression became more and more shocked. He had been here for so long before, but he had never noticed these problems. However, after hearing this, he felt as if the clouds had been cleared and the sky was blue, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Thank you, Mr. Ryuya, you really helped us a lot. Long Xiao thanked Longshire solemnly and was astonished in his heart. Sure enough, this was the person brought by General Yilong. He was really extraordinary. This look was extremely precise. With just a quick glance, he was able to see these problems, but those of them who had been in the military for so long did not see them. Let's go over there and take a look. Yeah, I haven't been there yet. Ryuya, let's go, this is a fight and we can't understand it. At this time, Long Ling and Long Yin were both getting a little bored and pulled Longshire to walk to the other side. Okay, let's go over there. After Longshire nodded to Long Xiao, he followed the two of them to the other side. Long Xiao nodded, watched them leave, and then quickly came to the members and stopped their ongoing training. Everyone, please stop for a moment. I have something important to tell you. When the members saw the serious expression on Long Xiao's face, they knew that this might not be a trivial matter, so they stopped the ongoing training and walked towards Long Xiao. However, after Long Xiao recounted what Longya had just said to him, these members were stunned, as if they had experienced an unprecedented earthquake in their hearts. As the most elite group of people in the Yanhuang army, they must have their own pride. When they heard Principal Long talking about this matter just now, they were quite disdainful. But after hearing that Longshire was General Yilong's subordinate, they all became serious. After listening carefully, they found that these problems had indeed always existed and they were details that they had overlooked before. Oh my God! I haven't noticed this before. We actually have such a problem. This is amazing. Who on earth is this person? He can see our problem at a glance. His eyes are really sharp. Alas, maybe this is what they call those involved are confused, while bystanders can see things more clearly. We really need to take these issues seriously right now. Chapter 383, Haunting. After standing there for a long time, the members all sighed, but none of them thought it was a blow. After all, they all wanted to strive for excellence. After briefly summarizing the problems, they began to continue training. After that, the members consciously carried out special training for these problems, and they were much more serious than before. They are indeed the elites among the elites. After a little discussion, they immediately saw significant improvements. At this moment, even Long Xiao was not idle. After taking off his coat, he also joined the members in training. While the training was still in full swing at the training ground, the training in the conference room was almost done. After discussing a series of issues that needed to be discussed, Yi Xian went to have lunch with the dragon generals. In the restaurant, everyone sat together. Yi Xian continued to talk to everyone while eating. If this is the case, our military department will also have to expand. Under the premise of ensuring quality and requirements, does anyone have any other ideas? The dragon generals nodded. This was indeed an area that required special attention at the moment. Don't worry, General Yi Long. We have considered this issue before and have recently filmed a new recruitment video. Well, the video has been processed now. I think it won't be long before it can be uploaded. I think this video must be effective. Even when we saw it, we felt our blood boiling. After hearing what everyone said, Yi Xian felt relieved, but he was also a little curious about the video that made these dragon generals feel excited, and looked at Jiang Xingxi, who was sitting next to him. Jiang Xingxi, remember to send me a copy later so I can see the effect of this video too. Okay, General Yi Long, I'll send it to you right away. Jiang Xingxi agreed immediately, took out his mobile phone, and sent the recruitment video and the backup copy to Yi Xian. After that, everyone finished their meal and arranged other things. The three people from Longshi's side also finished their tour of the military headquarters, and left the military headquarters with the farewell of the dragon generals. After returning, when the little guys came back, Yi Xian transferred the video to a USB drive and put it on the TV, ready to watch the effect of this recruitment video with everyone. Dad, what is this? Dad, are you going to show us a cartoon? I'm so excited, this is going to be great. The little ones didn't know what it was, but they all sat in front of the TV and watched it together. They were very curious about the content. What kind of cartoon is this? You'll know once you watch it. Yi Xian laughed when he heard that, then he sat on the sofa holding the little ones and pressed the play button on the remote control. Suddenly, as a bright red flag slowly emerged on the screen, the exciting background music immediately attracted everyone's attention. This recruitment video includes footage of military members training, as well as footage of many powerful equipment and weapons. The neat formations and the members' uniform steps, the sweaty training, and the breathtaking weapon displays are all vividly displayed in this short video. The epic and magnificent background music, the roars of the members during training, and the straightest military uniforms under the blue sky all give people a strong sense of patriotism. Long Yin and Long Ling's eyes lit up as they watched, and they immediately wanted to join in. This was simply exciting, wasn't it? This also made the little girls excited. They threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms excitedly, clenched their little fists tightly, and vied with each other to make oaths. Dad, I want to join the military in the future. I want to serve my country. I want to join the army too. So cool. So awesome. I want to be like these brothers in the future. I also want to train like them and wield weapons to protect China's land. Now the girls couldn't calm down at all. The video and music were so attractive that they couldn't wait to leave school tomorrow and go to the military headquarters to change into military uniforms. That's a good idea. Dad supports you, and that's worthy of recognition. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. He was also somewhat amused just by looking at the little girls. It was hard to imagine what the scene would be like if they trained with the military members. But you are all still too young now. You need to eat more and grow up quickly so that you can be like the brother in this video. Yeah. We got it. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed in the pupils of several little girls. Although Yi Xian's words just now were just a joke, they heard every word of it. When it was time for dinner in the evening, Yi Xian had just served the food to the little ones, and the little ones who usually took their time to eat began to wolf down their food, which surprised Wang Xinyao, Long Ling, and others. Hey, what's wrong with you? Just eat well, why do you look like you've been hungry for days? Wang Xinyao felt a little amused and helpless when she saw the little ones like this, and she also gave them a few reminders. Mom, we just didn't eat enough during the day. We are a little hungry now. The little guys blushed, and when they heard Wang Xinyao's question, they quickly made up an excuse to get away with it. Wang Xinyao didn't say anything else. But even after reminding a few little ones, they still ate their fill at today's meal. Some dishes that they usually wouldn't eat, they ate them all and ate a lot. After finishing their meal, the little ones' stomachs were bloated and they all felt a little uncomfortable. I feel so uncomfortable. My stomach is so bloated. Dad, I feel so uncomfortable. Oh. I can't even walk anymore. At this time, several little guys were lying on the sofa, gritting their teeth and groaning. No matter who ate so much, they would feel uncomfortable, let alone these little guys. Tell me the truth, is it because Dad told you to eat more so you can grow up that you ate so much? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched as he watched, and he suddenly remembered what he had said before, and asked with a wry smile. Hee, Dad is so smart, he figured this out. Seeing that they could no longer hide the truth, the little guys had to tell the truth, and they couldn't help but feel a little regretful in their hearts. No matter whether this can make them grow up quickly, it just makes my stomach really uncomfortable. Oh. I knew it. Yi Xian sighed helplessly, and then he had no choice but to take them outside to exercise for a while so that they could digest what they had eaten today. Ha, husband, you better be careful with your words next time. These little guys are so innocent and cute. After Yi Xian brought the children back, Wang Xinyao covered her mouth and smiled. Today's farce was indeed a little unpredictable. Yeah, I really need to think carefully when speaking to these little guys in the future. Yi Xian also smiled and nodded, knowing that he could not talk nonsense anymore. At night, Yi Xian still grabbed the maids to sleep early, and the maids still pestered Yi Xian before slowly falling asleep. Chapter 384 Answer. The next morning, after the little ones woke up, Yi Xian sent them to school as usual, and then slowly returned to the villa. Coincidentally, when Yi Xian just walked in, Tang Hao walked over with a happy face, and it seemed that he had good news to report. Brother Yi, the villa has been prepared, we can go there any time now. Yeah, that's good. Yi Xian nodded, but Wang Xinyao and others beside him were confused and looked over blankly. Hubby, what villa? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Wang Xinyao just looked at Yi Xian curiously, but Long Ling pouted his lips as if blaming him. Master, what on earth are you hiding from us? What do you mean again? Yi Xian glared at Long Ling helplessly. Seeing that everyone was very interested in the villa, he thought about it and decided to go there as he had nothing to do today. Okay, since you're all so curious, let's go take a look. We all have time today. Okay, Master. We are going. Let's go now. Long Ling and Long Yin were immediately excited, and shouted that they wanted to go right away. After all, ever since the little ones went to school, these two guys had become much more bored every day. Yi Xian covered his ears helplessly and glared at Long Yin and Long Ling. If you keep talking too much, I think we should leave a few people behind to look after the house. Seeing this, Long Yin and Long Ling immediately covered their mouths and nodded obediently, causing Wang Xinyao and Long Shi on the side to burst out laughing. After the deal was settled, Yi Xian and the others took a car to the villa. Along the way, Long Ling and Long Yin kept asking questions, but after being glared at by Yi Xian, they didn't dare to say anything. After a while, everyone finally arrived at the gate of the villa, but as soon as they got off the car, everyone's faces froze. The size of the manor in front of us is really beyond imagination. The open space and parking lot in front of the manor are already as big as half a football field. Looking inside, it was like a palace in a dream. Its luxury even surpassed the previous villa, not to mention its size. Rather than calling it a residence, it is more like an architectural wonder that combines landscapes, villas, private sports fields, gardens, wineries, and a series of other facilities. Just looking at the area, people have a feeling that the view is endless. There are many buildings inside, but they are all top-level villas with luxurious style and elegance. In terms of design and materials, they are definitely among the best in the world. Master Wu Cao. I didn't expect you to secretly attack the real estate industry. My goodness, this is a villa area. Oh my god. This underground project is too scary. It turns out that Master has hidden too many things from us. Long Ling and Long Yin both opened their mouths wide. They had traveled all over the country over the years and had seen many extremely luxurious manors, but compared to Yi Xian's, it was indeed far inferior. If they were not told that this was a manor, they would definitely think without a doubt that this was a top-notch villa area. Hubby, is all this yours? Even Wang Xinyao was stunned. This manor was even more luxurious than the place she lived in the West before. Well, let's go in and take a look. With a smile, Yi Xian gently took Wang Xinyao's hand and walked inside with everyone. After entering the elegant gate that is large enough for a truck to enter, the first thing that catches your eye is a grand garden with many exotic flowers and plants in full bloom, and the beautiful branches have been professionally trimmed. This scene looks peaceful and serene, and also makes the main villa behind the garden look even more quiet. But what cannot be ignored is that the main villa in front of everyone is so stunning. It may not be clear from the outside just now, but when you walk in, it is even more shocking. The villa adopts a design that integrates multiple styles. While ensuring the living comfort, it also appears extremely luxurious. Even the bricks and tiles that make up the villa give people an amazing texture. The main villa includes a courtyard and a side garden, which has an ancient charm. However, when combined with other European and Western elements, it not only does not feel abrupt, but makes people feel more harmonious. These were all designed by Yi Xian himself. Even if the world's top and most famous architectural designers came to observe, they would only find it incredible. This can be said to be a new height that surpasses the existing design level. The wide floor-to-ceiling windows and integrated balconies in the villa are simple yet not simplistic. Even a simple Roman column contains intriguing design elements, and details are spread throughout every corner of the villa. Walking into the gate of the villa, everyone was refreshed. Although this place has not been officially lived in yet, all living facilities are already in place. Carpets, sofas, and home appliances are all quietly placed in front of everyone. Although it has just been completed, there is no pungent smell of building materials in this new villa. There is only waves of refreshing fragrance that make people feel relaxed and peaceful. The interior maintains the same extremely luxurious style as always. The chandelier above everyone's head alone is inlaid with many top-quality colored gems and diamonds. Even if the lights are not turned on, it will still sparkle because of the natural light outside. The combination of floor and carpet fits perfectly and looks natural. Leading to the top floor, there is not only an escalator made of vintage precious wood, but also a modern built-in elevator. Putting aside the luxury, this villa also has a strong atmosphere of life. The children's study and toy room are also designed on the first floor. There are some cute dolls on the sofa, and between the tables there are some photo frames in addition to porcelain and other valuable ornaments. In addition, there are many more photos on the surrounding walls. These are photos of Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao, as well as photos with the children. But there are still a few photos with Long Ling and others occasionally mixed in, all of which are full of memories. After Long Ling and Long Yin looked around the photos, they were surprised to find that Yi Xian had kept all the photos with them. Although Yi Xian didn't like taking photos in the past, some of them forced Yi Xian to take photos together. Although Yi Xian said that he didn't like it, he kept all the photos without exception. "Master, you still have these photos?" Seeing this, the two of them couldn't help but feel warm in their hearts, and they smiled sweetly at Yi Xian. Their master could be said to be truly cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Of course, this was only before. Now with these little guys, Yi Xian gives people a completely different feeling. It seems that he always has a warm smile on his face, shining like the sun in everyone's heart. These are all in. Longshire gently stroked the few photos of him and Yi Xian, sighing in his heart, and a smile appeared on the corners of his cold mouth. At this time, Yi Xian was pulling Wang Xinyao, and at the beginning, there was a photo of the first time he met Yi Jing, then slowly there were the other little ones, and at the end it was a scene of a family reunion. Wang Xinyao's eyes were flashing with tears. Now looking at these photos again, it was like reliving the memories again. It also reminded her of her first meeting with Yi Xian. It would be great if there were still records at that time. "Xinyao, this will be our wedding room, what do you think?" Yi Xian gently wiped the corners of Wang Xinyao's eyes, looked into her eyes tenderly, his voice filled with charming magnetism and deep love. "Hubby, I." At this point, Wang Xinyao's face suddenly turned red. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say, but threw herself into Yi Xian's arms, which also represented her answer. Chapter 385 Beautiful. Yi Xian held the beauty in his arms, his warm hands wrapped around Wang Xinyao's back, and suddenly he remembered the dress. "Xinyao, the dress should be ready today. Let's take a look at it when you come back." "Good." Wang Xinyao smiled happily, snuggled in Yi Xian's arms and nodded. Then, after everyone continued to walk around the room, Yi Xian took everyone to the outside of the main villa, where there was an orchid garden and koi pond, as well as some special landscapes and buildings. Witnessing these beautiful and pleasant scenery, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. There is a whole different world behind the main villa, which almost encompasses all the scenes you can imagine. Even when they walked to the back, everyone was surprised to find that there was actually a small zoo inside. "No way, master, you really have the time to spare. Are you going to start your retirement?" When Long Ling saw the zoo, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue, with light shining in her eyes. "Hey, master, are you going to work part-time as an animal manager? Will you charge admission here in the future?" Looking at the two guys, Long Ling and Long Yin, who were singing the same tune, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, and simply took Wang Xinyao in first, not bothering to pay attention to the two of them. However, although it is a zoo, there are no ferocious beasts or the like in it. There are only gentle little rabbits and hamsters. You can say that they are all cute little animals, especially for children to interact with. Wow! So cute! After walking in, Long Ling and the others saw little white rabbits jumping leisurely on the grass. Their eyes were full of love. They ignored everything else and rushed towards the little white rabbits. Even Wang Xinyo liked these cute little animals very much, and she accompanied Long Ling and others to look around the place. Before long, the cute little rabbits, hamsters, kittens and other cute animals inside were all petted by several people, and they even took out their mobile phones to record these cute little creatures. Seeing the scene, Yi Xian immediately nodded with satisfaction. Even Long Ling and others loved these animals so much, not to mention those little guys. But now they are all still in school, and they don't know what kind of surprises are waiting for them after school. In the evening, it was time for the children in the school to go home from school. They were packing their school bags in the classroom and getting ready to go out. Xiaomei, do you want to come to our house and play? My dad cooks delicious food. After Yi Jing packed up her things, she looked at the children around her who were still sorting their things, thinking of inviting them to her house to play. Really? We want to go. Sister Jingjing, can we all go? Okay, we haven't been to squad leader Yi Jing's house yet. As soon as these words were spoken, the children became excited and immediately agreed to Yi Jing. But I still have to tell mom and dad. After the excitement, several children looked a little hesitant. They had no way to contact their parents now, and if they went rashly, they would definitely worry. It's okay, I'll lend you my phone to make a call. Seeing that their beloved classmates agreed, Yi Jing and the little ones were very happy, and then they took out their mobile phones and gave them to them. Not long after, several children called their families and told them about going to Yi Jing and others' homes to play. After the children's parents found out, they didn't refuse, but just reminded them to be polite when visiting other people's homes. Great! We can go now. After a while, the children notified their parents. A few little ones cheered excitedly, and then one by one, they rushed out of the classroom in a funny and cute way. Dad, we're here. At this time, Yi Xian was still waiting for a few little ones at the school gate. After hearing the sound and looking over, he immediately saw Yi Jing and a few little ones running over with a total of 8 or 9 children. Dad, can we let our good friends come to our house to play? Yi Jing and Yi Shi threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms affectionately, looked at him expectantly and asked. Of course you can. Dad is very happy that you have such a good relationship with the kids. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, then changed the subject and continued speaking to the children. There is another good news. Dad will take you to your new home today. A new home? The children were a little confused when they heard this, but they were more expectant, and then they introduced the children behind them to Yi Xian one by one. Hello, Uncle. Sorry to bother you today. It's okay, Uncle is very happy that you can come. The children were very polite and Yi Xian was also very welcoming. After a few words, they prepared to set off. Tang Hao behind him had already called another taxi when he saw this, and now they had arrived nearby. He then took the children to the villa. At this time, there were still many parents picking up their children at the door. Recently, they also saw Yi Xian or Tang Hao driving luxury cars to pick up a few little girls. They were somewhat surprised at first, but later they got used to it and just sighed occasionally. But today, after seeing Tang Hao call in 2 more equally luxurious luxury cars, these parents became a little confused. They stared blankly at everyone leaving, and they still couldn't calm down. What kind of family is this? Does this luxury car cost nothing? That's really weird. This school isn't an aristocratic school, right? Ah, this is the difference. While the parents at the door were still in a mess, Yi Xian and Tang Hao had already taken the children to the road leading to the villa. Along the way, the children were also busy, leaning on the windows to admire the scenery outside. The beautiful pictures made the children feel quite shocked. It's really beautiful. It's really nice, it's much more comfortable here than in the city. Yeah, I kind of want to go out and play. Looking at the green fields and sparkling rivers outside the car window, these picturesque scenery made the children excited. If the conditions allowed, they really wanted to go down and have a good time. As the vehicle continued to move forward, the closer it got to the villa, the more beautiful the scenery became. Even with such beautiful scenery, the children did not feel visually tired. Dad, this place is so big and beautiful. Chapter 386 Answer. After getting off the bus, the children were immediately attracted by the scenery. Those in the same class opened their eyes wide and were shocked by the villa in front of them. It looks great, doesn't it? This will be our new home from now on. Yi Xian squatted down and rubbed the children's little faces, then took the children for a walk inside. The spacious and comfortable villa and the stunningly beautiful garden scenery made the children open their eyes wide and run around inside. They felt that they would never get bored staying there. Afterwards, Yi Xian brought the children to the zoo. The children's eyes all lit up and they quickly trotted in. "Dad, are there any wild animals in here?" Just after the other children ran inside, Yi Shi pulled Yi Xian's clothes and asked timidly. "Don't worry, there are some cute little animals in here." Yi Xian smiled dotingly, then picked up Yi Shi and followed him in. At this time, Yi Jing was taking other children to play with the little rabbits in the zoo. When Yi Shi saw the soft and cute little rabbits, all the worries in her heart turned into excitement. "Go play with everyone." Feeling the eagerness of the little guy in his arms, Yi Xian put Yi Shi down with a smile. "Dad, I love you." Yi Shi kissed Yi Xian on the face in a baby voice, then walked towards the little white rabbits in front, lay on the ground and gently stroked them, then carefully held one of them in her arms. At the moment, all the children are playing with these little animals, sometimes running around on the lawn with the rabbit, sometimes picking up snacks to feed the cute hamsters, and holding the cute and clever white fox in their arms. This place is simply their paradise, satisfying all their fantasies about cute pets, and they all have a blast playing here. Yi Xian stood aside with a slight smile, just watching the children playing with these cute animals, and from time to time he took out his mobile phone to record these heartwarming scenes for them. "Brother Yi, the dress has arrived." At this moment, Tang Hao came over from behind. The designer had just delivered the dresses and now he could try them on. "Good." Yi Xian nodded when he heard this, and let the children play with the little animals here, then turned around and went back to the villa. At this time, Wang Xinyo had already opened the packaging of the dress and felt very satisfied with the success of the final design. After returning to the room, Wang Xinyo and Yi Xian changed into their dresses, sorted out the details for each other, and then walked out of the room. In an instant, the two people who changed into dresses immediately became the focus of the room. Originally, the dresses were the ingenious works of the top designers, and they were personally tailored for the two people. The final effect was amazing. Wang Xinyo wore a pure white dress with thin satin and floral patterns all over the hem and waist of the dress, which perfectly displayed her snow-white, straight swan neck and slender, beautiful limbs. At this moment, Wang Xinyo's beauty was highlighted to the extreme. She gently held Yi Xian's arm, and her slightly flushed face looked even more charming. Similarly, Yi Xian's dress fits him well, showing his temperament and handsomeness. It also matches well with Wang Xinyo's outfit. They can be said to be a perfect match made in heaven. Master and Madam. The effect of this dress is so good. Ah! Master's wife is so beautiful, just like a princess, absolutely beautiful and noble. Seeing Yi Xian and Wang Xinyo walking down the stairs arm in arm, Long Ling and Long Yin's eyes widened. They didn't expect the effect of the dress would be so good. Just at this moment, a few little kids came in with their friends and happened to see this scene. Everyone was stunned for a moment. "Mom and Dad, these dresses look great. So handsome and beautiful. Mom's dress is so well designed, and so is Dad's. Dad, where are ours? Where are our dresses?" While marveling at them, the little ones also remembered their dresses and all looked at Yi Xian eagerly. "Yours are in the room, go change." "Great. We have dresses too." Yi Jing and others jumped up excitedly, ran to the room upstairs and changed into their own dresses. After a while, several little ones came towards the crowd hand in hand. Their little dresses were equally beautiful. Their uncomfortable looks made their walk a little funny, which made them look even more adorable. "Mom and Dad, how about our dresses? Aren't they pretty and cute?" The little guys grinned and circled around Yi Xian and Wang Xinyo. "Yes, it's good looking. But you little guys are so conceited at such a young age." Wang Xinyo nodded and tidied up the children a little. The clothes looked really good on them, but they didn't overshadow the rest of the group. "I'm so envious. Yi Jing and the others' clothes are so beautiful. And their parents are so good looking too. I think I want nice clothes like this too." At this time, the other children couldn't help but feel envious when they saw Yi Xian, Wang Xinyo, and the girls' clothes. They quickly gathered around and stared at the clothes of the little ones. "Hey, isn't it great? We are going to attend our parents' wedding." Yi Xia chuckled and felt very happy when he remembered that he was going to wear this dress to attend his parents' wedding. But thinking about this, Yi Xia also became a little curious and asked the children in the class with a pout. "By the way, have you ever attended your parents' wedding?" "Ah. Let's think about it. After hearing this question, several children bit their fingers and thought about it, and finally shook their heads seriously. It seems that this really doesn't exist. Never mind. Let's continue playing. Hearing this, Yixia and a few girls smacked their lips, and without thinking too much, they dragged the children to continue playing in the villa, and they did this until it was time for dinner. Okay, change your clothes first, or you'll end up with greasy food all over your clothes. A few little girls were getting ready to have dinner in their little dresses, but Yi Xian stopped them. If the clothes were stained with oil, it would be difficult to take care of them. Good. The girls nodded obediently, and treasured their little dresses very much. They quickly rushed back to the room to change into their own clothes, and then took their companions to have dinner. Don't be polite, just eat it. Xiao Mei, eat more. This braised pork is delicious. Everyone, eat as much as you can. Don't consider yourself an outsider. The girls were very enthusiastic. They picked up food for their friends while talking. So delicious. The children looked at everything luxurious in the villa. Even the tableware in front of them was exquisite to the extreme. They were a little reserved at first, but after taking a bite, their eyes lit up. The dishes cooked by Yi Xian were so delicious that they were so attracted by the food that they immediately forgot about other thoughts and started eating with big mouthfuls. Yi Jing, the food uncle cooks is so delicious. Ah! I envy you so much for being able to eat such delicious food every day. It's so delicious. It's even better than the restaurant my parents took me to. That's right, I said my dad's cooking is the best. Yi Jing chuckled and continued to pick up food for the children. After dinner, due to time constraints, it was time for the children to go home. Bye. Let's play again next time. At the entrance of the villa, Tang Hao was preparing to drive the children away, and he also sent the little ones all the way outside. Goodbye Yi Jing Yi Shi. See you tomorrow morning. After the children said goodbye to each other, the vehicle started moving and the children were soon sent home one by one. After returning home, one of the girls, Xiao Mei, told her parents what she had seen and heard at the villa today, including the luxury of the villa, the complete facilities in the villa, and the many cute animals in the zoo. Ah! Is there such a villa? What kind of family is this? Hearing this, Xiao Mei's parents were shocked. It sounded really too scary. But at this moment, Xiao Mei suddenly remembered that Yi Jing and others were going to attend their parents' wedding, and she looked at her parents innocently. By the way, Mom and Dad, why didn't I attend your wedding? Ha, you silly kid, how could you possibly attend our wedding? Mom and Dad were also happy to hear this, but Xiao Mei became even more confused and continued to ask while pouting. Then why were Yi Jing and the others able to attend my parents' wedding? They all had beautiful dresses. Ah! This made Xiao Mei's parents confused and a little confused, but they didn't know how to answer. Chapter 387 It's different. At the villa, after the other children had left, Yi Xian stopped the little ones who wanted to continue exploring the villa. After all, their homework for today had already been sent to the parents' group. Okay, let's develop good habits and finish our homework before we go out to play. Yeah, Dad, we get it. The little guys were having a lot of fun today, and then they remembered that they still had homework to do. So they obediently took out their homework from their school bags and started to do it under Yi Xian's supervision. They listened very carefully in class, and the amount of homework was not too large, so it didn't take long for them to finish it. Dad, our teacher left some handicrafts for us to do together. After putting away the homework books, Yi Jing took out a stack of colorful cardboard from her bag with a smile, and pulled Yi Xian to do handicraft homework with them. The other little ones did the same. They sat in a circle around Yi Xian affectionately, and then spoke in a baby voice. Dad, our handicraft homework today is origami. You can do whatever you want. Dad must be very good at origami. Ha, you girls, are you starting to embarrass your dad again? Yi Xi had just finished explaining the content of today's homework when Wang Xinyao came over with a smile and joined the little ones in their handicraft homework. Hey, Mom, our handicraft homework today is origami. You and Dad can come and accompany us. We need Mom and Dad to come along, because we're not very good at origami. Mom, come sit here. The little guys didn't waste any time and quickly pulled Wang Xinyao to sit down. They shook their legs mischievously and each took out a piece of cardboard and folded it. However, they were just as they said, they were not very good at origami, and they could only make simple things like paper airplanes. Ha, you little girls, who taught you how to fold paper airplanes? Why are they so ugly? Wang Xinyao covered her mouth and laughed. The paper airplanes folded by these little guys were indeed not very good looking, which made the little guys very angry. Hee hee, then Mom will fold one. Dad wants to come too. I want to watch Mom and Dad fold it together. Great. Mom and Dad, let's have a competition to see who can fold the best. As they were talking, the little ones also became interested and wanted Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao to fold one as well. They smiled and started to act coquettishly in their arms. Okay, Mom and Dad will listen to you. Yi Xian smiled dotingly, gently pinched the faces of the little guys, and also tore out a piece of cardboard and folded it. The children giggled and snuggled in Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao's arms, staring with their watery eyes wide open. However, whether it was Wang Xinyao or Yi Xian, they both folded some difficult works at this time, which made the little guys more and more fascinated. While they were doing their homework here, at the same time, in a dense forest abroad, a team of the Yanhuang army was carrying out a special mission. The leader of the fully armed team now has the important documents of this mission in his hands. The team members behind him also hold weapons in their hands and are keeping martial law in the surrounding area to prevent any danger that may occur at any time. Although the members of the Yanhuang army were standing silently at the moment, the oppressive feeling they gave people was as heavy as a mountain, and they exuded a monstrous evil spirit. They are all iron-blooded warriors who have experienced countless life and death, training in blood and fire, and experience on the battlefield. They are truly the world's top force. Feeling the power flowing through their limbs, the members felt quite dreamy for a moment. This was their first mission after drinking the strengthening and refreshing potion and undergoing intensive training for such a long time. Now their strength, speed, and reaction ability are much stronger than before. This is no longer just a qualitative change, it is like they have undergone countless transformations. We are different now than we were before. This mission should be a lot easier. Sighing in his heart, the team leader turned around and looked at his team members. Every resolute face here was a brother who had experienced countless life and death with him, but this time, they were stronger than ever. Captain, our mission this time will definitely be easy. It's time to let the world understand the power of our Yanhuang military. That's right. I haven't carried out a mission for such a long time. Now I'm itching all over. This time I can finally have a good time. The progress we have made during this period has brought us to a new bottleneck. I hope this mission will be more challenging. I think we can become even stronger. After the captain opened his mouth to speak, the team members also followed suit and sighed. That is right, because of Yi Xian's Qingling potion and the elites of the 8 major families as special instructors for training, their strength has now improved by leaps and bounds, and they no longer need to fear anyone or any force. However, as elites of their level in the Yanhuang military, they are well aware that they cannot be arrogant in such a situation, so even when they are chatting, they are always paying attention to any movement around them. The captain nodded, raised his watch to check the time. Now it was time to act. His face suddenly became much more serious and he shouted with full energy. Everyone! Stand at attention! As soon as he finished speaking, the team members gathered in less than a second, restored their previous formation, and looked at the captain in front of them with the same seriousness. Listen, everyone! Although our strength has reached a different level now, our goal is to perfectly complete the tasks assigned by the superiors. I need each of you to be vigilant and adjust your status to the best. Do you understand? Clear. The team members shouted in unison, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, like a taut bow, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Okay, let's go according to the plan now. After saying that, the team members remained extremely alert and lurked in the dense forest according to the formations. Their movements and fluency were just like those of cheetahs. They were the kings of the jungle. This time the mission is not a combat mission, but just a reconnaissance mission. Of course, if they encounter an enemy attack, the members can fight back at will and are not afraid of them at all. In addition to them, the headquarters also keeps in touch with them. No matter what accidents happen, reinforcements can arrive within 10 minutes. According to the current strength of this team, if they do not encounter a large-scale military group or heavy firepower, 10 minutes is more than enough. During the subsequent mission, the members did not speak anymore, but communicated using tactical gestures, and soon they sneaked into a hidden attic in the dense forest. There is no one here, but there are still many leftover instruments and materials. Just looking at the dust on them, it seems that no one has been here for some time. Damn it, these guys are really gone. The captain had a ruthless look on his face and slammed the dusty wooden table heavily. The members were also busy, collecting all the clues and information they could. After making sure that nothing was missed, they left the cabin together. We have been receiving intelligence about the activities of these terrorist organizations here for some time. Even the informants have been killed, so it is normal that they are not here. However, the elites of the Yanhuang military department are not only highly skilled in combat, but are also top-notch in their investigation of intelligence clues. Based on the inferences from the repaired instruments and documents, they were able to quickly locate the most likely migration location of these people. Let's pack up and go back quickly to hand in the intelligence. The next mission may not be a survey mission. In the open space outside the attic, the captain looked at his team members with great pride. The harvest this time was also not small. Then they were about to prepare to turn back and then gather the team and return. Yes. The members nodded, continued to remain vigilant, and prepared to return along the original route. Be careful. Be alert. In a flash, the captain walking in front suddenly felt a hint of danger. He clearly felt that several figures had just passed by the entrance of the dense forest ahead. Chapter 388 Not Simple. With a bang, the team members pulled the bolts of their guns and aimed forward with high concentration. Be careful, this group of people is not simple. The captain in front remained on guard with a cold sweat on his head, because he didn't see the movements of these guys clearly just now. These were definitely not ordinary guys, and it seemed that they were targeting them. Ha, they are indeed the elite team of the Yanhuang army. They are really not simple. At this time, several figures quickly emerged from the dense forest ahead and directly blocked the team members. The leader was wearing a steel mask that covered half of his face, and his silver combat uniform also had a metallic texture. When he moved, it made a rustling sound. There were not many people in this group, only 8 in number, but the feeling they brought to this group of Yanhuang military elites was absolute danger. They were also fully armed, with rifles, pistols and other tactical equipment, but their silver combat uniforms and strange masks made them look suspicious. Ha, what's wrong? Why don't you guys shoot? The next second, a mocking laugh came from under the mask that covered half of the leader's face. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. Knowing clearly that they were facing the elite team of the Yanhuang military, these people did not raise their weapons, but slowly blocked the way. Needless to say, this is exactly the Iron Warrior created by the Demon Dragon flag. This is the purpose of these guys' visit, and no one knows it clearly. Who are you? The team leader raised his rifle and aimed at the exposed parts of the masks of several people. He was confident that he could shoot through their heads in an instant. However, the origins of this group of people were too strange, and now they were actively provoking him, so he had to be cautious. Moreover, from the aura of these people, the captain clearly sensed the danger. It is no exaggeration to say that if it were his original self, he would never be a match for these people. Who is it? The one who wants to kill you. The guy in the lead smiled arrogantly, then roared and rushed towards the team. Fuck it, get into close combat. Yes. The captain narrowed his eyes, but he was not without temper. These guys were so arrogant that they were simply provoking all of them. He simply ordered the team members to lay down their weapons and fight these guys in hand-to-hand combat. This is just right, we can see how strong they are now. In the blink of an eye, the two teams started fighting together. The team on the Yanhuang army side also had 8 people, which was just the same as the guys on the opposite side. In an instant, the scene was filled with panic, punches were hitting flesh, and a strong sense of visual explosion filled the open space, but there were no spectators. After the first confrontation, both the Yanhuang army and the Iron Warrior squad on the opposite side had a solemn look in their eyes. This was only the first confrontation, both sides had suffered injuries, and both sides were quite strong. The members of the Yanhuang army team took deep breaths to adjust their condition, narrowed their eyes and looked at these guys carefully, and they couldn't help but feel shocked. No one knows better than them what level of strength they have now, but the guys on the opposite side are also extraordinary. Their speed and strength make them feel a little nervous and they dare not take their attacks head on. Damn it! What the hell is this? Damn it, I was careless. I almost couldn't block the guy's strength just now. My knuckles are bleeding. Everyone, be careful. These monsters on the other side seem to be well prepared and are targeting us. The captain reminded the team members behind him and quickly contacted for support via radio. Now they didn't know the details of these people and dared not take it lightly. How come these guys from the Yanhuang army have become so strong? At this moment, the several Iron Warriors on the opposite side were also surprised. This was not at all what they had imagined the Yanhuang army should be capable of. They thought to themselves, Could the effect of the potion have reached the same level as their transformation? Stay alert, keep going. Just after the two sides confronted each other for a while, the captain of the Yanhuang army suddenly jumped up and ran quickly towards the Iron Warriors in front. The team members behind followed closely, and the two sides started fighting again. Bang, bang, bang. There were bursts of intense and exciting fighting sounds in the air. The strength and speed of both sides had become abnormal to a level beyond human limits. The captain of the team on the Yanhuang army side was very experienced. He moved freely in the melee, came behind the opposite side, stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed the back of the opposite side, and then pulled with force. Suddenly, the silver combat uniform on that guy was completely torn apart by the team captain's powerful force, revealing the steel spine embedded in his back. Hateful. The Iron Warrior whose combat uniform was torn also reacted immediately. Feeling a chill on his back, he became angry and violently attacked the captain. What's this? The team leader did not dare to be careless and quickly dodged backwards, but the iron spine just now made his pupils tremble violently. That kind of thing has gone beyond everyone's common sense. The captain's scalp is constantly struck by the terrifying scene of the cyborgs in science fiction movies. That's enough. You idiots have been exposed, retreat now. At the same time, a cold voice came from the radio of those steel warriors, causing the bodies of those who were full of fighting spirit just now to suddenly stiffen, and then they quickly ran into the dense forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Stop chasing me! At this time, several team members were still full of fighting spirit, but just as they were about to continue the pursuit, they were stopped by the captain. Yes. Several team members looked unhappy. After all, this time not a single opponent was left. Captain, why don't you let us continue chasing? One of the burly team members looked fiercely towards the dense forest over there, his fists still clenched, somewhat puzzled by what the captain had done. Don't be impulsive. How many times have I told you not to be impulsive? The captain took a deep breath and scolded the team member, but the light in his eyes became more solemn, and he spoke to several team members in a low voice. Didn't you notice just now? I tore off the combat uniform of one of the guys and found a steel spine installed on his back. The origins of these guys are really unknown, but they are definitely targeting us, so we must be on our guard. Now organize the documents and clues, continue to be alert, reinforcements will arrive soon. When the team members heard what the captain said, their eyes widened and thunder exploded in their hearts. They knew very well that their captain would never lie, so what happened just now was definitely witnessed by the captain himself. Thinking of the steel spine described by the captain, the team members suddenly smelled a different scent. Then, they followed the captain's instructions to organize the important documents and clues obtained from this exploration mission and stood guard on the spot. Reporting to headquarters, the mysterious force that attacked us just now has left, but I found steel spines on their backs. These guys are most likely high-tech cyborgs. From their strength, this is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. And I guarantee with my honor that they are coming for us. While waiting for reinforcements, the captain did not dare to delay and continued to report the situation to the headquarters. What? When Principal Long, who was on the other end of the line, heard this, he jumped up from his chair with a start. Knowing that this matter was beyond his ability, he quickly called a dragon general in the command room. I see. After listening to the report, General Long also had a serious expression on his face. He quickly came to the radio and spoke to the captain who was still waiting for reinforcements. Just stay where you are and don't act rashly. Come back as soon as reinforcements arrive. You must report this matter in detail when you come back. Yes. The captain nodded heavily. At this moment, the reinforcement helicopter was also landing, carrying important documents and the wounded and embarking on the return journey. Similarly, the reinforcement team on the plane fell silent after learning what had just happened, and they were immediately horrified. Chapter 389 Phase 2. At Huaxia Villa, after getting up the next day, the children were sent to school by Yi Xian and walked into the classroom with their origami works. Yi Jing. You're here. Hey, let us see your origami homework. I think what you fold must be very beautiful. As soon as the little ones walked into the classroom, enthusiastic classmates gathered around them, enthusiastically sharing their origami works, and also wanted to see what Yi Jing and the other girls' works looked like. Everyone's works are relatively simple, usually paper cranes and small hearts. Although you can see that they have put a lot of effort into them, they are still wrinkled and look very average. Yeah, we folded these. A few little girls chuckled and took out their origami works, which made the classmates open their mouths in amazement. This looks too complicated. Their handicrafts were not simple origami. Yi Jing held a small and exquisite paper frog in her hand, Yi Shi's was a lifelike little lion, and the others were also some exquisite little animals. This is not just about looking good, it is actually quite complicated to do. If there is a mistake in one step, the whole work will be completely ruined. Wow! You guys are awesome. Yi Jing, how did you guys figure this out? Can you please teach us? Yours looks so good. All those classmates looked at them with admiration and asked how Yi Jing and the other girls did it. Ha, we're not that great. Our parents folded it for us. The children immediately told the truth proudly. It was indeed Yi Xian and Wang Xinyo who helped them make it yesterday. Although they also learned to make a few later, they didn't bring them because they were too ugly. Ah! Your parents are so awesome. My parents can't do that. We seem to have folded it ourselves. My parents both worked overtime yesterday and didn't have time to help me. I really envy you guys. Your parents are so good to you. Knowing that the parents of the little ones helped to make them, the classmates were immediately envious. Looking at such exquisite works, they admired Wang Xinyo and Yi Xian's ingenuity even more. Ding ding ding. While the children were still talking at once, the bell for class rang on time, and the children all sat back in their seats obediently. Good morning, students. Have you finished the origami homework assigned by the teacher yesterday? This class was an art class. The art teacher walked in with a smile on her face and then started asking about the origami homework. Teacher, we are all done. The children smiled sweetly, put their homework on the table, and waited quietly for the teacher to check. Well, you are so good. Let the teacher take a good look at what amazing works you have made. Xiaomei's paper cranes are so beautiful. It seems like she worked really hard yesterday. Ha, Xiaoshui, your paper airplane is really special. The teacher likes it very much. Tutu's little love heart really warms the teacher's heart. Keep it up. The art teacher walked down with a smile, looked at each child's work, and gave gentle affirmation and encouragement. Yi Jing, this. But when the art teacher saw Yi Jing and the other little girls, he was about to say something, but he felt as if his throat was stuck, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This little frog. This little lion. This is too serious. Yi Jing, Yi Shi, did you fold your origami homework by yourself? Teacher, it was our parents who helped us. Oh, is that so? That's great. This attitude is worth learning from. After asking, the art teacher nodded, anticipating that this was probably help from the parents. Regardless, this was what she wanted to see. The reason for assigning this homework is to let the children communicate more with their families, and Yi Jing and the other girls did the best in this regard. But while the art class in the classroom was still going on amid laughter, Yi Xian was also leisurely drinking tea with Longshire and others at home. However, such a harmonious picture was broken by a hurried phone call. Yi Xian picked up his mobile phone and saw that it was Zhang Qingtian calling. General Yi Long, something big has happened. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Qingtian on the other end took a deep breath. The first sentence made Yi Xian frown and he quickly asked. Tell me slowly, what happened? Feeling that Yi Xian's mood had changed, Longshire also put down the teacup in his hand and looked towards the side. It's like this, General Yi Long. We have a team that just came back from a mission. It was originally just an exploration mission against a terrorist organization, but we didn't expect to encounter a group of mysterious enemies. The team we sent out was definitely an elite team, but they only managed to tie with the other team. Neither side gained any advantage. What compels me to call Yi Long is that those mysterious enemies all have steel spines installed on their backs. I see. Hearing this, Yi Xian's already frowned brows became even tighter, making Longshire couldn't help swallowing his saliva, thinking that this was definitely not a trivial matter. Brother Yi, what's going on? Did something happen? As soon as Yi Xian hung up the phone, Longshire hurriedly asked about it. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then told Longshire about the matter in detail. That's right, but this group of enemies is different. They all have steel spines installed on their backs. Otherwise, they would never be able to compete with the current Yanhuang army. Ah, this? Having said this, Longya was also shocked. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, and then he looked seriously into Yi Xian's eyes. Brother Yi, this was researched in the West, right? It's most likely. Yi Xian raised the teacup, took a sip, nodded heavily, and the first thing he thought of was that place. Oh my god. Longya's expression was a little out of control, and he thought to himself that the force that could fight against the current Yanhuang army was really impressive. At this moment, in a manor in the west, the former steel warriors were also called back here, bending down to report to the man in front of them with his back to them. "I'm sorry, we underestimated the current Yanhuang military. Even if we have installed steel spines, we can only be on par with their strength. And we were too careless. I'm afraid the matter of the steel spine has been exposed." After listening to this, the man still didn't say anything. After being silent for an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his mouth. Start the second phase of the plan. Chapter 390 Happy. After returning to the villa, Yi Xian couldn't sit still after knowing this matter. The situation was still quite serious. He didn't dare to delay any longer and prepared to let Tang Hao take them to the military headquarters. To understand the exact situation of this matter in detail, we need to go to the military department. Hearing both sides will lead to enlightenment, while hearing only one side will lead to confusion. Even Yi Xian has to treat this matter with caution. "Xinyao, I have something urgent to do here. I need to go to the military headquarters right away. Please go pick up these little guys this afternoon." Just as Tang Hao went out to prepare, Yi Xian walked up to Wang Xinyao and kissed her on the face. "Okay, hubby, I got it." Wang Xinyao smiled and did not ask what had happened. She knew it was an important matter, so she blinked her beautiful eyes and gave Yi Xian a hug. "Then I'll be leaving first. I don't know when I'll be back. Don't wait for me for dinner today." After a while of tenderness, Yi Xian let go of Wang Xinyao and walked out quickly with Long Shi. The tenderness on his face when facing Wang Xinyao just now disappeared, and now only coldness and deepness remained. After Yi Xian and the others left, the villa suddenly became much emptier. Wang Xinyao took a walk outside and suddenly thought of her best friend Chen Jing. She hadn't contacted her for a while since she left. "It just so happened that I was going to pick up a few little ones this afternoon, and I could ask Chen Jing to come along, so I took out my cell phone and called Chen Jing. Xinya, I haven't heard your voice for a long time. Are you back now?" After the call was connected, Chen Jing on the other end heard Wang Xinyao's voice and her tone became uncontrollably excited. "Ever since Wang Xinyao and Yi Xian took the little ones out, I have also entered a period of career growth, so I haven't had much contact with them during this period." Hearing the familiar voice at this moment, I couldn't help but feel happy, and guessed that Wang Xinyao and the others might have returned. "Well, we're back now. It's been a while since we last met." Similarly, Wang Xinyao was also very happy. After expressing her feelings, she got back to the point. "By the way, Chen Jing, do you have time this afternoon? Let's go to school to pick up the kids together." "Yeah, of course I have time, I'll be off work in a minute." Chen Jing smiled and nodded. She was a little worried about those little guys during such a long time, so she agreed immediately. "Great, I'll wait for you at the gate of the children's school." After the discussion, Wang Xinyao hung up the phone and stayed in the villa for a while. Seeing that the time was almost up, she set off to rush to the entrance of the elementary school. On the other hand, Chen Jing was still at her job, but she was also rushing to deal with things. After arranging some other things, she hurriedly left the unit. "Xinya, I'm here." As soon as she reached the door, Chen Jing trotted towards Wang Xinyao, and the two hugged each other affectionately. "Chen Jing, I miss you so much, how have you been lately?" "Yes, I'm fine." "Xinyao, you look good too." When the best friends meet, no matter how serious Chen Jing was in her previous position, or how good a wife and mother Wang Xinyao was, they are like two little girls, expressing their hearts. It's not time to go home yet, but the two of them are chatting at the school gate, and time seems to have passed a lot faster in an instant. Finally, after the school bell rang, the little ones in the classroom packed up their little school bags, said goodbye to their classmates, and ran towards the door in their cute little boots. At this time, many parents had come outside the school to pick up their children. There were people in cars coming and going, it was very lively. "Ha! Why is Dad missing?" Yi Jing and the other little ones looked around the place where Yi Xian had been waiting for them, but they didn't see Yi Xian at all. They pouted their lips and looked a little confused. "Ah! Aunt Chen Jing." But just when the little ones were about to move to another place to continue searching, Yi Jing suddenly saw Chen Jing standing on the other side, waving and smiling at them. Her little eyes suddenly widened and she trotted into Chen Jing's arms. "Aunt Chen Jing, why are you here? We miss your Aunt Chen Jing so much. We haven't seen her for a long time." "Hey, Mom is here too, that's great." At this time, the other little ones also saw Chen Jing and rushed over here excitedly. They also saw Wang Xinyao standing next to Chen Jing. "Ha, Auntie misses you too." Chen Jing squatted down and rubbed the faces of the little ones. She had a very deep affection for these girls, and after caring about them for such a long time, she wished she could hold them all in her arms. "Aunt Chen Jing, Mom, why can't I see Dad? Where did our dad go?" After being intimate for a while, the children blinked and looked around for several times, but still didn't see their fathers. They looked at Chen Jing and Wang Xinyao in confusion. "What's wrong with you little ones? Isn't it enough for your mother and I to come and pick you up?" Chen Jing pretended to be angry, and the children realized it. They shook their little heads like rattles and explained in baby voices. "Aunt Chen Jing, that's not what we meant." "Yes, Aunt Chen Jing, I have always liked you and I really miss you." "Auntie, don't be angry. Xiaoxi, please give you a kiss." I have to say, the little ones were so clever and cute when they acted coquettishly that Chen Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, you guys are so cute, how could Auntie be angry? I like you so much." Wang Xinyao, who was standing by, was also happy to see this. She smiled and stroked Yi in Chen Jing's arms. "Alas, Chen Jing, you also know that these girls are too dependent on their father Yi Xian. Whenever Yi Xian is not around, even if he is out for half an hour, they will nag him several times." After hearing what Wang Xinyao said, the little ones' faces immediately turned red and they lowered their heads and giggled. Both of them were amused by the children's funny appearance for a while, and Wang Xinyao also told the children a little about Yi Xian. "Okay, where's your dad? He has something to do today, so Aunt Chen Jing and I will pick you up. Are you happy?" "Yeah, happy. That's fine. Dad isn't home tonight, so let's go out to eat." As they were talking, more and more students and parents gathered at the school gate. Chen Jing and Wang Xinyao took the kids to a nearby big hotel to have dinner. Chapter 391 Face. At this time, at the hotel, the presidents of several other branch banks were also here. There were both men and women, but they were all older. The youngest was over 40 years old. After all, to achieve this step, one needs to climb up step by step. Only they themselves know how much they have to go through in the process. Anyway, it is not an easy thing. The bank presidents were chatting in the lobby at the moment, when Chen Jing and Wang Xinyao walked in with a few little ones. "Is this President Chen Jing?" A middle-aged man facing the door narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, and everyone looked over there. "President Chen Jing, what a coincidence. Are you coming here to eat too?" "Ha, our President Chen Jing is young and promising, worthy of our learning." "Of course not. This capable temperament surpasses too many of his peers." After everyone recognized Chen Jing, they all stepped forward to greet her. This was not only because they were all branch managers under the same bank, but they also knew some things about Chen Jing. Although I only heard it from hearsay, I heard that Chen Jing was just the team leader before. The reason why he climbed to such a height in a short time seemed to be because he pulled hundreds of billions of deposits from a certain big boss. As a result, Chen Jing became the president of the branch where he originally worked. The speed of his promotion was extremely rapid. And it is precisely this kind of people whom they cannot afford to offend, even if they are in the same position as Chen Jing. After all, she was able to pull in such a terrifying amount of deposits with her position at that time. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was a powerful force behind her. "President Zhang. President Li. You're all here? What a coincidence." Chen Jing was just listening to a few little ones talking about the fun things that happened during their outing, and now she was startled by the appearance of these bank presidents in front of her. This was indeed a bit of a coincidence, and it made people feel like the world was a small place. "Ha, it seems like this is fate's arrangement for us today. This must be President Chen Jing's friend. She has such a great temperament." During the greetings, several branch managers looked at Wang Xinyao and nodded, which was considered a greeting. "Wow! These little girls are so cute." At this moment, one of the female bank presidents saw the little ones following the two men, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Apart from anything else, these children were so adorable. "Hello, uncle and aunt." The children were very polite. When they saw everyone was looking at them, they didn't get shy but greeted them sweetly. "Oh my! You are so sensible and polite. Uncle and aunt like you very much. What grade are you in?" "President Chen Jing, who are these children?" The bank president smiled warmly at the children and curiously asked about their identities. "Ha, these are the daughters of my best friend Wang Xinyao. If we have nothing to do this afternoon, let's go pick them up from school and have dinner here. Oh. Is that so? How about we have dinner together? The more they talked, the more excited they became. Seeing that the girls were very fond of them, the bank presidents also wanted to get closer to Chen Jing, so they simply suggested having dinner together. Seeing this, Chen Jing didn't say anything first, but looked at Wang Xinyao behind her. Okay, it's fun to be together. Wang Xinyao knew that this was Chen Jing, and that she was quite enthusiastic, so she didn't hesitate and agreed with a smile. After this, everyone went to the private room under the arrangement of the lobby manager. After everyone took their seats, they quickly ordered their dishes. While waiting for the dishes to be served, several male bank presidents who were sitting together took out their cigarettes as usual. When they were about to light one and start smoking, they saw a few little guys at the same table. Everyone, let's say goodbye today. There are children and ladies here. The male bank president who first took out a cigarette and prepared to distribute it smiled awkwardly, whispered to a few people, and put away the cigarette. Apart from anything else, thinking that these cute little guys would be affected by their secondhand smoke, they have already given up the idea. So, several male bank presidents drank tea and chatted about some recent bank affairs, and the dishes were soon served on the table. Come on, everyone, start eating. Today we are just going to eat, and no one should talk about work. I think so too. It's really hard for us to get together. I've heard that this hotel's specialty dishes are quite good. I have to try them today. As they were talking, everyone started to eat, chatting about some light-hearted topics. A few girls also had the opportunity to join in. Their innocent and cute looks always made everyone laugh. But when everyone was enjoying the dinner in a relaxed and happy manner, the door of the private room was gently opened, and the person who came was somewhat unexpected. It turned out to be the boss of the hotel. The boss was dressed in formal attire, holding a tray with several bottles of high-end red wine on it, and walked respectfully to the table. You guys are really giving me face by coming to eat here. Today's meal must be free. These are the fine wines that our hotel usually keeps in stock. I'm giving them to you. Please enjoy them to your heart's content. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Then let's continue eating. I won't disturb you anymore. I wish you all a happy meal. The boss was now very humble. He personally placed the bottles of high-end red wine where everyone sat, then bowed and walked out. This? What does this mean? The door of the private room was gently closed by the boss who was leaving, but several bank presidents opened their mouths wide and looked at each other, frowning and full of confusion. They were very puzzled by the hotel boss's behavior just now. Oh. Could it be because? But the next second, several bank presidents quickly understood and looked at Chen Jing, who was also in a daze. President Chen. You are so generous. We have come here to eat many times before, but we have never been treated like this. I am so lucky to be here with President Chen Jing today. Alas, the gap between us and President Chen is still too big. Thinking of this, several bank presidents immediately looked at Chen Jing with admiration. This honor from Chen Jing was indeed too great, and they really couldn't imagine it. Not only is the bill free, but they also give us these fine wines. These are top-quality red wines that cost at least hundreds of thousands per bottle. This has nothing to do with me. Chen Jing was also stunned when she saw this, and quickly waved her hands. She had rarely been to this hotel, and this was the first time she met the boss. How could this have anything to do with her? Everyone has got it wrong. This is really not giving me face. How can I have any face? Chapter 392 Body. After thinking about it, Chen Jing looked at Wang Xinyao. She now understood in her heart that the boss's face was not given to other bank presidents, let alone her. It was definitely given to Wang Xinyao. However, this made several bank presidents even more confused, thinking, who else could this be given to except Chen Jing? Most of the bank presidents at the time thought that Chen Jing was just being modest, so they said nothing more and continued eating and drinking. When they were almost finishing their meal, Yi Xian called Wang Xinyao and asked about everyone's current location. Xinyao, where are you now? It's Dad. Before Wang Xinyao could reply, several little ones heard the familiar voice in the receiver, opened their little hands, and looked at Wang Xinyao eagerly. Okay, I'll pick you up. Wang Xinyao smiled helplessly. These little guys were really fun. They couldn't wait to hear Yi Xian's voice, so she handed the phone to them. Dad, are you done yet? Dad, where are you now? Can you come find us? Dad, Dad. We missed you so much. We have been looking for you everywhere since we left school today. When they heard Yixian's voice, the children's faces were filled with joy, their eyes trembled slightly, and they started talking to Yixian one after another. Of course, the cuteness of the children also made the other bank presidents open their eyes wide, and the more they looked at these children, the more they liked them. Oh. These girls are so cute. My heart is melting. These cute kids are so touching. I'm so envious. If I had a few little darlings like these around me, I'm sure I'd be in a good mood at any time. These bank presidents spoke with emotion, looking at the cute appearance of Yi Jing and the other girls, and couldn't help but smile. After chatting for a while, the children hung up the phone with satisfaction and looked at Wang Xinyo and Chen Jing beside them with a smile. Mom, Aunt Chen Jing, Dad will be here soon. Really? Are you happy then? Hee, happy. The children nodded excitedly, then looked at Chen Jing with a smile and started to act coquettishly. Aunt Chen Jing. We haven't seen each other for a long time. How about you sleep at our house today? That's right, Aunt Chen Jing, we miss you so much, and you miss us too, right? Today I want Aunt Chen Jing to take me to sleep, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Well, okay then. In the end, Chen Jing couldn't resist anymore and had to agree to the little guys. Great. Aunt Chen Jing agreed. When the children saw that Chen Jing agreed, they were even more delighted and threw themselves into Chen Jing's arms one by one, making the other bank presidents even more envious. After sitting for a while, everyone decided not to stay any longer and walked downstairs to the hotel together. Because they had just said that the bill was free, the lobby manager at the front desk refused to let anyone pay, so everyone had no choice but to leave. But just as everyone walked out of the hotel gate, a Hongqi L5 with military license plates drove up to the door. Oh my god! This is actually... The bank presidents were all stunned. They couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They felt both excited and nervous about the scene before them. Military license plate. Red flag. This is truly a big shot's car. Who is this person anyway? Oh my, I've really opened my eyes today. Could this be some top boss? Staring at the Hongqi L5 with eyes wide open, the bank presidents felt more and more like Zhang Han. They all continued to stare at it intently, ready to admire the demeanor of a great man. Great! Dad is here! When the little ones saw the red flag, they all started dancing with joy because they knew their father was coming. Ah! Dad? But the spontaneous words of these girls almost made the bank presidents stumble and fall to the ground. Suddenly, the eyes of several bank presidents widened exaggeratedly, and the corners of their mouths twitched as they looked at the little guys, and then stared blankly at the red flag car, and an uproar suddenly arose in their hearts. The next second, the red flag stopped upright in front of everyone. As the car door opened crisply, Yixian walked out in military uniform. The neat and serious military uniform looked even more domineering on Yixian. He exuded a sharp aura, like a sharp blade pointing straight to the sky. The oncoming feeling of oppression was also terrifying. The bank presidents stared at Yixian intently, their mouths wide open in astonishment. The 5 golden stars on his shoulders shone brightly under the lights in the hotel, like a light that never went out, hanging on everyone's chest. At this point, the bank presidents were completely furious. They opened their mouths exaggeratedly, and let out long, hoarse sighs. Their bodies went limp, and their legs lost control and began to tremble. Sitting on a red flag, dressed in military uniform, with a young face and 5 gold stars on his shoulders. Adding all of this together, I'm afraid no one can remain calm. Although they don't know the other party's specific identity, just the temperament and eyes are enough for them to conclude that this person must be a person of an extremely high status. What kind of identity is this? It's so scary. Oh my god, my vision is still too short-sighted. I really thought I had met some great people, but compared to this person, it's nothing. This guy is the father of these girls? In this situation, none of the bank presidents dared to speak. They were just secretly surprised in their hearts, not knowing how to describe their feelings. Almost at the same time, a flash of lightning flashed through the minds of the bank presidents again, and they turned to look at Wang Xinyo and the girls. Now it is not difficult to consider. It turns out that the hotel manager's enthusiastic attitude just now was either because of others or because of the few people they ignored. Thinking of this, the bank presidents also remembered again that when Chen Jing introduced Wang Xinyo just now, she said that this was her best friend. As the mystery was gradually cleared, everyone felt terrified and looked at Chen Jing in surprise. This Could it be that the boss behind Chenjing is this person? Boom! Now that I understand all this, these bank presidents are really stupid. What on earth are they capable of? They actually had dinner with Wang Xinyao, Chen Jing, and others just now. In the silence, everyone's faces became more and more frozen, and their minds were blank. Only the shock of the huge waves continued to hit their fragile bodies like duckweed. Chapter 393 New Home. Dad! You're finally here. When the children saw Yixian getting out of the car, they could no longer restrain themselves and rushed into Yixian's arms. Ha, Dad is here. How was your meal today? Are you happy? Yixian rubbed the heads of the little ones and kissed each of them on the face lovingly. Dad, we had a great meal today. Although the food in this hotel is not as delicious as Dad's, it is still very good. Hey, we are all very happy today. Aunt Chenjing even came to pick us up. Also, Dad, the art teacher praised our origami works and said that we did the best. The children were affectionately in Yixian's arms, talking about the happy things that happened today, their little faces blushing. This also made Yixian's mood, which was originally a little irritable because of foreign affairs, much better. He looked at Wang Xinyao and said, Xinyao, shall we go back now? Good. Wang Xinyao nodded. When the girls saw that they were going home, they quickly got out of Yixian's arms and surrounded Chenjing, as if they were afraid that Chenjing would leave. Aunt Chenjing will also go back with us. Yes, Aunt Chenjing has already promised us, we can't go back on our word now. Dad, Aunt Chenjing can go back with us, right? Okay, I'll listen to you. Yixian agreed with a smile and was about to leave with the girls when he noticed the bank president standing aside and not daring to speak. Mr. Yi, they are my colleagues, the presidents of various branches of our bank. Chenjing stepped forward with a smile and gave a brief introduction. Yixian pondered for a moment and nodded at them. However, this simple etiquette gesture was like a bolt from the blue in the eyes of these bank presidents. They almost simultaneously bent their bodies and bowed to Yixian. The gap in status between them and this person is really too big. Now, apart from the still rising surprise and shock in their hearts, there is no other adjective to describe it. Okay, it's getting late now, let's go back. There was no need to stay here any longer, so Yixian then took the little ones and Wang Xinyao and got into the car. Chenjing also drove her own car behind Hongqi and was about to drive towards the villa. But as she was driving, Chenjing saw that the red flag in front of her was heading in a different direction. What's going on? After confirming the direction of the red flag in front again, Chenjing was stunned. After all, she had been to the villa many times before, so she knew the place very well. But now she was absolutely sure that the road ahead would not lead to the villa no matter what. She couldn't help but feel confused, thinking, could it be that he couldn't even remember where his home was? The more she thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Chenjing immediately took out her cell phone and called Wang Xinyao. Xinyao, what's going on? Did you take the wrong road? No. Oh. I forgot to tell you, we just moved. Hearing Chenjing's question, Wang Xinyao was stunned at first, and then she realized that she had just moved a few days ago. I didn't have the time to tell Chenjing just now, so this misunderstanding happened now. So that's how it is. Chenjing wiped her sweat. Although she knew that they were moving, she was still a little surprised. The number 1 Yulangshan Pavilion Villa was already the best villa in Jinling. Where else could she move to now? Aunt Chenjing, we've moved. Our new home is beautiful. Yes, and we have many cute little animals at home. Today we specifically want Aunt Chenjing to come visit our new home. When the little guys over there heard Chenjing's voice, they couldn't help but give a cute explanation. Okay, then I'll have to take a good look at it later, Auntie. Now that everything was finally explained clearly, Chenjing hung up the phone. However, from the innocent words of the children just now, she could hear something unusual. I'm afraid this new home will be a significant improvement over the original villa, and I can't help but start looking forward to it. While driving, Chenjing was still nervous. The villa she had just visited was already luxurious enough, so what would this new home look like? The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. Chenjing continued driving forward, but suddenly found that the road was becoming more and more remote, even away from the city and into the suburbs. Where on earth do you live? Chenjing's hands were shaking as she gripped the steering wheel. Could this be some kind of paradise? It was so far away from the city, it was a bit exaggerated. But then, after turning a bend, Chenjing was surprised to find that she had driven onto a mountain road with the Hongqi, and her vision suddenly became clear. There are rugged rocks on both sides of this mountain road, a wide view, and many colorful flowers blooming under the green fields. As the setting sun fell into the horizon, the river in the field seemed to be dyed golden, like the stunning scenery outside the castle in a fairy tale world. Even Chen Jing, who had lived in Jiling for a long time, had never seen such a scenery. It's so beautiful. I didn't know there was such a scenery around me. Chen Jing gradually became addicted to the poetic and picturesque scenery of Wushan and Yueshui on both sides of the mountain road. She felt like she had entered a whole new world and forgot for a moment the whistling wind outside the car window and the roar of the engine. Beautiful. Such a simple word seemed pale and powerless to describe the scenery Chen Jing saw at the moment. Perhaps only those wandering poets who have traveled through mountains and rivers and wandered around the world for decades can accurately describe this extremely romantic scene where the water and sky are one color. Looking around the world, there are only 2 cars in the front and back still driving. There is a sense of beauty of being unrestrained and independent, but also the loneliness of walking alone on the vast earth. Now, whether it was Yi Xian and others, or Chen Jing who was following behind, they all slowed down the speed intentionally or unintentionally. Several little guys also lay by the car window, using their most pure and romantic eyes to record the most colorful paintings in the mountains and rivers before the sunset completely faded. Although the car speed slowed down, the road still reached the end. When the red flag in front stopped at the entrance of the villa, everyone arrived at the destination of this trip. After getting off the car, the children hurriedly trotted to Chen Jing's car, smilingly welcoming Chen Jing to her new home. Chapter 394 Illusion. Aunt Chen Jing. Welcome to our new home. Aunt Chen Jing, you know the way now, please come and visit us more often when you have time. Hey, Aunt Chen Jing, isn't our new home beautiful? However, Chen Jing, who got out of the car, could no longer hear the voices of the children around her. She stared at the huge and luxurious villa with wide eyes. The shock in her heart surged like a silver bottle suddenly breaking. Is this your new home? Chen Jing murmured a low cry of surprise, and felt her whole body tingling, so much so that she could not tell whether it was reality or a dream, because this villa was enough to shock her even if she just stood at the door and took a quick look. Let alone calling it a villa, even if you told her that this was the top villa area in China, she would not be surprised at all. The classical and magnificent main villa, the stunning garden scenery inside the villa, and the luxurious buildings looming inside, all impacted her senses and nerves. Yes, Aunt Chen Jing, this is our new home. Several little kids pouted and repeated it again. Some of them didn't quite understand why Aunt Chen Jing had such an expression, and they pulled Chen Jing towards the inside of the villa. Aunt Chen Jing, this is quite big. Let us take you for a tour. Oh, okay. Chen Jing finally came to her senses after being pulled by the children, but before she took a few steps forward, her heart was hit hard again. Following the tree-lined path under your feet, walking towards the villa, you will see beautiful scenery of lakes and mountains, small pavilions and towers. The wide view does not seem empty, but is filled with exotic flowers and plants, rockery and canals. These sceneries, paired with the extremely luxurious main villa, are not at all abrupt, and are seamlessly integrated and complement each other, giving one the feeling of being in the land of peach blossoms. The further you go inside, the wider your view becomes. More scenery and buildings come into view, including the zoo, gymnasium, bamboo forest pavilion, wine cellar, and hot spring. Although this is a mountain villa, it includes all the infrastructure that can be enjoyed. Even the library and art gallery that Yi Xian built specifically for the children are large and complete enough to become a landmark building if placed outside. Seeing these unimaginable sceneries one after another, even though Chen Jing had made sufficient mental preparations, she was thrown into confusion as soon as she entered the villa. During the short time that she was taken on a tour by her child, her worldview went through a complex process of collapse and reconstruction again. At the beginning, she could occasionally sigh once or twice, but later she became numb. At the end, she just twitched slightly at the corner of her mouth. Her mind had become a mess. She didn't know when she returned to the living room of the main villa, and her mind was still repeating the scene just now. Aunt Chen Jing, please sit down and take a rest. These enthusiastic little guys fully played the role of the little masters of the villa today. After happily taking Chen Jing on a tour, they pulled Chen Jing to sit on the sofa. Auntie, take a rest first. Let's go wash some fruit for her to eat. After saying that, the little ones skipped into the kitchen and were busy washing fruits for Chen Jing and making tea. Aunt Chen Jing, have some fruit. Here's the tea we made for you. Auntie, please don't be polite. We are a family. As long as you are willing to come, this is your home. Hey, Aunt Chen Jing is tired today, let me rub your shoulders for you. At this moment, Chen Jing was almost flattered. There was hot tea and washed fruits in front of her, and Yi Xia was rubbing her shoulders from behind. "Oh, I haven't seen you guys for a while, but your manners are getting better and better." Chen Jing nodded with satisfaction. Judging from the children's current behavior alone, they have learned a lot from Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao during this period of time. Just when they were eating, the children also showed full table manners. As long as Aunt Chen Jing likes it. By the way, if you go back to class now, can you still keep up with the teacher's pace? Thinking that the children had been away for a while and had just returned to attend classes for a few days, Chen Jing also asked about the children's recent class situation with concern. "Don't worry, Aunt Chen Jing, we are all very serious in class." "Oh. That's good. You guys are the best indeed. Auntie gives you a thumbs up." "Hey, Aunt Chen Jing, thank you for the compliment." After that, Chen Jing talked to the girls for a while. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they were still as affectionate as usual. "Okay, stop bothering your Aunt Chen Jing. It's time for us to study." At this moment, Yi Xian, who had changed his clothes, also walked down from upstairs. He first smiled and nodded at Chen Jing, and then waved to the children. "Great. It's time to learn from Dad again. Aunt Chen Jing, please sit down first. We will come over to play with you later." "Dad, wait for us, we'll be there soon." When the girls heard Yi Xian asking them to study, they immediately jumped up happily and followed Yi Xian to the study room. What are these little guys going to learn? The multiplication table?" Chen Jing was a little confused when she saw this, so she looked at Wang Xinyao, who was sitting next to her drinking tea. "Oh, that's not the case." Wang Xinyao smiled and shook her head, then stood up and stretched. "Chen Jing, how about I take you to have a look?" "Well, all right then." Chen Jing nodded when she heard that, thinking that she had nothing to do anyway, and was also curious about what Yi Xian usually taught the children, so she led Wang Xinyao and gently pushed open the study door. "Last time, Dad told you about the Zhou dynasty. Today, Dad will tell you the story of Fengming Qishan. Do you want to listen?" "Good." In the study, Yi Xian was sitting in front of a wide desk. Several maids were sitting obediently beside Yi Xian, looking at a thick ancient book in front of them. Yi Shi pursed her lips when she heard that, and suddenly thought of the beautiful and noble mythical beast Phoenix, and asked Yi Xian excitedly. "Dad, Fengming Qishan, is it related to the phoenix?" "Ha, Xiaoxi is very smart. Now let's listen to Daddy's detailed explanation." Yi Xian touched Yi Shi's little head lovingly, and then began to tell the children the stories and allusions in the ancient Chinese text. Chapter 395. Let us go play. Didn't Dad tell you last time? The Zhou dynasty was a relatively early era for China. People at that time always had a deep sense of awe for the gods of heaven and earth. So many of the anecdotes and historical records passed down through the ages often carry some mythological elements. For example, the concept of divine right of kings was actually established by the monarchs at that time in order to consolidate their rule. It is a concept of monarchical autocracy. It was first used by some slave owners in the Xia dynasty. And what we are talking about today, the phoenix singing in Mount Qishan, refers to the rumor that during the early period of the Zhou dynasty, someone saw a phoenix roosting and singing in Mount Qishan. At the time, both the government and the people believed that this was due to the virtue of the then emperor, King Wen of Zhou, and that it was a sign of peace and prosperity for the world. So, the phoenix also refers to King Wen of Zhou, and the story of the phoenix singing at Mount Qishan has been passed down to this day through ancient books. Now, Dad will read this ancient text with you. You little ones, please listen carefully. After telling the story, Yi Xian's vivid explanation made the little ones fascinated. Then he quoted from classics and led the children to read the obscure ancient text. "Ah, this?" Chen Jing and Wang Xinyao were standing aside and watching quietly. After seeing this scene, they were also a little surprised. She never thought that Yi Xian would actually recite such ancient Chinese to these little guys. What is even more exaggerated is that the little ones who spent a whole day in school didn't feel bored at all. Instead, they absorbed knowledge with gusto and tirelessly, and occasionally even raised some questions and insights of their own. "Dad, is this the reason why the emperors at that time called themselves the Son of Heaven? Doesn't this invisibly increase the specialness of their identities and make the people more respectful?" Yi Jing frowned and thought for a while, then tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve. Although he had thought of this question, he was still not sure. "Well, Jingjing is very smart, there's no problem with understanding this." Yi Xian nodded and gave Yi Jing an affirmative smile, but Yi Xiao on the side had another question. But Dad, there are so many people in the world, is there no one who can see through such a lie? As soon as he finished speaking, the other girls also felt confused. Even though they were still young, they also felt that this was ridiculous. Girls, when we look at history, we should not understand it from a God's perspective, but also consider the historical context of the time. Yi Xian laughed, feeling very happy that the children could ask such questions, and continued to explain. This is the difference between the materialist view of history and the idealist view of history. This is a little complicated. Dad will explain it to you slowly later. But you must remember that the ancients were very superstitious, as can be seen from the emperor's heavenly offerings and enthronement ceremonies I told you about, as well as the people's ancestral offerings. Besides, there was no such perfect scientific explanation in the past. So the ancients would associate many natural phenomena that we can easily understand with ghosts and gods. Of course, as the times progress, old ideas are gradually being eliminated, and we are able to make rapid progress, but that era of superstition is also a reasonable part of historical development. Dad, we know. The children listened attentively, and after hearing Yi Xian's words, they suddenly understood, and the other questions in their minds were also solved. Well, that's good. Let's stop here for today. Now it's time for us to learn musical instruments. Yeah. We love learning musical instruments the most. When the girls heard that they were going to start learning musical instruments, they cheered. This was their favorite part. What? Do you still need to learn a musical instrument? Chen Jing was just immersed in Yi Xian's wonderful explanation. When she suddenly heard Yi Xian talking about teaching the children musical instruments, her heart was immediately shocked again. Xinyao, they also need to learn musical instruments? Chen Jing looked at Wang Xinyao next to her in surprise again, thinking that this was really too unreasonable. She didn't expect that after learning these obscure things, the children would actually learn to play musical instruments? My goodness! Is this content really something that a kid of this age can accept, given its intensity and complexity? You know what these girls love most is learning musical instruments. Wang Xinyao smiled and felt a little proud of these girls. Come and sit over here. Dad wants to check the song I asked you to practice last time. Here, while Chen Jing and Wang Xinyao were talking, Yi Xian was taking a few little ones to a piano on the other side of the study, on which was placed the music score they had learned last time. Dad, can I go first? Yi Yan ran to the piano excitedly and looked at Yi Xian eagerly, wanting to be the first to try it. Okay, then Xiao Yun will go first. After rubbing the little guy's face, Yi Xian helped open the piano lid. Yi Yun slowly sat on the piano bench. After taking a deep breath, her slender little hands began to dance on the piano keys. What followed was a simple yet pleasant piece of music. The fresh melody echoed in the study, bringing both aesthetic and audio-visual enjoyment. It can be seen from this piece of music that Yi Yun has practiced it to the point where she is quite familiar with it. Her grasp of the melody is astonishing. Even when she plays it, she is confident and composed. Her serious look is so adorable. This is too strong. Chen Jing covered her mouth. She was so surprised that she was speechless. She never expected that these little guys had such musical talent. How long has it been? And he has been trained to be like this? Then, the other little guys also played one by one, and they all played quite well. Yi Xian also nodded with satisfaction. Well, very good. Now Dad will continue to teach you music theory. Pay attention and listen carefully. Good. After the assessment was completed, Yi Xian sat down with the children and continued to vividly explain other advanced music theory knowledge to the children. But that's not all. After learning music theory, the children went on to learn mental abacus and speed calculation. This was the last subject of today's study. Although the study time is long, Yi Xian has cleverly controlled the time so that the time spent on learning each piece of knowledge is not too long. This allows the children to always maintain their enthusiasm and passion for learning, and their efficiency is also much higher. Okay. Today's mission is over, you can go play now. Great. Let's go play. Chapter 396 Chief Person in Charge. Finally, after Yi Xian put away the abacus teaching aids, the children jumped out happily. At this moment, Chen Jing was no longer just here to take a look as she had said before, she witnessed the children's learning process in its entirety. Oh my God! After this experience, Chen Jing was amazed at the children's learning ability and she really admired Yi Xian. He can say everything in a very convincing way. He really knows everything. After that, Chen Jing continued to play with the children for a while, and soon it was time to go to bed. "Dad, let's go to bed. I'm so sleepy." Several little guys blinked their eyes. They were really tired today. Moreover, they have gradually developed good work and rest habits recently, so they are all sleepy at this time. But as usual, the little ones all pulled Yi Xian over, clamoring for Yi Xian to take them to sleep. "No. Didn't you promise to sleep with Auntie today? You can't go back on your word." Chen Jing, who was standing by, laughed when she saw this, then stepped forward and grabbed a few of the little guys and took them to her room. "Aunt Chen Jing, do we really want to sleep with Daddy?" The children pouted and kept staring outside, but there was nothing they could do. After shouting a few words, they obeyed Chen Jing's arrangements. "How about this? Auntie tells you some stories you've never heard before, how about that?" Chen Jing found it funny and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, which immediately aroused the curiosity of the little guys. "Ah? Really?" After hearing this, the children also became interested and quickly climbed onto the bed obediently, waiting for Chen Jing to tell them a story. "How could Auntie lie to you?" "This story." Chen Jing climbed onto the bed with a smile, hugged the little ones affectionately and told them stories. At first, the little ones listened with relish, but halfway through the story, they all closed their eyes and their breathing became steady and comfortable. The next morning, after Yi Xian sent the children back, the first thing he did was to find Long Ling looking for food in the kitchen. "Ah. Master, do you have something to say?" Long Ling was looking for food in the refrigerator and was startled by Yi Xian, who suddenly walked in. "It's nothing. Chen Jing hasn't left yet. Remember to contact her and save all the idle money." "It doesn't matter." "Yeah, I understand, Master." Seeing that Yi Xian didn't complain about his greedy behavior, Long Ling was relieved. He understood what this meant, and then smiled and found Chen Jing, who was sitting in the living room. After a while, the docking work was successfully completed. Chen Jing walked out of the villa slowly. She felt her legs were trembling, her eyelids and mouth corners were twitching constantly, and her head was still hazy. Chen Jing walked out of the villa gate lightly, opened the car door, drove away from the villa, and was now ready to return to the city. But during this process of turning back, although the scenery along the way was quite beautiful and appeared even clearer in the daytime, Chen Jing had no time to appreciate the scenery. Her heart was pounding, and she arrived at the bank branch in a daze. After parking the car, she gritted her teeth, stood outside and took deep breaths for a while before she finally made up her mind to walk in and walked all the way to her office. Sitting in her office chair and looking at the empty office, Chen Jing picked up the phone, sighed, and then put it down. Her heart still couldn't calm down. After continuing to consider for a long time, Chen Jing finally picked up the phone again and called the president of the head office. "Chen Jing. It's you. Why did you think of calling me?" At the head office, the president, who was reading a document, saw that it was Chen Jing calling, and without any airs, he quickly answered the call with a very calm tone. Chen Jing is the most proud branch president under him. She was just a team leader before, but the investment she brought to the bank was unimaginable. "President, I have something I have to report to you." In fact, when Chen Jing called, the president of the head office had already guessed what was going on and was listening attentively. But listening to Chen Jing's tone at this moment, he didn't know whether she was happy or sad. After frowning, he continued to talk on the phone. "It's okay, Chen Jing, just talk slowly." "Yes, that's right, President. I have attracted a large amount of deposits again." "Ah. That's great. I really wasn't wrong about you, you're amazing." Finally, after Chen Jing told the news, the president of the head office felt relieved. He was so excited that he slammed the table and stood up. He felt very happy. "Oh my. Congratulations to Chen Jing. Did you pull in another 100 billion in deposits this time?" The president of the head office knew that Chen Jing had pulled out 100 billion in deposits. When he heard Chen Jing say this, he also preconceived that this was another 100 billion. For the bank now, this is really double happiness and icing on the cake. The president of the head office has now begun to think about what kind of reward to give Chen Jing. After all, such employees are really rare. "No, President, it's not 100 billion. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing quickly denied it. The head office president on the other end of the phone looked dim and a little disappointed, but before he could say anything, Chen Jing read out a number that he couldn't imagine. "President, this time it's 500 billion. "Oh, so, what? 500 billion. Snap. Suddenly, the president of the head office trembled all over when he heard the news, and the phone in his hand fell to the ground. Yes, President, it is 500 billion. Chen Jing repeated it again. After finally saying it, she felt a lot more relaxed, but the shock in her heart still continued to spread. The last time Yi Xian saved 100 billion, it was enough to surprise her, but this time she didn't expect it to reach such a terrifying number. The president of the head office picked up the phone on the ground tremblingly. He felt his whole body stiff and the number he had just heard kept repeating in his head. Xiao Wang. Come in for a moment. After a pause, the president of the head office hurriedly called the secretary outside, took a deep breath, and gave him a serious order. Notify all bank executives immediately. We will hold a high-level meeting now. Yes. Secretary Xiao Wang nodded and hurried out to inform them, but he was also surprised. He had worked with the president for so long, but he had never seen him look like this. Chen Jing, now in my capacity as the president of the head office, you will be the general manager of the Suzhou and Hangzhou area from now on. After notifying everyone about the meeting, the president of the head office did not hesitate at all and directly promoted Chen Jing as the person in charge of the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou. Chapter 397, Tease him? This. Just now, the president of the head office notified all the senior executives of the meeting and announced his promotion over the phone, and Chen Jing heard it all. Chen Jing was stunned. How could she suddenly become the general manager of Suzhou and Hangzhou from the position of branch president? My goodness, this span is really too big. President, I am still a young person, right? Chen Jing, needless to say, based on your contribution to the bank alone, you are more than qualified to be the person in charge now. Don't postpone it any further. Go and have a rest now. You don't have to miss this meeting. If there is anything else later, I will tell you in private. The president of the head office's voice was trembling at this moment. He did not let Chen Jing come to attend this meeting, but instead told Chen Jing to have a good rest. Okay then, thank you, President. Chen Jing had no choice but to agree. Even after she hung up the phone, her mind was still in a daze. Everything was happening too fast. It was just one morning, and it seemed as if nothing had changed, and it also seemed as if everything had changed. After resting in the office chair for a while, Chen Jing took out her cell phone again and sent a message of thanks to Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, I really don't know how to thank you. You really helped me a lot this time. This is just a piece of cake. If anyone wants to thank you, it should be me. I feel relieved to let you take care of my money. Soon, Yi Xian replied to the message, and he seemed very calm about the 500 billion deposit, which made Chen Jing sigh. At this time in the villa, Yi Xian replied to Chen Jing's message and drank tea leisurely on the sofa, but he was still watching the developments in the west on his mobile phone. At this moment, Long Yin sat down next to Yi Xian with his head down, and said to Yi Xian with some reluctance. Master, I'm leaving. Leaving? What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian put down his phone and asked in confusion. It seemed that Long Yin had just been here not long ago. Did he come and leave quickly? That's right, Master. The Cyber Shield project needs me to go back. After all, I am also a participant in this project, and they need my help. I definitely can't stay here peacefully. Long Yin took out his cell phone and the person in charge of the project sent him a message saying that there were some technical problems that needed to be solved. Long Yin, are you leaving? Long Ling, who was standing by, also happened to hear these words. He trotted over and sat down next to Long Yin, his eyes filled with reluctance. Well, something's going on with the Cyber Shield project, I have to go back. I see. Actually, I am about to leave too. You have to go back first now. Speaking of these two people, they often quarreled with each other, but now they were about to part, so they were reluctant to say goodbye to each other. Okay, take care of yourself when you go out. Don't handle anything by yourself. Remember to tell Master. Yi Xian next to him also said something solemnly, which made Long Yin suddenly stunned and looked at Yi Xian deeply. Yes, I understand, Master. She agreed sweetly. After hearing these words, Long Yin felt the most direct warmth from her master for the first time. Although Yi Xian cared about them all in the past and treated them as his own children, he never did so in such a direct way. It seems that my master has really changed a lot. Afterwards, Long Yin returned to his room, packed his luggage, and carried the box downstairs. Wang Xinyao, Long Shi, and others who knew the news also rushed over and together sent Long Yin all the way out of the villa. Long Yin, come back more often if you have the chance. Even though you love to argue with me, I'm still very happy to have you around. When they were about to part, Long Ling stepped forward and gave Long Yin a hug. It was obvious that this girl was serious now. Okay, stop being so cheesy. I'm leaving. Long Yin smiled, then looked at Wang Xinyao and others around him and waved again. Master and Madam, I'm leaving first. Well, Master's wife will miss you. Wang Xinyao nodded, and after saying goodbye, Longsher drove Long Yin to the airport. It was just that Long Yin had not told the little ones about this matter before. But this morning when the children got up, Long Yin, who usually slept late, also got up and had breakfast with the children. She was worried that if these little ones knew about this, they would be reluctant to let go. They had accumulated a lot of feelings for each other during this period of time. If I had told this the night before or in the morning, I'm afraid these little ones wouldn't even be able to concentrate in class. After seeing Long Yin off, everyone returned to the house. Even though there was only one person missing, it still felt a lot emptier. By the way, Master, don't they have a day off tomorrow? Why don't we go out and play? Let's go to the beach. I haven't been to the beach for a long time. Is that okay, Master? Long Ling bit her lip and suddenly remembered that tomorrow was the weekend. She could take advantage of the opportunity to take the children out to play. Okay, that's fine too. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, then thought about it and spoke to Long Ling seriously. How about this? I'll give you a small task tonight, how about that? Yi Xian looked at Long Ling with a smile, which made her feel a little at a loss, so she asked weakly. Master, please tell me directly, what is the matter? Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. You accompany me to pick up those little ones today, and donate some money to their elementary school to upgrade it. Tell the principal and the others about it. This shouldn't be complicated, right? Hearing this, Long Ling was relieved. He thought it was something complicated and nodded easily. I understand, Master. You should have told me earlier. Leave it to me. Soon, it was night, and Long Ling accompanied Yi Xian to the school gate early, and the children soon came out carrying their own school bags. Ah! Dad and Sister Long Ling are here. Suddenly, the children saw Yi Xian and Long Ling coming, and they ran over happily. Dad, Sister Long Ling, what good day is today? Why are you all here? Yi Xi threw herself into Yi Xian's arms, raised her little head and asked with a smile. It's okay. Dad will take you back first today. Sister Long Ling has some things to do in school. That is how it is. Hey, what's going on? Does it have anything to do with us? Then why didn't Sister Long Yin come? The children nodded, and then became a little confused about what Long Ling was going to do, and wondered why Long Yin didn't come over. Okay, you little guys should go back quickly. As for your sister Long Ling, I still have some big business to do. Long Ling smiled mysteriously at the little guys, then skipped towards the school with her hands behind her back. Sister Long Ling is so weird. The little guys grumbled, but didn't think much about it. After getting in the car, they went back with Yi Xian. On this side, Long Ling had already arrived at the door of the principal's office. The old principal inside had packed his briefcase and was about to go home after get off work, but then he saw Long Ling knocking on the door and walking in. Hello? What can I do for you? The old principal looked at Long Ling in confusion, not knowing what was going on. She didn't look like a parent's age. Hey, you are the principal here, right? Long Ling walked over with a smile and politely asked about the other party's identity. Yes, I am the principal here. Please sit down first. If you have any questions, just come to me directly. The old principal nodded and then invited Long Ling to sit down. After sitting down, Long Ling took out a bank card from his pocket, looked seriously at the principal sitting opposite him, and told him the purpose of his visit today. That's right, principal. I came here today for something. I want to donate some money to our school to cover the cost of purchasing equipment and redecorating it. This? Hearing this, the old principal, who had been calm, suddenly stood up, with doubts flashing in his old eyes. He had encountered such donations before, but this time he came to buy equipment and redecorate the house. Wasn't it a bit exaggerated? Could it be that this was to tease this old man? Chapter 398, Let Down. This. On behalf of the school, I would like to thank you for your kindness, but how much are you prepared to donate? The old principal became more and more confused the more he thought about it, so he could only ask first. Principal, there is 100 million in this card. You? What? Before Long Ling could finish her words, the old principal almost broke his teeth and felt dizzy. If he hadn't held onto the desk in front of him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Miss, are you kidding me? This is no joke. I am already this old, and my heart really can't take it. Principal, I'm not kidding. There is indeed 100 million in this card, and it is indeed a donation. The password is 123123. Long Ling smiled slightly, retrieved the current balance of this bank card from her mobile phone, and handed it to the principal. The old principal couldn't stand any longer at this moment, and slumped down in his chair. After being stunned for a long while, he stood up with difficulty and shook his head frantically at Long Ling. Oh my God! This is too much. I really can't have it. Miss, I really appreciate your kindness, but this is too much. Even if we accept it, we can't use so much. The old principal knew that this huge sum of money could bring about a brand new change to the school, in terms of teaching aids and other infrastructure, and even in the scale of the school. But as the saying goes, no reward without merit. Although it is a donation, it would be too hot to hold such a huge sum of money in your hands. Principal, please don't refuse. Let me help you settle the accounts. When Long Ling saw that the old principal refused, she knew in her heart that this was indeed a bit scary, so she began to seriously settle the account with the principal. Think about it, replacing better teaching facilities, whether it's multimedia or chairs, will cost a lot of money, right? Then there's the renovation of the teaching building, the repair of the playground, and the replacement of the school's old circuits. That's also a lot of money, right? What's more, there are still children here. Shouldn't we use safer, more environmentally friendly and pollution-free materials to be beneficial to the children's growth and health? Even if there is still a lot left, principal, daily maintenance and upkeep also costs money. But we won't say these. If there is anything left, we can also raise the teachers' salaries so that they can teach children knowledge without any worries. This is what they deserve. Children are our future. The old principal kept his mouth wide open the whole time and was speechless at what Long Ling said. Just when he was about to say something else, Long Ling had already stood up from his chair. And principal, this money was not donated by me. It was entrusted to me by a parent of our school, so I am just a clerk on duty. Please don't make things difficult for me. Then you can use the money as you wish. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying this, Long Ling realized that there was no need to explain anything further, so he turned around and walked outside, and soon left the school. In the principal's office, the principal was slumped in a chair, his calloused hands holding the bank card tremblingly, his heart still unable to calm down. Although at his age, he has become indifferent to many things, but this time it was really too exaggerated. Someone just casually donated 100 million. Moreover, he was numb just now and didn't have time to ask about Long Ling's identity and who the donor was, and the other person had already left. Hiss. Who are the parents of our school's students? After sitting there restlessly thinking for a long time, the principal still couldn't figure out what was going on. He was just doing administrative work, and there were so many students in the school, how could he figure out who it was? Helplessly, the principal took out his mobile phone, opened the school workgroup on WeChat, and gave a general account of what had just happened. He also asked the head teachers of each class if they knew anything about the situation. Teachers, this is the situation. Do you know whose parents these are? Although it is a donation, we can't not know who they are, right? However, right after the principal said this, the hundreds of people in the school workgroup were all in an uproar, and dozens of messages suddenly appeared in the group. Principal. Are you kidding me? Someone donated 100 million. Oh my God. Although some parents have donated money before, even those with good financial conditions only donated a few 100,000 yuan. This is too generous. Are you really the parent of a student from our school? At this time, whether it was the school management or other class teachers and subject teachers, they were all extremely shocked by this incident. No one could believe that this incident was actually true. But these were spoken by the principal. Everyone knows that their old principal is a rigorous leader and what comes out of his mouth is never false. Principal, I think this is most likely the parents of the 5 girls in our class. Just when everyone else in the group was still guessing the identity of the donor, but no one dared to guarantee it, the head teacher of Yijing and several other girls made his own guess in the group. After all, as the homeroom teacher of Yijing and others, she often saw Yi Xian driving a luxury car to pick them up at the school gate. This is something no other parent can compare to. Therefore, regarding this matter, she probably believed that this was the father of Yi Jing's children, and continued to speak in the group. Based on my understanding of their father, he should be a wealthy businessman. When the principal in the office heard this, he suddenly remembered Yi Xian, who had come to him not long ago to help several other girls enroll. His manner of speaking, dress and temperament should be correct. But seeing what Yi Jing's head teacher said, the corners of his mouth trembled. Can't you be more confident? Just give it up. He donated 100 million yuan. How could he not be a wealthy businessman? Ah! Now that I think of it, I saw the father of these kids when I was getting off work. The car he drove was definitely a top-of-the-line luxury car. Indeed, I have worked here for so long and have seen many parents pick up their children in luxury cars, but this is the first time I have seen a father like this. Yes, that should be correct. I think he is the father of these children. After class teacher Yi Jing expressed her opinion, other faculty and staff in the group also expressed their agreement. After all, they had all seen or heard about these things recently. Okay, I get it. Then everyone please work harder today. You still have to come to the school to hold a meeting. This money is really too much. We still need to discuss how to spend it. The old principal calmed down at this time, and then announced the start of the meeting, asking all teachers and staff to return to school. He also quickly got up and rushed to the school conference hall. After a while, the school's conference hall was full of people. Everyone had a shocked look on their face, and they were discussing the incident with each other. Oh, I'm almost home. I told my husband about this, but he still doesn't believe me. I'll slap him in the face when I get home. Who could have imagined this? A donation of 100 million yuan, and he didn't even leave his name. It's incredible. We have so much money now. Even if we redecorate and replace facilities, we still have more than enough money. While everyone was still discussing, the principal, who was sitting at the front of the conference room, saw that most people had arrived, coughed twice softly, and the scene immediately became quiet. Ahem! Everyone, please be quiet. Although we have received this huge donation, we still ask everyone to think carefully and give us more suggestions. After all, this is a matter of great importance and we cannot let people down. Chapter 399, Stacking. Seeing the principal's serious look, all the faculty and staff nodded heavily and began to discuss a series of matters regarding upgrading facilities and redecorating. This meeting lasted for a long time. When the sky had completely turned black, the lights in the meeting room were still brightly lit. At the villa, after the children returned home, since it was the weekend and they had nothing to do, they prepared to find Long Yin to play hide and seek outside. However, the children searched for a long time but could not find Long Yin. After they pushed open Long Yin's door, they found that the room was tidy. Their little mouths immediately pouted. After rushing downstairs, a few little guys came to Yi Xian and asked him seriously, "Dad, where is Sister Long Yin? We can't find her anywhere. And we just went to check inside Sister Long Yin's room, and all of her things are gone. Dad, please tell us quickly, where did Sister Long Yin go?" Yi Xian looked at the watery eyes of the little guys and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This matter could not be concealed after all. Okay, your sister Long Yin has something else to do, so I'll leave first. Ah. Sister Long Yin is gone. Hearing this, the little guys immediately became unhappy and quickly made a video call to Long Yin, who had already left. When the call was connected, Long Yin on the other end had arrived in a completely different environment. Seeing the little faces of the little guys, he spoke with a guilty conscience. Hey, hello. Are you guys going home after school now? However, the little guys didn't buy it. They pouted and stared at Long Yin on the screen with grievance. The resentful look in their eyes made Long Yin not know what to say. Sister Long Yin, why did you leave? You didn't even wait for us to come back. That's right, Sister Long Yin is so mean. Why did she leave without telling us? We were just looking for you. Sister Long Yin, why did you leave without saying a word? Before Long Yin could think of an excuse to leave without saying goodbye, the little ones started complaining incessantly, asking why he didn't tell them earlier. They had gone to school happily today, and were planning to play with Long Yin when they came back. But now, when they came back, they learned about Long Yin's departure, and the little guys couldn't accept it. This is Long Yin's fault. I was afraid that you would worry about me and be distracted in class. Besides, Sister Long Yin left because of a very urgent task, which is about our Chinese network security. How about this? I promise you, when I have time I will come to play with you and bring you some delicious and fun things. How about that? Helplessly, Longin had to briefly explain why he was leaving, and also promised the little guys that he would come back as soon as he had time. Well, Sister Longin can't lie to us. After hearing this, the children felt a little relieved and made pinky promises to Longin in the video very seriously. Don't worry, Sister Longin likes you so much, why would she lie to you? Longin smiled and nodded. Seeing these cute little guys caring about her so much, she felt very happy. Just like that, after Longin made repeated promises and coaxed the little guys for a long time, the little guys finally recovered their mood and hung up the phone reluctantly. Yi Xian watched the whole process from the side and felt the same emotion in his heart. After seeing the children hang up the phone, he smiled at them lovingly. Okay, don't worry about your sister Longin. It's not like she won't come back. Daddy has good news for you. How about that? Great, Dad. What's the good news? The little guys are in a much better mood now. When they heard the good news, they excitedly came to Yi Xian. Look, isn't tomorrow the weekend? Let's go to the beach together, okay? Great. We can go to the beach. Hearing this, the little guys jumped up excitedly, and the golden beach and the blue sea suddenly appeared in their minds. Their eyes were full of longing. In the evening, because it was the weekend, Yi Xian did not let the children continue to attend classes, so after dinner, he played poker with the little ones. Dad, you lost again. Yi Xi excitedly turned over his cards. Yi Xian had just lost several games in a row. Ha, you girls are lucky today. Yi Xian smiled happily and stretched his face in front of the little guys. Hey, I want to stick it on Daddy's forehead. Yi Xi showed a victorious smile, then tore off a little star from her favorite sticker and stuck it on Yi Xian's forehead. At this moment, there were already several cute little stickers on Yi Xian's face. Every time the little guys looked at them carefully, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and smile. While Yi Xian was playing cards with the children warmly, Longling came over excitedly and asked the little ones with a smile. Is it fun? Can Sister Longling play with you? No. As soon as the words fell, the little guys shook their heads, and couldn't help but think of Longling's previous cheating, and said in a baby voice. Sister Longling cheated last time and made us lose miserably. Yes, we won't play with Sister Longling anymore. Sister Longling, are you planning to bully us again? Forehead. The smile on Longling's face froze for a moment. If the little guys hadn't said anything, she would have almost forgotten about cheating. Helplessly, she had to ask for help from Yi Xian, who was laughing at the side. Master, please say something good for me, and I will never cheat again. Oh, all right. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, then looked at the little guys lovingly and said. Girls, let Sister Longling play with us. You all heard it. She will never cheat again. Oh well. When the little guys heard Yi Xian say this, they didn't care about anything anymore and looked at Longling with wide eyes. Sister Longling, you can't bully us anymore. I promise. I'll definitely have fun. Longling nodded solemnly, smiled and sat down next to the little guys, and joined in the game together. Ah. Why did I lose again? After a while, Longling, whose face was covered with the children's stickers, pursed her lips helplessly. How could she know that she couldn't cheat this time? Her luck was extremely bad. The total number of games she won could be counted on one hand. Ha ha ha. Sister Longling's face is all covered with stickers. Sister Longling has such bad luck. We are so lucky today. Hey, Sister Longling, let's take a picture. Several little girls giggled with their hands covering their mouths. Their luck was really good today. They wanted to take photos with Longling. I'm never playing poker again. Under the camera, several little ones took a selfie with Longling, but under the bright smiles of the girls, Longling's smile seemed a little forced, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. After playing for a while, Yi Xian didn't dare let the children stay up late, so they went to bed on time. The next day, everyone got up and packed their things, and after breakfast, they set off for the beach in Jiling. The weather is pretty good now, and the sea is still warm, so you can swim. So in addition to other sunscreens, umbrellas and lounge chairs, everyone also prepared their swimsuits and prepared to have a great time. In front of the mirror, Yi Xian was gently braiding Yi Jing's hair. He skillfully braided it into a princess bun for Yi Jing. The 3 pigtails at the end of her hair were cleverly tied together, which was quite stunning. Dad, you are so awesome. Yi Jing looked at her exquisite self in the mirror excitedly. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. This technique was even better than her mother's. This princess hairstyle made Yi Jing, who was already well behaved and cute, look more fashionable. It also stunned the other little ones, and they all ran towards Yi Xian. Dad, you're so good at braiding hair. Can you help me with one too? Dad, I want to get a beautiful tattoo like Jingjing's. Wow! It looks so beautiful. I want my dad to braid my hair too. For a moment, the children all scrambled to ask Yi Xian to braid their hair, and they all envied the delicate and lovely Yi Jing at this moment. No problem, Dad will give you the injections one by one. Yi Xian smiled dotingly, and then gave each of the children an exquisite hairstyle. What the hell? Master is such an all-round nanny. Long Ling was watching this scene from the side, and then looking at the little braids on the little guys' heads, she was even more surprised. Even a rough job like hair tying can be done so effortlessly, this is simply too powerful. Okay, let's go. Afterwards, the children's hair was tied up and everything that needed to be prepared was ready. Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand, and a few little ones ran out first, cheering. Let's go! Beautiful sea! Here we come! Afterwards, everyone drove to the seaside they had longed to visit. After the children changed into their beach shoes, they excitedly ran on the soft sand. It's so beautiful. I love the sea so much. There are so many people here. It's so lively. Mom and Dad, come quickly. The little guys were running and cheering, and they finally arrived at the seashore. They were so excited that they couldn't stop running. Shall we make a sand pile? After running for a while, the children finally stopped, and Yi Jing immediately suggested playing with sand piles. Yeah. Then let's build a small castle together. I'll build the castle gate. Then I'll build the princess's house. The little guys started working right away, then divided the work among themselves, found a piece of soft sand, and concentrated on building their own works. Chapter 400, Playing on the Sea. Long Ling also became interested, and without caring about her image, she lay on the beach and played with the little guys. On the other side, Wang Xinyao and Yi Xian came to the edge of the sea. There were many people swimming and playing in the water here, and the water temperature was quite comfortable. Let's get some girls to come swim. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the water temperature and looked at Wang Xinyao beside him with a smile. Okay. Wang Xinyao smiled and nodded, and the two turned around and went back to the beach. Just then, the children and Long Ling had finished building the sandcastle and were taking photos with their works. Girls, let's go swimming. Great. Let's go swimming. When they heard Yi Xian say that they were going to swim in the sea, the little guys jumped 3 feet high. They no longer cared about the sandcastle on the ground, and quickly followed Wang Xinyao's lead to the locker room nearby to change into their swimsuits. Let's go. Let's go. After changing, Yi Xian looked at the sun above his head. Now was a good time for swimming. Later, he would bring a few little ones to the shallow seashore. The little guys couldn't wait any longer and rushed into the blue sea. Wow! Dad, the sea water temperature is just right. Dad, can you see if I have improved in swimming? It's so much fun. The children swam freely in the shallow water. After Yi Xian's previous teaching, they can now swim quite well. Well, that's good. That's a lot of progress. Wang Xinyao smiled, gave the children a thumbs up, and then pulled Long Ling to swim towards the children. Everyone swam like this for a while, but the little guys were always restless and kept splashing water at Wang Xinyao, Long Ling, and others. You little guys are so mean. With his head full of water, Long Ling pursed his lips and then splashed seawater at the little guys. Mom, Dad. Sister Long Ling. Why don't we have a water fight together? However, the little guys became more and more excited as they played, and simply pulled everyone to have a water fight, having a lot of fun. I'm so tired, Master's wife, let's go over there and bask in the sun. After playing for a while, Long Ling felt a little tired. The sun was not as hot as before, so she pulled Wang Xinyao and prepared to lie on the lounge chair to bask in the sun. Then you go ahead, I'll take the kids. Yi Xian smiled at the two of them. He was in no hurry to let the little ones stay in the water. After changing their clothes, he took them for a walk along the beach. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, the little guys suddenly saw a sea cucumber pond surrounded by a fence in front of them. It was quite large and it was actually a huge breeding farm. Dad, there should be a lot of things over there. Can we go over and take a look? Dad, please take us inside to have a look. Yi Xian glanced over there, then looked at the longing looks of the little guys, then smiled and nodded. Well, let's go take a look. Then, Yi Xian took a few little guys and walked over there. There was someone guarding there, but the man had noticed Yi Xian and others before. After all, anyone who could come here on a red flag, couldn't he be a big shot? Seeing Yi Xian asking them to come over, the man didn't know what they were doing here, but he felt a little strange. What could someone of such status do here? While he was still wondering what was going on, Yi Xian had already walked over to him with a few little ones. Out of politeness, the man asked with a smile. Hello, what can I do for you? Boss, I want to ask if I can get some sea cucumbers and seafood from you. No matter how much, I will just buy them according to the price. My daughters want to catch some. Boss, can you please help me? Of course you can. Welcome. The man did not dare to hesitate upon hearing this and quickly nodded in agreement. Apart from anything else, this person was really someone he dared not offend. Not to mention what kind of car he came in, just his temperament is not something that ordinary people can possess. Normally, outsiders cannot be allowed to enter this place casually. They are engaged in aquaculture, and many goods have been reserved by some hotels or restaurants. It is not possible to allow individuals to come in and select and retail. But after all, this person's identity is indeed different, and the man did not dare to think too much about it, and hurriedly welcomed Yi Xian and others in. Come on, girls, let's go in and see if there's any delicious seafood. Yeah. The girls then ran inside happily, and the man found net bags and small basins for the girls to make it easier for them to catch fish. Dad, look at this sea cucumber. It's really fat. It must be delicious. Yi Jing's face flushed with excitement. Looking at the large sea cucumber she had fished out of her net bag, her face was filled with a happy smile. Well, that's good. Put it in the basin first. Dad will cook it for you when he gets home. Good. The children nodded happily, and then continued to use the small net bag to catch sea cucumbers. They caught several big ones. Looking at the results in the basin, they felt a sense of accomplishment. After catching some sea cucumbers, the children caught some other things, including a lot of blue crabs and oysters. While the children were happily catching seafood, the man secretly took a photo of the red flag and sent it to the boss of the farm he managed. At the same time, the man also gave a general report on the current situation here, talked about Yi Xian and a few little guys coming here to catch seafood, and also described Yi Xian's appearance. On the other side, the boss who was looking after the project at the headquarters suddenly had his cell phone vibrate, and he received a message from this man. He picked up the phone casually, but the next second, the boss's pupils suddenly froze. He enlarged the photo of the red flag and saw the unique license plate. This isn't this Mr. Yi? Looking at the pictures and reports sent by his subordinates, the boss's mouth trembled suddenly, and he immediately recognized who it was. For a moment, the boss was panicked and wanted to send a message to his subordinates to ask about specific matters, but his hands holding the phone were shaking. Helplessly, he had to call his subordinate. As soon as the call was connected, he asked nervously and seriously. I saw everything you sent just now. You didn't do anything disrespectful to Mr. Yi, did you?